Hello and welcome to this delightful, clean, historical Western romance by Shelfie audiobook. We're thrilled to have you join us. Before we dive in, please take a moment to hit the subscribe button, give this audiobook a thumbs up, and share it with your friends. Your support in these small ways helps us bring you more heartwarming romance stories at no cost. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself be swept away into a world of adventure, love, and unforgettable characters. Enjoy! This audiobook is copyrighted by Shelfie Bennett. Chapter 1. The Runaway Bride. Charlotte Langford pressed a gloved hand to her corseted waist, fighting to draw a proper breath as she stood in the vestibule of St. Thomas Episcopal Church. The ivory satin of her wedding gown whispered against the marble floor with each anxious shift of her feet, the sound barely audible beneath the low murmur of assembled guests in the sanctuary beyond. Through the stained glass windows, April sunshine cast jewel-toned patterns across her bodice, but the rainbow of colors did nothing to brighten her mounting unease. "He is merely delayed, Charlotte," her father muttered, though his weathered face betrayed concern as he withdrew his gold pocket watch for what must have been the 20th time in as many minutes. The timepiece had been a gift from her mother before her passing, and he never went anywhere without it. "The streets are crowded this time of day. Perhaps his carriage was held up." Charlotte nodded, not trusting her voice. Edmund was never late. In the 2 years of their courtship, he had prided himself on his punctuality, often commenting that tardiness was the habit of the lower classes. That he would be late to his own wedding seemed beyond imagining, unless he did not intend to come at all. She pushed the thought away. Edmund Blackwell was the most eligible bachelor in Boston, heir to his family's banking fortune. Their match had been celebrated throughout society as perfect, her family's railroad connections complementing his financial empire. That he might jilt her was unthinkable. "We are now a full hour behind schedule, sir," the minister whispered as he approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "The organist has begun to repeat the prelude music for the 3rd time." "I'm well aware of the time, Reverend," her father snapped, his patience clearly fraying. Arthur Langford was not a man accustomed to being kept waiting, even by his future son-in-law. Charlotte's gaze drifted to the small side window where she could see a sliver of the street. No sign of Edmund's carriage with its distinctive matched grays. Her bouquet of white roses and orange blossoms suddenly felt as heavy as a blacksmith's anvil in her trembling hands. From within the sanctuary, the murmurs grew louder. She caught fragments of whispered speculation, most irregular. "Poor Charlotte." Second thoughts, perhaps? Her father's pacing grew more agitated, his footsteps echoing sharply against the marble. Charlotte had never seen him so unsettled. Arthur Langford ran his business and his household with the precision of the railroad engines that had built his fortune. Disruption to his carefully ordered world was intolerable. "Perhaps I should send someone to the Blackwell residence," he suggested, though she could tell by his tone that even he recognized how such an action would appear. One did not chase after a groom who failed to appear. The church door burst open, admitting a freckle-faced boy in a Western Union uniform. "Message for Miss Langford," he announced, his voice cracking with adolescence and echoing inappropriately in the sacred space. All eyes turned to Charlotte as the boy thrust a cream-colored envelope toward her. With hands she willed not to tremble, she accepted the telegram, passing her bouquet to the wide-eyed maid of honor at her side. The paper felt unnaturally heavy as she broke the seal, the small tearing sound impossibly loud in the hushed vestibule. Edmund's handwriting was as precise and elegant as the man himself. "My dear Charlotte, I find myself unable to proceed with our planned union. Business concerns of a most urgent nature have called me away from Boston indefinitely. I trust you understand that a man in my position must always prioritize financial considerations above personal matters. The settled arrangements shall be considered null and void. Regards, Edmund Blackwell." The words swam before her eyes. No apology, no regret, just cold, practical abandonment couched in the language of business, as though their wedding were merely a transaction he had decided to cancel. Her father snatched the note from her nerveless fingers. His face flushed crimson as he read, the paper crinkling in his tightening grip. "I'll ruin him," he hissed through clenched teeth. "By God, I'll see the Blackwell name dragged through every gutter in Boston." "Father, please!" Charlotte whispered, suddenly aware of the dozens of pairs of eyes upon them, the weight of impending social disaster pressing down like a physical force. Society weddings were not canceled. Not like this, not at the last possible moment with 300 of Boston's elite waiting in the pews. The reality of her situation crashed over her. She had been abandoned at the altar, left to face the humiliation of explaining to hundreds of their peers that the groom had simply declined to appear. By tomorrow, her name would be on every gossip's lips, her dignity in tatters. Yet somehow, beneath the mortification, she felt an unexpected flicker of something else. Relief? Surely not. She banished the thought as disloyal. Her father straightened his shoulders, a gesture Charlotte recognized from countless business meetings. He was preparing for battle. "Wait here," he commanded, then strode into the sanctuary. Charlotte remained frozen in place, the messenger boy shuffling awkwardly nearby, clearly hoping for a tip despite the calamitous contents of his delivery. Through the open doors, she heard her father's voice, strong and clear. "Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that due to an unexpected situation, the wedding ceremony will not take place today. The Langford family extends our sincere apologies for your inconvenience." The collective gasp from the assembled guests was audible, even in the vestibule. Charlotte closed her eyes briefly, imagining the expressions of shock giving way to avid curiosity and thinly veiled delight at such a scandalous development. Her father returned, his face now a rigid mask of control. "The carriage is waiting. We'll depart through the side entrance." "The guests," Charlotte began. "Will manage perfectly well without us," he finished, offering his arm with a stiffness that brooked no argument. As they moved toward the side door, Charlotte caught sight of several society matrons hurrying into the vestibule, their faces alight with barely disguised curiosity beneath a veneer of concern. "My dear child," Mrs. Astor began, her voice dripping with false sympathy, "this is most—" "Good day, ladies," Charlotte's father cut in, positioning himself between Charlotte and the approaching women. But not before Charlotte saw it, the look in their eyes. Not merely curiosity or shock, but something far worse. Pity. The same women who had fawned over her engagement, who had praised her match as the season's most advantageous, now regarded her with the satisfied pity reserved for those who had risen too high and fallen spectacularly. Charlotte lifted her chin, squared her shoulders beneath yards of Brussels lace, and met their gazes directly. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her crumble. Whatever Edmund's reasons, whatever humiliation awaited her in the coming days, she would face it with the dignity her mother had instilled in her before consumption had taken her 5 years prior. "Ladies," she said, her voice remarkably steady, "I do apologize for the inconvenience. I hope you'll enjoy the refreshments at the reception nonetheless. It seems a shame to let such lovely preparations go to waste." Their startled expressions at her composure afforded her a small measure of satisfaction, as she took her father's arm and allowed him to escort her outside, where spring sunshine mocked the winter that had settled in her heart. The carriage ride home passed in silence. Charlotte stared out the window, unseeing, as they traveled through Boston's fashionable streets. She had imagined making this journey with Edmund at her side, a gold band newly placed on her finger. Instead, she sat alone with her father, still wearing her bridal finery, now transformed from a symbol of new beginnings to a monument of public rejection. Only once, when they passed the imposing facade of Blackwell Bank and Trust, did her father speak. "He'll pay for this," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "I swear it on your mother's memory." Charlotte didn't respond. The violent anger in her father's tone surprised her. Edmund's actions were unconscionable, certainly, but her father's reaction seemed disproportionate, even considering the social embarrassment. As the carriage pulled up to their Beacon Hill mansion, Charlotte caught sight of the wedding decorations still adorning the entrance. Garlands of spring flowers and white ribbons fluttering in the breeze like the tattered remnants of abandoned dreams. She took a deep breath, gathering whatever fragments of pride remained. There would be time later, in the privacy of her room, to examine the hollow ache in her chest, to question whether it arose from wounded love or merely wounded pride. For now, she must walk into that house with her head high. The first step of her ruined wedding day would not be taken in tears. Shadows lengthened across Charlotte's bedroom as Beatrice worked silently behind her, nimble fingers unfastening the long row of covered buttons running down the back of the wedding gown. The ivory satin that had cost a small fortune now seemed to mock Charlotte with every whisper of fabric against her skin. In the gilt-framed mirror before her, she hardly recognized the pale woman with downcast eyes staring back at her. "If I may say so, miss," Beatrice ventured softly, her Irish lilt more pronounced in moments of distress, "you've shown remarkable strength today." Charlotte attempted a smile that never reached her eyes. "Have I? I feel anything but strong." Beatrice gently lifted the Brussels lace veil from Charlotte's auburn hair, each hairpin removed with care. "There's different kinds of strength, miss. Standing tall when others would crumble counts for something." The heavy pearl necklace, her mother's, worn by 3 generations of Langford brides, came off next, leaving Charlotte's neck feeling oddly vulnerable. Item by item, Beatrice dismantled the bridal ensemble until only the corset and chemise remained. Each piece was handled with reverence, as though they weren't reminders of the most humiliating day of Charlotte's life. "Shall I draw you a bath, miss?" Beatrice asked, folding the gown with practiced precision. Before Charlotte could answer, raised voices from her father's study directly below carried through the floor. The sound was muffled but unmistakably heated. "That won't be necessary," Charlotte replied, straining to hear the conversation below. "You may go, Beatrice. I can manage the rest." The maid hesitated, her concern evident. "Are you certain, miss? It's been a trying day." "I'm quite certain." Charlotte softened her dismissal with a gentle touch to the woman's weathered hand. "Thank you for your help." After Beatrice departed with a worried curtsy, Charlotte moved silently to the heating grate near the fireplace. The cast iron latticework served as an unintentional conduit for conversations below, a discovery she'd made as a child playing hide-and-seek in this very room. Her father's voice came through clearly now. 30 days is insufficient, gentlemen. The Western extension requires at least 3 months before returns will— The bank's position is firm, Arthur." Charlotte recognized Harold Weatherby's nasal tone, her father's longtime associate. "With Blackwell withdrawing financial support, your creditors are understandably concerned." "Concerned?" Her father's voice took on a dangerous edge. "They were perfectly content yesterday when they believed my daughter would be Mrs. Edmund Blackwell by sundown." "The situation has changed," another voice stated flatly. "The announcement of a banking collapse would be unfortunate for all involved. Complete ruin could be avoided," Weatherby added, his tone suggesting the opposite was more likely. "If you were to liquidate certain holdings—" "The Colorado properties are not for sale," her father snapped. "Given time, the silver deposits alone will—" "Time is precisely what you no longer have," Weatherby interrupted. "The loan extensions expire next month. Without the Blackwell connection—" Charlotte pulled away from the grate, her heart pounding painfully against her ribs. The pieces were falling into place with sickening clarity. Edmund's abandonment wasn't merely a personal rejection. It was a calculated business maneuver. The timing of his withdrawal, the cold phrasing of his note, it all suggested a deliberate financial strategy rather than a groom's cold feet. She moved to the window, watching as her father's business associates departed below, their top hats and walking sticks stark against the twilight. None looked up at her window. She was irrelevant now. Her value as a business asset evaporated with her failed marriage. Only when the front door closed behind the last visitor did Charlotte allow her composure to crack. The first tear fell silently, then another, until her shoulders shook with the force of suppressed sobs. She wept not just for her public humiliation or Edmund's betrayal, but for the hollow realization that her marriage had never been about love or companionship. She had merely been a convenient bridge between family fortunes. The elegant bedroom with its silk damask wallpaper and mahogany furniture suddenly felt like a beautiful cage. For 22 years, she had been groomed for precisely the role she had failed to fulfill today. What use was a daughter trained in household management and social graces if she couldn't secure an advantageous marriage? A sharp rap at the door startled Charlotte from her despair. She hastily wiped her tears away with the back of her hand, a gesture her finishing school mistress would have considered appallingly common. "Charlotte?" Her father's voice sounded unnaturally strained. "May I speak with you?" "One moment." She quickly donned a dressing gown over her undergarments, checking the mirror to ensure her distress wasn't too evident. "You may enter." Arthur Langford stepped into the room, and Charlotte barely suppressed a gasp. In the hours since the church, her father seemed to have aged a decade. The proud bearing that had intimidated railroad competitors and political figures alike had diminished, leaving his shoulders slightly stooped beneath his formal jacket. "Are you—" he began, then cleared his throat. "I wanted to ensure you were not too distressed by today's events." Charlotte almost laughed at the absurdity of his concern. "I'm as well as can be expected, Father." He nodded stiffly, clearly uncomfortable with emotional matters. Since her mother's death, such conversations between them had grown increasingly rare and awkward. "I suspect you may have overheard some of my discussion with Weatherby and the others," he said, moving to stand before the cold fireplace. "Some," Charlotte admitted, seeing no point in pretense. "There seems to be more to Edmund's abandonment than a simple change of heart." Her father's hand curled into a fist at his side. That spineless snake. His father engineered this entire debacle, led me to believe they were eager for the match, encouraged the engagement announcement, all while examining our books and assessing our vulnerabilities. "Our books?" Charlotte repeated, a chill settling over her. "You allowed the Blackwells to review our financial records?" "Banking partnerships require a certain degree of transparency," he replied defensively. "Once they saw the full extent of our current difficulties, they orchestrated this public humiliation. Better to sever ties completely than be associated with a failing enterprise." Charlotte sank onto the edge of her bed, the magnitude of their situation becoming clearer with each word. "How bad is it, Father?" Arthur Langford was not a man who minced words in business matters. "Bad enough. The railroad expansion westward has encountered difficulties. Labor disputes, supply shortages, terrain challenges. Our investors are growing impatient for returns. And Edmund's family was to provide interim funding," Charlotte finished, the final piece falling into place. "The Blackwell connection would have ensured continued confidence from our creditors," he confirmed, running a hand through his graying hair. "Without it, we face financial ruin," Charlotte said quietly. Her father's silence was answer enough. Charlotte stood, moving to the window where the gaslights of Beacon Hill glimmered against the darkening sky. The familiar vista of Boston's most prestigious neighborhood, where she had spent her entire life, where her children were meant to grow up in privilege and security, suddenly seemed as fragile as a soap bubble. "How long do we have?" she asked, surprising herself with the steadiness of her voice. "A month, perhaps 2, before decisions must be made." He sounded old and tired in a way she'd never heard before. "I may need to sell some properties, perhaps even this house." The Langford mansion had been in the family for 3 generations. The thought of strangers occupying these rooms, erasing the memories of her childhood and her mother's brief life, sent a sharp pain through Charlotte's chest. "What can I do?" she asked simply. Her father looked up, surprise evident in his features. He had clearly expected hysteria or recriminations, not practical inquiry. "There is nothing to be done at present," he said, his tone softening slightly. "I merely wanted you to understand that today's unpleasantness was not a reflection on you. The Blackwells are financial predators, nothing more." Charlotte recognized the dismissal in his words. Despite the dire circumstances, he still viewed her as a daughter to be protected from harsh realities, rather than a potential ally in addressing them. In his world, women were ornaments and hostesses, not financial strategists. "I see," she said carefully. "Thank you for your candor, Father." He moved toward the door, then paused, his hand on the brass knob. "Your mother would have been proud of your dignity today, Charlotte. Whatever else happens, remember that." After he departed, Charlotte stood motionless in the center of the room. The tears had dried on her cheeks, replaced by something harder and more resolute. Edmund's rejection and her father's financial troubles had stripped away the comfortable illusions of her life, revealing harsh truths about her position in society and her family. She was a commodity, valued for her potential connections rather than herself. Her future had been gambled away in railroad investments and banking negotiations without her knowledge or consent. Charlotte moved to her writing desk and lit the small lamp, its glow creating a circle of light in the darkening room. If her life could be so easily upended by men's business dealings, perhaps it was time she learned to navigate such waters herself. Tomorrow she would begin examining whatever household accounts her father allowed her to manage, seeking a deeper understanding of their precarious situation. One thing was certain. She would never again be as unprepared as she had been today, standing in her wedding finery while her future crumbled around her. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 2 as Charlotte slipped from her bedroom, a shawl wrapped around her nightgown. Sleep had proven impossible, her mind churning with questions her father had left unanswered. The mansion stood silent and dark, the servants long since retired to their quarters. Only the occasional creak of settling wood disturbed the midnight quiet as Charlotte made her way downstairs, candlestick in hand. Her father's study door was locked, of course. Charlotte hesitated only briefly before retrieving the spare key from behind the small landscape painting in the hallway, a hiding place she'd discovered years ago while playing hide-and-seek with her cousins. The brass key turned with a soft click that seemed thunderous in the stillness. The study smelled of leather, tobacco, and her father's bay rum cologne. Charlotte set her candle on the massive oak desk that dominated the room, its polished surface reflecting the small, flame-like dark water. This sanctum had always been forbidden territory, the exclusive domain of men's business and men's decisions. Even her mother had rarely entered without an explicit invitation. "Forgive the intrusion, Father," Charlotte whispered to the empty room, feeling like an intruder despite her purpose. She began methodically, opening desk drawers and sorting through papers, careful to replace each document exactly as she found it. The third drawer yielded the first ledger, bound in dark green leather with the Langford Rail Company embossed in gold on the cover. Charlotte opened it with trembling fingers, the pages crackling softly. Columns of numbers filled each page, most meaning little to her despite her education at Miss Porter's School for Young Ladies. She had been taught enough mathematics to manage a household budget, not to decipher corporate financial records. Still, even she could understand the significance of red ink and negative balances. A second ledger, this one marked Personal Holdings, told an even grimmer story. Properties that had been in the family for generations were listed with notations indicating collateral or potential liquidation. The Langford mansion itself appeared on the final page with a penciled notation, "Last resort, 3 months." Charlotte sank into her father's leather chair, the enormity of their situation becoming painfully clear. The Langford fortune, built over 3 generations of shrewd investments and ambitious railroad expansion, was not merely diminished, but nearly exhausted. No wonder Edmund Blackwell had fled. He had been raised in banking. He would have recognized impending collapse when he saw it. A bundle of correspondence bound with twine caught her attention. The top envelope bore her mother's name, Elizabeth Langford, in unfamiliar handwriting. Charlotte untied the bundle, curiosity overcoming her hesitation about invading private correspondence. The first letter was dated nearly 10 years ago, shortly before her mother's final illness. Mrs. Elizabeth Langford, Langford Mansion, Beacon Hill, Boston. Dear Mrs. Langford, in response to your inquiry regarding the status of Copper Creek Ranch, I have completed a thorough assessment of the property. While the main house remains sound thanks to its excellent adobe construction, the outbuildings require significant repair. The creek continues to provide adequate water, though drought conditions have affected grazing lands this season. As instructed, I have maintained minimum operations with a skeleton crew. Miguel Ortega has proven himself an excellent foreman despite limited resources. He speaks often of your visit 5 years ago and hopes you will return when circumstances permit. The silver assay reports you requested are enclosed, while promising, development would require capital investment beyond current operating funds. I remain your faithful servant in this matter, James Worthington, Esq., Tucson, Arizona Territory. Charlotte stared at the letter in disbelief. Her mother had owned property in Arizona Territory. She had visited this ranch. How could Charlotte have known nothing of this significant piece of her mother's life? She rifled through the remaining letters, each revealing more details of a place called Copper Creek Ranch, a property her mother had apparently inherited from her own family and maintained secretly for years. The correspondence spanned nearly a decade, ending abruptly around the time of her mother's death. A legal document at the bottom of the stack confirmed what the letters suggested. Elizabeth Langford had maintained separate ownership of Copper Creek Ranch, distinct from the Langford family holdings. The property had passed directly to Charlotte upon her mother's death, held in trust until her 21st birthday, which had occurred 7 months ago. Charlotte sat back, stunned. She owned land, valuable land, with potential silver deposits, completely independent of her father's financial troubles. Land that, for some reason, her father had never mentioned. The final letter in the bundle, dated just 6 months ago, was addressed to Arthur Langford. Dear Mr. Langford, as the executor of your late wife's estate, I must inform you that Copper Creek Ranch has now legally transferred to Miss Charlotte Langford as per the terms established in Mrs. Langford's will. The annual maintenance funds from Mrs. Langford's separate accounts have been depleted, and decisions regarding the property's future management must now be addressed. The caretaker, Mr. Ortega, inquires whether Miss Langford intends to maintain ownership or wishes to sell. The property has declined somewhat without adequate investment, but remains viable with proper attention. Your prompt response would be appreciated. Respectfully, James Worthington-esque. Her father's scrawled note at the bottom read simply, "File with E.L. Papers." No response necessary. Charlotte's indignation rose like a tide. Her father had deliberately kept her inheritance from her, allowing her mother's beloved ranch to deteriorate while she remained ignorant of its very existence. Had he intended to sell it without her knowledge to cover his railroad debts, or merely let it wither away, abandoned like an unwanted memory of his wife's independent spirit? With renewed purpose, Charlotte searched the study until she found a locked drawer in the sideboard. Using a letter opener, she managed to work the simple lock open, revealing a worn leather journal with her mother's monogram embossed on the cover. The journal opened to reveal page after page of her mother's elegant handwriting, interspersed with sketches of landscapes, buildings, and flora unfamiliar to Charlotte's Eastern eyes. Dates in the margins indicated the entries had been written during her mother's visits to Arizona Territory, visits that had always been explained to Charlotte as rest cures for her mother's delicate constitution. April 12, 1866. The desert blooms after rain in a way that would astonish Boston society ladies who believe nothing of value grows in this savage wilderness. Prickly pear cactus with their vibrant pink flowers, ocotillo reaching toward heaven with flaming red fingertips. I have discovered beauty here unlike anything in our manicured gardens back east. Miguel showed me the hidden spring today, a secret source that feeds Copper Creek even in the driest seasons. Agua es vida, he said, water is life. In the East, where rain falls in abundance, we forget this fundamental truth. Charlotte turned page after page, discovering a side of her mother she had never known. A woman who rode astride across desert terrain, who learned Spanish phrases from ranch hands, who sketched ambitious plans for improvements to buildings and water systems. Elizabeth Langford, who had always been presented to Charlotte as a fragile society wife, had apparently been a capable, adventurous woman with vision and determination. The final journal entry, dated just weeks before her mother's death, brought tears to Charlotte's eyes. I fear I shall not see Copper Creek again in this life. My strength fails daily, though I hide it from Charlotte as best I can. Arthur has never understood what the ranch means to me, a place where I am valued for my mind rather than my social graces, where the land responds to care rather than artifice. I have arranged for Charlotte to inherit directly, though she is too young yet to understand its significance. Perhaps someday she will find the freedom there that I discovered too late in life. The silver beneath the soil may prove valuable, but the true treasure of Copper Creek is the chance to become someone of your own making, unburdened by society's narrow expectations. My daughter has her father's head for figures and my love of independence, though neither has been encouraged. I pray she finds Copper Creek before convention smothers the spark I see in her. The first light of dawn filtered through the study windows as Charlotte closed the journal, her mother's words echoing in her mind. Outside, Boston was beginning to stir, delivery wagons rattling over cobblestones, the distant whistle of early trains, Servants in neighboring homes starting their morning routines. Charlotte stood and stretched her stiff limbs, her mind racing with possibilities that had not existed when she'd entered the study hours before. She owned land with potential value beyond the property itself. Land her mother had loved, land far from Boston society and its pitying glances, far from Edmund Blackwell's calculated betrayal, far from her father's financial collapse. Arizona territory. The name itself conjured images both frightening and thrilling. Harsh desert, lawless towns, danger and opportunity in equal measure. No proper Boston lady would consider such a journey, let alone undertake it alone. But Charlotte was no longer certain she wished to be a proper Boston lady. She carefully returned the ledgers to their places and relocked the drawer containing her mother's journal. The bundle of correspondence, however, she tucked under her shawl. Those letters rightfully belonged to her, and she would need Mr. Worthington's address to make her next move. As Charlotte slipped back upstairs to prepare for breakfast, a plan was already forming in her mind. Her father had kept her inheritance secret while gambling away her future. Edmund had rejected her once he recognized the Langford fortune was illusory. Both men had treated her as a pawn in their financial strategies. At Copper Creek Ranch, she might fail spectacularly, but she would fail or succeed on her own terms, not as a bargaining chip in men's business dealings. For the first time since standing abandoned in her wedding gown, Charlotte felt something like hope stirring in her chest. By the time the household awakened, her decision was made. Charlotte Langford was going west. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the breakfast room, illuminating the gleaming silver service and delicate bone china that had been part of Charlotte's morning routine for as long as she could remember. The elaborate breakfast spread, poached eggs, thinly sliced ham, freshly baked scones with clotted cream, was laid out with the precision that Mr. Langford demanded in all aspects of his household. Charlotte paused in the doorway, taking in the familiar scene one last time. Her father sat at the head of the table, hidden behind his morning newspaper, a cup of coffee steaming at his elbow. The rhythmic ticking of the wall clock and the occasional rustle of the newspaper were the only sounds disturbing the silence. "Good morning, Father," Charlotte said, stepping into the room. Arthur Langford lowered his newspaper, his customary greeting dying on his lips as he took in his daughter's appearance. Gone was the fashionable morning dress he would have expected. Instead, Charlotte wore a simple, high-necked traveling suit of dark blue wool, practical and unadorned save for a cameo brooch that had belonged to her mother. "What is the meaning of this attire?" he demanded, folding his newspaper with deliberate care. "If you intend to call on the Pembroke girls to mend fences after yesterday's unpleasantness, I suggest something less severe." Charlotte took her usual seat, her back straight as she poured herself a cup of tea with steady hands. "I won't be calling on the Pembrokes, Father. I'm leaving Boston." The cup in Arthur Langford's hand froze halfway to his lips. "Leaving? Nonsense. Where would you go?" "To Arizona territory," Charlotte replied, her voice calm despite the thunderous expression gathering on her father's face. "To Copper Creek Ranch." The china cup clattered against its saucer as her father set it down with more force than necessary. "How did you—" He stopped himself, his eyes narrowing. "You've been in my study." It wasn't a question, but Charlotte answered anyway. "Yes, I have." "Going through my private papers? Invading my personal correspondence?" His voice rose with each word. "Have you taken leave of your senses, Charlotte?" "Perhaps I should ask you the same question, Father," she replied, refusing to be cowed by his anger. "Why did you conceal my inheritance from me? Mother left Copper Creek Ranch in my name, not yours." Arthur Langford's face flushed deep red. "You know nothing about that godforsaken patch of desert. Your mother's sentimental foolishness nearly bankrupted us during her lifetime. I saw no reason to encourage similar wastefulness in you." "Wastefulness?" Charlotte repeated, her own anger finally surfacing. "You've concealed my legal property while simultaneously gambling away our family fortune on railway speculation. Which of us has been wasteful?" Her father stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the polished floor. "You forget yourself, daughter? I've indulged your education perhaps too generously if it's led you to believe you understand matters of business and property." "I understand enough." Charlotte maintained her seat, refusing to be literally or figuratively looked down upon. "I understand that Edmund abandoned me at the altar because our family teeters on financial ruin. I understand that without the Blackwell connection, you face bankruptcy within months. And I understand that my mother left me property that might still have value if it hasn't been completely neglected during your years of silence." Her father paced the length of the breakfast room, his agitation evident in every movement. "This is feminine hysteria, nothing more. The shock of yesterday's events has clearly unsettled your mind." "On the contrary," Charlotte replied, "my mind has never been clearer. I'm of age, father. Copper Creek Ranch is legally mine. I intend to see it for myself." Arthur Langford stopped his pacing, turning to face her with an expression she'd seen him use on railroad competitors. Cold, dismissive, brooking no disagreement. "This is absurd. You know nothing of the West. Arizona Territory is no place for a woman of your breeding and temperament. The ranch has likely fallen to ruin, the cattle scattered, the buildings dilapidated." "Then there's little to lose by my going to see it," Charlotte countered. "And how do you propose to manage a cattle ranch?" He gave a derisive laugh. "You, who have never so much as saddled a horse or spent a night without servants attending your every need." His words stung precisely because they contained elements of truth, but Charlotte refused to show it. "I'll learn. Mother did." "Your mother played at ranching during brief visits while an experienced foreman managed the real work," he retorted. "She treated it as an exotic adventure, not a serious enterprise." Charlotte's hands tightened around her teacup. "Her journal suggests otherwise." Her father's face paled slightly. "You have her journal?" "I've read it," Charlotte said, not directly answering his question. "She understood the property's value better than you give her credit for." "Elizabeth was a dreamer," he said, his voice suddenly weary. "She saw romance where there was only dust and hardship." "Perhaps." Charlotte set down her cup and stood. "But it was her dream, and now it's my inheritance. I've made my decision, father." "I'm leaving on the afternoon train." Arthur Langford's expression hardened again. "I forbid it. You cannot." Charlotte met his gaze without flinching. "I'm 22 years old. The property is in my name. I have funds from my grandmother's trust that you cannot touch. Whether you approve or not, I am going." "A woman alone will fail within a month," he proclaimed. "You'll come crawling back to Boston, assuming you survived the journey at all. The territories are lawless, savage places, no fit residence for a lady." "Then I shall have to become something other than a lady," Charlotte replied with a calm she didn't entirely feel. Her father slammed his hand down on the table, causing the china to jump. "This is the most foolhardy, irresponsible notion you've ever entertained. Do you have any conception of the dangers, the discomforts, the social suicide you're committing?" "Social suicide?" Charlotte gave a bitter laugh. "Father, I was abandoned at the altar yesterday. Boston society is already measuring me for my spinster's cap. What more reputation do I have to lose?" The fight seemed to drain from Arthur Langford suddenly, replaced by genuine concern. "Charlotte, please reconsider this madness. If it's independence you want, we can arrange something suitable here in Boston or perhaps New York." "My decision is made," Charlotte said firmly. "Beatrice is packing my trunks as we speak. I've written to Mr. Worthington to inform him of my impending arrival." Her father's shoulders sagged, a gesture so uncharacteristic that Charlotte nearly wavered in her resolve. Almost. "You are as stubborn as your mother," he said finally, his tone somewhere between accusation and reluctant admiration. "Thank you," Charlotte replied, taking it as the closest thing to a compliment she was likely to receive. "I'll write once I've assessed the situation at Copper Creek." She turned to leave, her breakfast untouched, when her father's voice stopped her. "When you fail, and you will fail, Charlotte, there will be a place for you here. Remember that." Charlotte paused in the doorway. "If I fail, father, it will be on my own terms, just as any success will be my own as well." She climbed the stairs to her bedroom, where Beatrice was carefully folding garments into a trunk. The maid looked up, her lined face creased with worry. "Miss, are you certain about this?" Beatrice asked, setting aside a silk evening gown. "Arizona Territory is at the very edge of civilization." "The edge of civilization sounds precisely what I need, Beatrice," Charlotte replied, examining the impractical gowns the maid had selected. "No, not those. Only the most practical items. Riding clothes, if I have any, plain shirtwaists, sturdy boots, and my mother's letters, all of them." Beatrice nodded, clearly unconvinced but unwilling to argue. Mrs. Langford always did say you had her spirit, though your father tried his best to tame it. Charlotte smiled, a genuine expression that felt foreign after the strain of the past 24 hours. Did she? I wish she had told me more about her time at Copper Creek. She wanted to, miss. Beatrice's hand stilled on the clothing, but the doctor forbade talk of it during her illness, said it excited her too much, raised her fever. Another piece of her mother that had been deliberately kept from her. Charlotte's resolve strengthened further. Help me prepare, Beatrice. I have a train to catch. The Boston train station bustled with afternoon activity, porters wheeling stacks of luggage, vendors hawking newspapers and refreshments, tearful farewells and excited greetings mingling in the steam-filled air. Charlotte stood on the platform beside her single trunk and modest valise, a stark contrast to her previous travels when multiple pieces of matching luggage had accompanied her. Beatrice hovered anxiously at her side, her worn hands twisting the strings of her reticule. Remember to telegraph when you arrive in Chicago, miss. And again from St. Louis. The journey grows more perilous the farther west you travel. I will, Charlotte promised, wondering if her courage would hold through the long journey ahead, the enormity of her decision pressed upon her with each passing minute. Miss Charlotte, Beatrice said hesitantly, I have something for you. She withdrew a small package wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple string. Your mother's journal. The real one, not the edited version your father keeps in his study. Charlotte's hands trembled slightly as she accepted the package. How did you come by this? Mrs. Langford gave it to me for safekeeping before she passed. Beatrice's eyes misted with the memory. She said to give it to you when you were ready to find your own path. I reckon if heading to Arizona territory on your own isn't finding your own path, nothing is. Charlotte impulsively embraced the startled maid, propriety forgotten in the emotion of the moment. Thank you, Beatrice, for everything. The train whistle blew a warning blast as the conductor called for final boarding. Charlotte straightened her shoulders, adjusted her hat, and prepared to step into a future she could barely imagine. Miss Langford? Charlotte turned in surprise at the sound of her name, half expecting to see Edmund Blackwell come to make amends. Instead, her father pushed through the crowd, his usual dignified pace abandoned in his haste. Father? Charlotte's surprise was genuine. After their heated breakfast exchange, she had not expected to see him again before her departure. Arthur Langford arrived at her side, slightly out of breath, his customary composure ruffled. For a moment he simply looked at her, as though memorizing her features. You have your ticket? He asked finally, his voice gruff. Yes, Charlotte replied, uncertain how to interpret his unexpected appearance. He nodded once, then reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a small leather pouch that clinked with the unmistakable sound of coins. Take this. Charlotte hesitated. Father, I have sufficient funds from grandmother's trust. Take it, he repeated, more firmly this time. The territories are unpredictable. A woman alone. He stopped, visibly gathering himself. A woman of business should always maintain reserve capital. A woman of business. Not a foolish girl, not a stubborn daughter, but a woman of business. It was, perhaps, the closest her father had ever come to acknowledging her capabilities. Charlotte accepted the pouch, tucking it securely into her reticule. Thank you. The final boarding call echoed through the station. Charlotte glanced at the waiting train, then back at her father. She had imagined many versions of this parting during her sleepless night, but none had included this awkward moment of something approaching respect. I expect regular telegrams, he said abruptly, his usual authoritative tone returning. Weekly reports on your progress, or lack thereof. Charlotte nodded, recognizing the statement for what it was, not just a demand, but a tenuous thread connecting her to home. I'll write, she promised. A porter approached to take her trunk. The moment for a more emotional farewell, if either of them had been capable of it, had passed. Goodbye, Father, Charlotte said, extending her gloved hand formally. Arthur Langford hesitated, then ignored her hand and briefly, stiffly embraced her instead. Before Charlotte could recover from her shock, he stepped back, his expression once again composed. Good luck, Charlotte, he said simply. The conductor helped Charlotte board, and she found her seat in the first-class compartment, one luxury she had allowed herself for this portion of the journey. As the train lurched into motion, she glimpsed her father, still standing on the platform, a solitary figure growing smaller with each turn of the wheels. Only when Boston's church spires receded into the distance did Charlotte unwrap the package Beatrice had given her. Her mother's journal was bound in soft leather, worn at the corners from handling. Opening it revealed page after page filled with Elizabeth Langford's flowing script, interspersed with pressed desert flowers, sketches of landscapes, and detailed observations of ranch life. The train clattered westward as Charlotte turned the pages, her mother's words painting vivid pictures of a life and a land she had never known existed. One passage in particular caught her eye, written during what must have been Elizabeth's last visit to Copper Creek. There is a freedom in this wild land that Boston can never provide. Here, a woman is judged not by her pedigree or her husband's fortune, but by her courage, her intelligence, her willingness to work alongside others. I have tasted this freedom too briefly. May my daughter discover it before convention and obligation cage her spirit as they have so nearly caged mine. Charlotte closed the journal and gazed out the window at the passing New England country. With each mile westward, she was leaving behind everything familiar. The social conventions that had defined her existence, the destiny that had been planned for her since birth, the security of known boundaries and expectations. Ahead lay uncertainty, difficulty, and quite possibly failure, just as her father had predicted. But ahead also lay the possibility of becoming someone entirely new, someone defined by her own choices rather than society's narrow expectations. For the first time since Edmund's note had arrived, Charlotte smiled with genuine anticipation. Whatever awaited her at Copper Creek Ranch, it would be her own story to write. Chapter 2. The rhythmic clacking of train wheels became the soundtrack of Charlotte's transformation. Days blended together as she traveled westward, each sunrise revealing a landscape increasingly foreign to her Boston-bred sensibilities. The lush forests of New England gave way to the rolling farmlands of the Midwest, then to the seemingly endless grassy plains that stretched toward the horizon like a rippling golden sea. Charlotte pressed her forehead against the window glass, watching a herd of buffalo in the distance. Massive, dark shapes moving across the prairie like living shadows. Such creatures had existed only in books and museum exhibits in her previous life. Now they roamed freely outside her window, indifferent to the iron monster cutting through their territory. "First time seeing buffalo, ma'am?" asked an elderly gentleman across the compartment, noting her fascination. "Yes," Charlotte admitted. "There's so much space out here." The man chuckled. "Wait till you reach the desert. Then you'll know what empty truly means." Each day brought new discomforts that tested her resolve. The elegant traveling suit that had seemed perfectly practical in Boston proved stifling under the increasingly relentless sun. Charlotte retreated to her compartment at night to loosen her corset, finding red welts where the whalebone had dug into her flesh during the jostling journey. She reluctantly adjusted her attire, wearing fewer petticoats and loosening her stays, small rebellions against propriety that would have scandalized Boston society but seemed necessary concessions to the changing environment. The dining car offered its own challenges. Unfamiliar dishes appeared before her, heavily spiced stews, coarse bread, and coffee strong enough to stand a spoon in. Charlotte forced herself to eat, knowing she would need her strength, though her stomach often protested the strange fare. Her mother's journal became her constant companion. Charlotte studied it during the long hours of travel, memorizing Spanish phrases and making notes about cattle management and desert plants. The practical information was interspersed with her mother's more personal observation. The West changes you, body and soul. The harshness strips away pretense until only your true self remains. Some find this unbearable and flee back east. Others discover strength they never knew they possessed. By the 7th day, the terrain had transformed completely. Scrubby vegetation dotted a landscape of red earth and distant mesas. The train windows remained closed against the constant dust, but fine particles seeped in nonetheless, coating everything with a thin, reddish film. Charlotte's throat felt perpetually parched despite the tepid water she sipped regularly. When the conductor announced their approach to Tucson, Charlotte gathered her belongings with trembling hands. This would be her first true test. navigating a frontier town alone, arranging the final leg of her journey to Copper Creek Ranch. The Tucson Depot was unlike any rail station she had ever seen. No grand architecture or formal waiting rooms here. Just a wooden platform beside a dusty street, the station itself little more than a glorified shed with a telegraph office attached. Charlotte stepped down from the train and immediately felt the assault of heat, dust, and noise. Men in sweat-stained shirts and wide-brimmed hats unloaded cargo with casual profanity that made her ears burn. Women in practical cotton dresses moved with purpose, seemingly immune to the heat that made Charlotte's heavy skirts cling uncomfortably to her legs. A group of Mexican laborers spoke rapidly in Spanish near the loading dock, the familiar phrases from her mother's journal suddenly incomprehensible at conversational speed. "Your trunks, ma'am?" asked a porter, eyeing her fine luggage with interest. "Yes, please," Charlotte replied, self-consciously adjusting her hat, which suddenly felt ridiculously formal compared to the simple bonnets or bare heads of the local women. "I need transportation to Copper Creek Ranch. Can you direct me to where I might arrange passage?" The porter's eyebrows rose slightly. "Copper Creek? That's a good day's ride northwest of here. Wells Fargo office down the street handles the stagecoach routes." He gestured toward a dusty thoroughfare lined with wooden buildings. "Though the stage only goes as far as Silver Springs. You'd need to hire a private conveyance for the last stretch to Copper Creek." Charlotte thanked him, pressing a coin into his hand that made his eyes widen. Too much, she realized too late, noting his reaction. Boston rates didn't apply here. The main street of Tucson assaulted her senses. Unlike Boston's orderly cobblestone avenues, this was a chaotic mixture of cultures and commerce. Adobe buildings stood alongside wooden structures with false fronts. A saloon's tinny piano competed with a street vendor calling out in Spanish. Horses and mules were tethered at hitching posts, switching their tails against persistent flies. The smell was a pungent mixture of dust, animals, cooking food, and unwashed humanity. Charlotte made her way carefully down the uneven boardwalk, acutely aware of the stares that followed her. Her traveling suit, though the plainest she owned, marked her immediately as an outsider. Women paused in their errands to watch her pass. Men's gazes lingered longer than propriety allowed back east. The Wells Fargo office occupied a sturdy brick building with barred windows. Inside, Charlotte approached the clerk behind a wooden counter. "I need passage to Silver Springs," she stated, trying to project confidence she didn't feel, "and information about hiring transportation from there to Copper Creek Ranch." The clerk, a thin man with spectacles perched on his nose, looked up with mild surprise. "Copper Creek? That old place is still operating? Haven't heard much from there in recent years." "It is indeed operating," Charlotte replied stiffly. "I'm the owner." This pronouncement drew the attention of several men lounging against the wall, apparently waiting for the next stage. "You're Langford's girl?" asked one, a weathered man with a silver-streaked beard. "Heard the old place might have a new owner. Didn't expect a lady from back east." "We get all kinds out here," chuckled another man, tipping back his hat. "Most eastern ladies don't last through their first summer, though. Heat and hardship sends 'em packing quick enough." "I assure you I intend to stay," Charlotte said, turning back to the clerk. "The next stage to Silver Springs?" "Leaves tomorrow morning, 6 sharp," the clerk informed her. $12 for the passage. Charlotte nearly gasped at the exorbitant price but maintained her composure, counting out the sum from her dwindling funds. The clerk wrote out a ticket with painstaking slowness. "You'll want a The stagecoach was a shock after the relative comfort of the train. Charlotte found herself wedged between a corpulent traveling salesman and the wooden side of the coach, with barely enough room to adjust her skirts. Across from her sat a grizzled miner, whose clothes carried the distinct odor of tobacco and unwashed wool, and a missionary's wife, who had introduced herself as Mrs. Abigail Palmer. The interior was worn leather and splintered wood, with windows that could only be covered by leather flaps, a choice between stifling heat or constant dust. Charlotte had opted for dust, keeping the flap tied up to catch what little breeze stirred as the coach lurched forward at dawn. "First time in the territory, ma'am?" the salesman asked. doffing his bowler hat to reveal a balding pate shiny with perspiration. Harold Finch, at your service. I represent the finest household goods and feminine necessities available west of the Mississippi. Charlotte Langford, she replied with a polite nod, uncomfortable with how his substantial girth pressed against her despite her attempts to maintain proper distance. Yes, it's my first visit, though I'm not merely visiting. I've come to take possession of my property. A property owner, Finch exclaimed with obvious delight. How fortunate our paths have crossed. A refined lady such as yourself will require many comforts to make frontier living tolerable. My catalog contains everything from bone china to the latest in kitchen innovations. Let the lady breathe, Finch, growled the miner from across the coach. She ain't even reached her place yet, and you're already picking her pockets. Charlotte shot the miner a grateful glance as Finch subsided with a huff. The coach hit a particularly deep rut, bouncing its passengers hard enough that Charlotte's head nearly struck the roof. She grabbed the leather strap hanging beside the window, trying to stabilize herself as the vehicle rocked violently over the uneven terrain. You'll want to bend your knees slightly and lean into the motion, advised Mrs. Palmer, demonstrating the technique. Fighting against it only leads to bruises. Charlotte attempted to follow her example, feeling utterly ungraceful as she braced herself against the constant jarring motion. Her hat, securely pinned that morning, had already tilted precariously, and she could feel tendrils of hair escaping with each bounce of the coach. The road improved somewhat after Devil's Wash, the miner offered. Name's Sullivan, by the way, George Sullivan. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Sullivan, Charlotte replied automatically, then gasped as a particularly violent lurch sent her sliding toward Finch. She righted herself with as much dignity as she could muster, painfully aware of the dust coating her clothing and skin. A fine grit had already worked its way between her teeth, making her tongue feel perpetually dry, despite the canteen of water she rationed carefully. You mentioned property, Mrs. Palmer said, her eyes keen with interest beneath her plain bonnet. Might I inquire as to its nature? My husband and I run the mission at Silver Springs. We're acquainted with most establishments in the region. Copper Creek Ranch, Charlotte replied. It belonged to my mother's family. This announcement produced a marked reaction among her fellow passengers. Sullivan's bushy eyebrows rose almost to his hat line, while Mrs. Palmer's mouth formed a small O of surprise. Even Finch momentarily ceased fanning himself with his hat. Copper Creek's been without a proper owner for years, Sullivan said, studying her with new interest. Miguel Ortega's been running things as best he can with limited resources. Good man, Ortega. Honest. Charlotte felt a rush of relief at this confirmation that her mother's trusted foreman still maintained the property. You're familiar with the ranch, then? Passed through a few times, Sullivan nodded. Decent water there, even in drought years. Your mother knew what she was about, settling there. You knew my mother? Charlotte asked eagerly. Met her once or twice, Sullivan confirmed. Strong-minded lady, respected by the locals, which ain't always the case for Easterners. Mrs. Palmer leaned forward, her expression serious. Miss Langford, forgive my directness, but do you intend to manage Copper Creek yourself, without male protection? The question hung in the stifling air of the coach. Charlotte felt all eyes upon her, measuring her response. I do, she stated firmly. My mother managed it during her visits. I see no reason why I cannot do the same on a permanent basis. Mrs. Palmer's expression shifted to one of concern. The West is no place for a woman alone, Ms. Langford. The dangers are considerable. Not merely physical hardship, but moral hazards as well. Men in these territories outnumber women significantly, and many have forgotten the restraints of civilized society. What Mrs. Palmer means, Finch interjected with a meaningful look, is that a refined flower such as yourself will attract considerable attention. Unwanted attention, potentially. I'm not seeking social connections, Charlotte replied stiffly. I intend to focus solely on restoring the ranch to productivity. Admirable, Finch said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. But perhaps impractical. A woman requires protection in these harsh lands. A business partnership with a gentleman of experience might be worth considering. He straightened his waistcoat suggestively. Charlotte resisted the urge to recoil. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Finch, but I intend to proceed independently. Copper Creek borders Holloway Spread, doesn't it? Sullivan asked, effectively changing the subject. Vernon Holloway's been buying up every struggling ranch in the county. Might have his eye on your place, too. Charlotte frowned, filing away this information. I have no intention of selling. Holloway doesn't always take no for an answer, Sullivan muttered, looking out the window. Man's got the bank and half the county officials in his pocket. Mrs. Palmer cleared her throat disapprovingly. Mr. Sullivan, such talk will only alarm Miss Langford unnecessarily. I'm sure Mr. Holloway conducts his business affairs properly. Sullivan's snort suggested otherwise, but he fell silent, returning to watching the passing landscape. The conversation lulled as the coach continued its bone-jarring progress. Charlotte surreptitiously studied her companions, trying to determine whose information she should trust. Sullivan seemed straightforward, if rough. Mrs. Palmer's concern appeared genuine, though colored by her missionary perspective. Finch's interest was transparently self-serving. Outside, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. Twisted mesquite and prickly pear cactus dotted the red earth. Distant mountains shimmered in the heat haze, their jagged profiles unlike anything in Charlotte's Eastern experience. Her mother's journal had described this terrain as harshly beautiful, but Charlotte struggled to see past the alien hostility of it. How could anything or anyone thrive in such an environment? The hours crawled by, marked by increasing discomfort. Charlotte's throat burned with thirst, despite her careful water rationing. Her stays cut into her ribs with each jolt of the coach, and her muscles ached from the constant tension of bracing against the motion. Yet she maintained her composure, determined not to reveal weakness before these strangers who so clearly expected her to fail. By mid-afternoon, the driver's voice called down from above, cutting through her fatigue. Coming up on Rattlesnake Pass, keep your eyes sharp. Sullivan immediately tensed, his hand moving to his waistband where Charlotte glimpsed the butt of a pistol. Narrow passage ahead, he explained, catching her questioning glance. Natural ambush point. There's been trouble there before. Mrs. Palmer clasped her hands in a brief prayer while Finch's face took on a decidedly greenish hue beneath its coating of dust. Bandits? Charlotte whispered, her throat suddenly dry for reasons beyond thirst. Sullivan nodded grimly. Apaches sometimes, though they're mostly peaceful lately. More often it's white outlaws. They know the stage carries payrolls and mail. The shotgun guard's voice called down from his perch beside the driver. Everybody keep your valuables out of sight. Any shooting starts, get down on the floor. Charlotte's heart hammered against her ribs as the stagecoach slowed, approaching what appeared to be a narrow defile between rocky outcroppings. The bright afternoon sun disappeared as they entered the shadow of the pass, the temperature dropping noticeably despite the day's heat. Don't look so worried, Miss Langford. Finch attempted gallantry despite his obvious fear. I would protect a lady such as yourself with my life. Sullivan rolled his eyes. Best protection is keeping out of sight if bullets start flying. He nodded toward the floor of the coach. Indian fighters call it making yourself small. Charlotte swallowed hard, scanning the rocky heights visible through the windows. The shadows between boulders could hide any number of threats. The driver's whip cracked sharply, urging the team to greater speed through the dangerous passage. For the first time since leaving Boston, Charlotte confronted the full reality of what she had undertaken. This wasn't merely a change of scenery or a business venture. Out here, danger was immediate and potentially lethal. Her father's warnings about the territory's hazards suddenly seemed less like attempts to control her and more like genuine concern. As the stagecoach rattled deeper into the narrow pass, Charlotte slipped her hand into her reticule, fingers closing around her mother's journal. Whatever dangers this new life held, her mother had faced them too, and believed Charlotte capable of doing the same. The shotgun guard's voice sliced through her thoughts, his tone sharp with alarm. Driver! Movement on the ridge, left side. Charlotte's head snapped up at the shotgun guard's warning. Through the dust-streaked window, she glimpsed shadowy figures darting between the rocks on the canyon walls above them. The driver cursed and cracked his whip, urging the 6-horse team to a dangerous gallop through the narrow passage. Get down, Sullivan barked, pressing himself against the seat as he drew his pistol. Charlotte barely had time to slide toward the floor before the first shot echoed through the canyon. The sound reverberated off the stone walls, multiplying into a terrifying din. The shotgun guard's weapon boomed in response, the report deafening even inside the coach. Mrs. Palmer began to pray loudly, her words tumbling together incoherently as she clutched her small Bible. Finch had gone deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face despite the relative coolness of the pass. More gunfire erupted, peppering the stagecoach with a hail of bullets. Wood splintered above Charlotte's head as a shot pierced the roof. She pressed herself smaller against the floorboards, heart hammering so violently she could barely breathe. A horrible cry from above told them the shotgun guard had been hit. His weapon clattered against the roof, then slid off to disappear in a cloud of dust beside the racing wheels. "They got Jenkins!" the driver shouted. "Hold on!" The stagecoach lurched violently as the driver fought to control the panicked horses. Charlotte braced herself against the seat legs, her fingers digging into the thin carpet covering the wooden floor. Every jolt threatened to throw her against the walls of the coach or into her fellow passengers, who clung to whatever handholds they could find. Sullivan fired through the window, his expression grim. "At least 5 of them," he reported tersely. "Maybe more." A bullet shattered the window opposite Charlotte, sending glass fragments spraying across the interior. Mrs. Palmer screamed as a sliver cut her cheek, leaving a thin line of blood against her dusty skin. The driver's whip cracked again, but the desperate sound of his voice suggested the situation was deteriorating rapidly. "They're cutting us off ahead." Charlotte risked raising her head enough to peer through the broken window. Her blood ran cold at the sight of mounted men emerging from behind a rocky outcropping, blocking the exit from the pass. The riders wore bandanas over their faces, their rifles aimed directly at the approaching stagecoach. "We can't outrun them," Sullivan muttered, checking his ammunition. 2 bullets left. "Make yourselves ready." Charlotte fumbled with trembling fingers at the buttons of her bodice, creating a small opening. She slipped her mother's journal inside, pressing it against her corset, then added the small pouch of money her father had given her. Whatever happened, she couldn't lose these precious items. The driver shouted a stream of profanity as he hauled on the reins, trying to slow the frightened team before they crashed into the human barricade ahead. The stagecoach skidded sideways, wheels losing purchase on the loose gravel. "Hold on!" Sullivan roared as the vehicle tilted precariously. Charlotte felt weightless for one sickening moment before gravity reasserted itself with brutal force. The stagecoach tipped onto its side with a splintering crash, sending passengers tumbling against each other in a tangle of limbs and luggage. Charlotte's head struck something hard. Finch's knee, perhaps. Stars exploding across her vision as pain lanced through her skull. Dust filled the overturned coach, choking her as she struggled to orient herself. Someone was moaning nearby. Mrs. Palmer, she thought. The coach's door, now above them, was wrenched open, flooding the interior with harsh afternoon light. "Out, all of you," a rough voice commanded. "Hands where I can see them." Sullivan moved first, awkwardly climbing toward the opening with his hands raised. Finch followed, whimpering as he struggled with his bulk. Charlotte helped Mrs. Palmer, whose spectacles hung broken from one ear, her face streaked with dust and tears. Rough hands seized Charlotte's arm, dragging her unceremoniously through the door and dropping her onto the packed earth beside the overturned coach. She landed hard on her knees, the impact jarring through her bones. Looking up, she found herself surrounded by men on horseback, their faces obscured by filthy bandanas, their eyes cold above the fabric. The driver lay motionless on the ground nearby, blood seeping from a wound on his temple. The shotgun guard was nowhere to be seen, still on the roof of the coach, Charlotte realized with horror, trapped beneath the overturned vehicle. One rider, larger than the others and mounted on a rangy buckskin, appeared to be the leader. He surveyed the passengers with the detached interest of a man examining merchandise. "Valuables, now," he ordered, gesturing with his rifle. "Money, jewelry, watches. In the hat." He tossed a battered felt hat toward Sullivan, who caught it reflexively. "Don't nobody try to be a hero," another bandit added, his rifle trained on Sullivan. "Old man here already spent his bullets." Sullivan's expression confirmed the truth of this statement. He removed his pocket watch, a simple silver piece on a leather thong, and dropped it into the hat before passing it to Finch. The salesman reluctantly contributed his own gold watch and a money clip. Mrs. Palmer added a small brooch. Her hands shaking so badly she pricked her finger on the pin. When the hat reached Charlotte, she hesitated, conscious of the money hidden against her corset. Instead, she slowly removed her mother's gold locket from around her neck, the chain catching briefly on her hairpins. "That ain't all you got, lady," said a bandit who dismounted to stand beside her. He grabbed her left hand roughly. "Where's your rings?" I'm not married," Charlotte replied, her voice surprisingly steady despite her terror. The man scoffed, yanking her to her feet by her arm. "Fancy clothes like that? You got something worth taking." His dirty fingers closed around her wrist, squeezing hard enough to bruise as he examined her kid gloves. "Check her for a money belt," the leader ordered. "Eastern types always carry more than they show." Charlotte stiffened as the bandit's hands moved toward her bodice. "Don't you dare," she hissed, pulling away with more courage than wisdom. The man's eyes narrowed above his bandana. "Spirited filly, ain't you?" He drew a wicked-looking knife from his belt. "Maybe I'll just cut those fancy buttons off and see what you're hiding." "Leave the lady alone, Carson," the leader barked. "Just find the valuables." The bandit called Carson pressed the knife against Charlotte's throat, the metal cold against her skin. "Stand still and this won't hurt," he muttered, his free hand moving again toward her bodice. A rifle shot cracked through the canyon, the report bouncing off the rock walls with startling clarity. Carson's hat flew from his head, a neat hole punched through the crown. The bandits froze, heads swiveling toward the source of the shot. A lone rider sat atop the ridge, rifle still raised, silhouetted against the amber light of the sinking sun. Even at that distance, Charlotte could see the stillness in his posture, the calm, lethal confidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. "That was a warning," called a deep voice that carried easily through the canyon. "The next one goes between somebody's eyes." The leader of the bandits raised his rifle, but before he could aim, another shot rang out. The weapon flew from his hands, spinning away into the dust. "Jesus!" he yelped, clutching his stinging fingers. "Who the hell is that?" The mysterious marksman was already moving, guiding his horse down a nearly invisible trail along the canyon wall with remarkable speed. Despite the steep descent, neither horse nor rider seemed troubled by the treacherous footing. Carson grabbed Charlotte, pressing his knife against her throat again. "Stay back, or the woman gets it," he shouted, desperation evident in his voice. Charlotte held perfectly still, feeling the blade's edge against her skin, afraid that even swallowing might cause it to cut her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Sullivan edging toward a fallen branch, his intention clear despite his earlier spent ammunition. The rider reached the canyon floor, emerging from a cloud of dust with his rifle held easily across his saddle. Now that he was closer, Charlotte could see him clearly for the first time. Tall and broad-shouldered, he sat his horse with the easy grace of a man who'd spent most of his life in the saddle. A battered brown hat shaded eyes that missed nothing as they scanned the scene, taking in the overturned coach, the injured driver, and the terrified passengers. "Let her go," he said quietly, but something in his tone made the command impossible to ignore. "This doesn't need to get any messier." Carson's arm tightened around Charlotte. "There's one of you and 6 of us," he snarled, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. The rider's expression didn't change. 5, he corrected mildly. "Your lookout on the North Ridge won't be joining you?" He shifted slightly in his saddle. 4, if we count your boss there, who's favoring his gun hand and thinking real hard about his life choices right about now. Charlotte felt Carson's grip loosen fractionally as doubt crept in. The leader, still nursing his injured hand, glanced at his remaining men with clear indecision. "We just wanted their valuables," he said, a note of placation entering his voice. "Nobody needs to die here." "Agreed," the rider replied evenly. "So you boys are going to mount up and ride out now." For a tense moment, nobody moved. Charlotte could feel Carson's ragged breathing against her neck, the knife still pressed to her throat. The mysterious rider remained perfectly still, his rifle aimed casually but precisely at Carson's head. The leader broke first. "Mount up," he ordered his men. "This ain't worth dying over." Carson hesitated, clearly reluctant to surrender his hostage and the upper hand she represented. The rider shifted his rifle slightly, the barrel now pointed directly between Carson's eyes. "Your call," he said softly, "but I promise you won't live long enough to cut her." Something in his tone, the utter certainty perhaps, finally penetrated. Carson shoved Charlotte away from him with a curse, causing her to stumble and fall hard onto the packed earth. By the time she'd caught her breath, the bandits were already mounting their horses, casting venomous glances at the lone rider as they prepared to retreat. "This ain't over," the leader called, attempting to salvage some dignity. The rider didn't bother responding, his rifle still trained on the group, as they wheeled their mounts and galloped away down the canyon, dust billowing in their wake. Only when they'd disappeared from sight did he finally lower his weapon. Charlotte pushed herself up from the ground, wincing at the pain in her palms where she'd caught herself. Her skirts were torn and filthy, her carefully pinned hair now falling in tangled disarray around her shoulders. She became aware of a thin trickle of blood running down her neck where Carson's knife had nicked her skin. Sullivan was already checking on the driver, who had begun to stir. Mrs. Palmer knelt in the dust, still clutching her Bible and murmuring prayers of gratitude, while Finch simply sat where he'd fallen, looking dazed. The rider dismounted in one fluid motion, his spurs jingling softly as his boots hit the ground. He moved first to the overturned stagecoach, examining something on the far side that Charlotte couldn't see. "Your guard's alive," he called to Sullivan. "Unconscious, and his shoulders torn up pretty bad, but he'll make it if infection doesn't set in." He returned to his horse, removing a canteen from his saddle. After taking a drink, he offered it to Charlotte, who suddenly realized how desperately thirsty she was. She accepted it with shaking hands. "Thank you," she managed, her voice hoarse from dust and fear. Up close, their rescuer was even more imposing. Somewhere in his early 30s, Charlotte guessed, with several days' worth of dark stubble shadowing a jaw that could have been carved from granite. His clothes were trail-worn but serviceable. Faded blue shirt, leather vest, denim pants tucked into scuffed boots. A gun belt hung low on his hips, the revolver holstered with the ease of long familiarity. But it was his eyes that commanded her attention, a startling blue against his sun-darkened skin, assessing her with an intensity that made her want to check her appearance, despite the absurdity of such concerns after what they'd just endured. "You're bleeding," he observed, nodding toward her neck. Charlotte's hand went to the small cut. "It's nothing serious," she replied, striving for composure despite her bedraggled state. His gaze traveled over her, taking in the quality of her clothing despite its current condition, the refined way she held herself even sitting in the dust. One corner of his mouth quirked slightly. "Boston?" he asked. Charlotte blinked in surprise. "Yes. How did you know?" He shrugged. "The way you talk, the clothes, the hat. What's left of it." There was a hint of something in his tone, not quite mockery, but a certain dismissal that set Charlotte's teeth on edge despite his timely rescue. "I'm Charlotte Langford," she said, attempting to reclaim some dignity. "I'm traveling to Copper Creek Ranch, my property," she added, feeling an inexplicable need to establish her purpose. If he was impressed, he didn't show it. "Copper Creek," he repeated, something unreadable flickering across his features. "Miguel Ortega's still running things out there." "I believe so," Charlotte replied, surprised again. "You're familiar with it?" Before he could answer, Sullivan approached, supporting the dazed driver with one arm. "Jenkins needs a doctor," he reported grimly. "We need to get this coach upright and get moving before those bandits decide to come back with reinforcements." Their rescuer nodded, already moving toward the overturned vehicle. "Let's see what we're working with." Charlotte watched in reluctant admiration as he took charge of the situation, directing Sullivan and a still shaky Finch to help him right the stagecoach. Despite its weight, the three men managed to tip it back onto its wheels with much grunting and cursing. The mysterious rider then examined the damage with practiced efficiency. "Axle's cracked, but it'll hold to Silver Springs if you take it slow," he announced. "Wheels bent, but not broken." He climbed atop the coach to retrieve the injured guard, handling the unconscious man with surprising gentleness as he carried him down and settled him on a blanket Mrs. Palmer had spread in the meager shade of a boulder. As he worked, Charlotte found herself studying him surreptitiously. There was something compelling about the economy of his movements, the quiet authority he projected without apparent effort. Everything about him spoke of a man accustomed to the harsh realities of frontier life. The calloused hands, the weather-beaten face, the watchful eyes that never stopped scanning their surroundings even as he tended to the immediate tasks. When he'd finished securing the luggage that had spilled during the overturn, he finally introduced himself. "Grayson Cole," he said simply, extending a hand to help Charlotte to her feet. His palm was rough against hers, the brief contact sending an unexpected jolt up her arm that she attributed to lingering nerves from the attack. She withdrew her hand perhaps too quickly, brushing futilely at her ruined skirts. "We're in your debt, Mr. Cole," she said formally. "Without your intervention—" He waved away her thanks. "Right place, right time, you folks were lucky. Carson's gang usually doesn't leave witnesses." The casual way he referenced their brush with death sent a shiver down Charlotte's spine. The West suddenly seemed vastly more dangerous than even her father's dire warnings had suggested. "The coach can't carry all of you safely in this condition," Cole continued, addressing the group. "2 of you ride, the rest walk beside until we reach level ground. The horses need the lighter load on this terrain." "Mrs. Palmer and the injured men should ride," Charlotte said immediately. "The rest of us can walk." Cole's gaze returned to her, a flicker of what might have been approval crossing his features before he nodded. "We've lost too much daylight to reach Silver Springs tonight," he observed, looking at the sun now sinking behind the western ridge. "There's a clearing 2 miles ahead where we can make camp. I'll ride ahead and make sure it's secure." Without waiting for agreement, he swung himself into his saddle with fluid grace, gathering the reins in one hand. "Stay on the main trail," he instructed. "I'll find you if you don't reach the clearing by dark." As he prepared to ride out, his eyes met Charlotte's once more. Something passed between them in that brief look. Not quite understanding, but a mutual assessment. For the first time since leaving Boston, Charlotte felt truly seen, measured against standards she didn't fully comprehend. Then, Cole touched the brim of his hat in a gesture that might have been respectful or ironic, and turned his horse toward the canyon's exit, dust rising from the animal's hooves as they moved away at an easy lope. Charlotte watched him go, her emotions a confusing mixture of gratitude, wariness, and an inexplicable sense that her carefully constructed plans had just been irrevocably altered by this chance encounter. "Quite the dramatic entrance," Finch muttered, brushing dust from his rumpled suit. "Though I suppose we should be grateful." "More than grateful," Sullivan corrected gruffly as he checked the pistol he'd retrieved from the overturned coach. "Without Cole, we'd all be buzzard food by morning." Charlotte touched the small cut on her neck, the sting a pointed reminder of how close they'd come to disaster. "Who is he?" she asked, unable to keep the curiosity from her voice. Sullivan shrugged as he helped secure the injured guard to the coach seat. "Drifter. Gunman. Maybe worse. Men like Cole, they don't advertise their business." He gave Charlotte a meaningful look. "But I'd wager my last dollar he's dangerous in ways those bandits only pretend to be." With that unsettling assessment hanging in the air, they began the laborious process of preparing the damaged coach for travel. The lengthening shadows a constant reminder of their vulnerability in this harsh, beautiful land where Charlotte had staked her future. The makeshift camp nestled in a small clearing, half-sheltered by towering red rocks that glowed like burning embers in the setting sun. Charlotte sat on an upturned crate salvaged from the stagecoach luggage rack, gingerly dabbing at the cut on her neck with a handkerchief dampened from her precious water supply. Her entire body ached from the day's ordeal, muscles protesting each movement after the coach's violent overturning. Nearby, Sullivan tended a small fire while Mrs. Palmer changed the bandages on the shotgun guard's shoulder. The man drifted in and out of consciousness, his face gray beneath the dust and blood. The driver sat propped against a wheel of the damaged stagecoach, his head wound cleaned but his eyes still unfocused, clearly in no condition to handle a team of horses. "How is he?" Charlotte asked, as Sullivan returned from checking on the driver. "Concussed, most likely," Sullivan replied grimly. "Won't be driving tomorrow, that's certain. We're stuck here until help comes from Silver Springs." Charlotte's heart sank. Every day of delay meant dwindling funds and the ranch waiting unattended. "How far are we from Silver Springs?" "Half day's travel in a functioning coach," Sullivan said. "But Copper Creek's in the opposite direction. Even with a repaired coach, you'd be looking at another full day's journey from town." Grayson Cole moved silently around the perimeter of their camp, checking the horses and scanning the darkening landscape with the vigilance of a man who trusted nothing and no one. He'd barely spoken since their arrival at the clearing, But Charlotte had felt his gaze on her more than once, measuring and assessing in that unnerving way of his. Making a decision, Charlotte straightened her spine and crossed to where he was securing his horse for the night. "Mr. Cole," she began, "might I have a word?" He turned, those startling blue eyes briefly meeting hers before returning to his task. "Ma'am?" Charlotte clasped her hands to keep them from fidgeting. "I find myself in a difficult position. The stage is clearly disabled, the driver injured, and I must reach Copper Creek as soon as possible." She took a breath. "I'd like to hire you to escort me there." Cole's hands stilled on the saddle straps. "Not interested." The brusque dismissal caught Charlotte off guard. "I'm prepared to pay, of course," she added quickly. "Don't escort greenhorns on fool's errands," he replied, not bothering to look at her as he continued checking his gear. "Especially not Easterners who don't know a rattlesnake from a garter snake. Too much trouble, too much risk." Charlotte bristled at his assessment. "I assure you, Mr. Cole, I'm not as helpless as you seem to believe." This earned her a skeptical glance. "Ma'am, with all due respect, you're wearing more frippery than practical clothing, you've got skin that's never seen a real day of sun, and you flinch every time a coyote howls. The territory eats folks like you for breakfast." "Nevertheless," Charlotte persisted, tamping down her indignation, "I am going to Copper Creek, with or without an escort." Cole finally turned to face her fully, his expression caught between annoyance and reluctant curiosity. "Why the rush? That old ranch has been limping along for years without an owner present. Another week won't matter." "It matters to me," Charlotte replied. "I inherited the property from my mother, and I intend to take possession immediately. Mr. Sullivan mentioned a man named Holloway who's been buying up local ranches. I prefer to establish my presence before anyone gets ideas about my property." Cole's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of Holloway, something like recognition flickering across his features. "Vernon Holloway, I believe that's the name," Charlotte confirmed. Cole studied her for a long moment. "Copper Creek borders Holloway's land. He's been after that water access for years." "Then you understand my urgency," Charlotte pressed her advantage. "I've come thousands of miles to claim my inheritance. I won't be deterred by a damaged stagecoach or local land grabbers." "It's not just Holloway," Cole said, his tone less dismissive now. "That ranch has been declining for years. The buildings need repair, the cattle herd's scattered, and you'd be lucky if you still have 3 working hands on the payroll." Charlotte's heart sank at this bleak assessment, but she maintained her resolve. "All the more reason for me to arrive promptly and begin setting things right." A hint of genuine curiosity entered Cole's expression. "You serious about staying? Running it yourself?" "Completely serious," Charlotte confirmed. He shook his head, though without the earlier disdain. "A Boston lady running a failing cattle ranch in Apache territory. That's either the bravest or the most foolish thing I've heard in a long while." Charlotte raised her chin. "I prefer to think of it as determined, Mr. Cole." Something that might have been respect flickered briefly in his eyes before he returned to his pragmatic assessment. "Determination won't stop a rattlesnake bite or fix a broken dam during flash flood season." "Perhaps not," Charlotte conceded. "But I'll learn what I need to know. My mother managed the ranch during her visits. I see no reason why I cannot do the same permanently." At the mention of her mother, Cole's attention sharpened. "Elizabeth Langford was your mother?" "Yes," Charlotte replied, surprised. "Did you know her?" Cole's expression closed again. "Knew of her. She had a solid reputation among the locals, unusual for an Easterner." He turned back to his horse, adjusting a stirrup leather with unnecessary attention. $20. Gold, not paper, and we leave at first light. You bring only what you can carry on one horse." The abrupt shift caught Charlotte off guard. "You'll take me?" "To Copper Creek," he confirmed without looking at her. "Nowhere else. And I'm not sticking around once we get there." $20 was an enormous sum, nearly half of what remained of her funds after the exorbitant stagecoach fare. She hesitated, wondering if she was being swindled, taking advantage of her Eastern ignorance. "That seems rather steep for a day's ride," she ventured cautiously. Cole finally turned to face her again. "It's not just the ride, ma'am. It's the risk. Bandits like we encountered today. Apache raiding parties this time of year. Not to mention rescuing you if you fall off your horse or get bitten by something venomous. $20 is my price. Take it or wait for the next stagecoach." Charlotte had little choice, and they both knew it. She could not afford to wait in Silver Springs for days or weeks, her limited funds dwindling in a hotel while Copper Creek remained vulnerable. 15 now, she countered, and 5 when we arrive safely. A ghost of a smile touched Cole's lips, surprising her with how it transformed his stern features. You drive a harder bargain than I expected, Miss Langford. I may be Eastern, Mr. Cole, but I'm not a fool with money. He inclined his head slightly. 15 now, 5 on arrival, he agreed. But we leave exactly at dawn. I won't wait if you're not ready. Charlotte nodded. The deal's struck. I'll be ready. She hesitated, then added, Thank you. Cole merely grunted in response, turning back to his horse as if the conversation was finished. Charlotte lingered a moment longer, unsure of the proper protocol for their arrangement. Is there anything else? He asked without turning around. Do you have a spare horse I might use? My trunks are too heavy for me to carry, but I could manage a single bag. Cole sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. I have a pack mule, not as comfortable as a proper lady's saddle, but it'll get you there. I'm sure it will be perfectly adequate, Charlotte replied, though privately she wondered how she would manage. Her riding experience was limited to sedate outings in Boston's public gardens, properly side-saddle and always on well-behaved mounts. Sullivan, Cole called to the miner who was still tending the fire, loan the lady your bedroll for the night. She'll need it more than you. Sullivan nodded, already pulling his rolled blanket from his pack. Heading out with Cole in the morning, Miss Langford? Yes, Charlotte confirmed, accepting the rough woolen blanket with gratitude. To Copper Creek. Smart choice, Sullivan said, nodding toward Cole's back. He knows this territory better than most, though he keeps to himself about how he came by that knowledge. Charlotte glanced at her taciturn guide, wondering again about the man who had appeared like a vengeful spirit just when they needed him most. Do you know anything about him? Sullivan shrugged. Stories. Nothing certain. Fought in the war, they say. Confederate cavalry, most likely, given how he sits a horse. Been drifting through these parts for a few years. Keeps his business to himself, and his gun hand ready. He gave Charlotte a measuring look. He's dangerous, make no mistake, but if you're bound for Copper Creek, you could do worse for a guide. Charlotte returned to her crate seat, spreading Sullivan's blanket on a relatively flat patch of ground nearby. The sun had disappeared behind the western ridge, leaving the sky painted in vivid purples and deep oranges. Soon it would be fully dark, with only their small fire holding back the unfamiliar wilderness. As she carefully removed a few essential items from her trunk to pack into a single carpet bag, Charlotte found herself repeatedly glancing toward Cole. He moved through the camp with the same controlled efficiency she'd noted earlier, checking the perimeter, securing the horses, arranging rocks to reflect the fire's heat. What had Sullivan meant by dangerous? Certainly Cole had killed the bandit's lookout without hesitation or apparent remorse. His handling of Carson had been cold, methodical. Yet he'd shown genuine concern for the injured men, gentle hands belying his gruff manner. Mrs. Palmer approached, interrupting Charlotte's thoughts. I understand you're leaving with Mr. Cole in the morning, she said, her tone heavy with disapproval. Yes, Charlotte confirmed, continuing to sort through her belongings. My dear, I must caution you against such a rash decision, the missionary's wife said, lowering her voice. To travel unchaperoned with a strange man, a man of questionable character no less, is most improper. Your reputation is of little consequence in these circumstances, Mrs. Palmer. Charlotte interrupted gently. I appreciate your concern, but I must reach my property as quickly as possible. At least wait for proper transportation from Silver Springs, Mrs. Palmer persisted. Reverend Palmer would gladly assist you in making suitable arrangements. Charlotte smiled politely but firmly. My decision is made. Mr. Cole seems competent and we have a business arrangement, nothing more. Mrs. Palmer's lips thinned with disapproval, but she merely shook her head. I shall pray for your safety then, both physical and moral. As the older woman returned to tending the injured guard, Charlotte resumed her packing with renewed determination. Her entire life in Boston had been governed by propriety and appearances. Look where that had led her. Jilted at the altar, her future mortgaged away by her father's financial gambles. Out here, survival and independence mattered more than social niceties. Still, When she spread Sullivan's bedroll near the fire, she was acutely aware of Cole's presence on the opposite side of the flames. He sat with his back against a rock, hat tilted forward but eyes clearly watchful beneath the brim. Unlike the others who sought conversation to distract from the day's terrors, he maintained his solitary vigil, content with silence. As exhaustion finally overtook her, Charlotte curled on her side, the rough blanket pulled around her shoulders against the surprising chill of the desert night. Tomorrow she would ride alone with this dangerous stranger toward an uncertain future. The prospect should have terrified her, yet beneath her apprehension ran a current of something else. A strange exhilaration at having claimed control of her destiny, however precarious that control might be. Her last waking thought was of Cole's fleeting smile when she'd bargained over his fee. Perhaps beneath that stern exterior was a man capable of more than deadly precision with a rifle. Whether that possibility was comforting or more unsettling, Charlotte couldn't decide as sleep finally claimed her. Chapter 3. Charlotte awoke to a rough hand shaking her shoulder. She blinked in the gray half-light of pre-dawn, momentarily disoriented before the previous day's events came rushing back. Grayson Cole stood over her, already fully dressed and outfitted for travel. "Time to move," he said simply. "Sun'll be up soon." Charlotte sat up hastily, pushing tangled hair from her face. Every muscle in her body protested after a night on the hard ground. The camp was quiet except for the soft crackling of the rekindled fire. The other passengers still slept in huddled shapes beneath their blankets. "Give me 10 minutes," she whispered, not wanting to disturb the others. Cole nodded once, then moved away to check on his horses. Charlotte gathered her meager hygiene supplies and slipped behind a large boulder to make herself as presentable as circumstances would allow. Without Beatrice's help, her hair proved nearly impossible to arrange properly. After several frustrated attempts, she settled for a simple braid, practical if unbecoming. Her traveling outfit was hopeless, torn and filthy from the stagecoach accident. With limited options, Charlotte donned her second-best dress, a navy blue cotton with fewer frills than her usual attire. It would have to do, though she knew it was ill-suited for riding. She slipped her mother's journal and her money pouch into the deep pockets she'd insisted the dressmaker include, against Boston fashion dictates. When she returned to the fire, she found Sullivan awake and sipping coffee from a battered tin cup. "Heading out?" he asked, his voice gravelly with sleep. "Yes," Charlotte replied, accepting the cup of coffee he offered. "Thank you for the use of your bedroll." "Keep it," Sullivan said, waving away her attempt to return it. "Got another in my pack. You'll need it where you're going." Charlotte hesitated, then nodded gratefully. "I hope the driver and guard recover quickly." "Finch and Mrs. Palmer will get them to Silver Springs once daylight comes," Sullivan assured her. "They'll be fine. You just worry about yourself now." Grayson approached, leading a solid brown mule and a rangy buckskin gelding. "Ready?" he asked Charlotte, his tone making it clear that her answer had better be affirmative. Charlotte nodded, gathering her carpet bag and Sullivan's rolled blanket. "Yes." "Good luck at Copper Creek," Sullivan said, rising to shake her hand. "This good land just needs the right kind of attention." "Thank you," Charlotte replied, genuinely touched by his gruff kindness. Grayson secured her bag to the mule's pack, then turned to Charlotte with an assessing look. "You ever ridden astride before?" Charlotte felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I've only ridden side saddle." A flicker of impatience crossed his features. "That won't work on these trails. You'll have to ride proper or we won't make it half a mile." "I can manage," Charlotte insisted, though her confidence wavered at the prospect. Without further discussion, Grayson moved to assist her onto the mule. His hands were firm at her waist as he lifted her with surprising ease, placing her onto the wooden saddle. Charlotte found herself straddling the animal, her skirts hiked scandalously high above her ankles. "Not ideal," Grayson commented, eyeing her dress, "but it'll have to do. Hold the reins like this." He demonstrated, then adjusted her grip when she attempted to copy him. His calloused fingers were warm against her gloved hands, the brief contact oddly unsettling. "Keep your heels down and move with the animal's gait," he instructed. "She's steady, but these trails can be treacherous." Charlotte nodded, determined not to show her nervousness. Grayson mounted his own horse with fluid grace, settling into the saddle as naturally as Charlotte might sit in a parlor chair. With a brief nod to Sullivan, he nudged his gelding forward, leading them away from the camp and onto a narrow trail that wound upward through the red rocks. The rising sun gradually illuminated the landscape as they traveled, revealing the stark beauty of the desert in shades of crimson, amber, and gold. Charlotte struggled to maintain her balance, fighting the unfamiliar sensation of straddling the mule. Every step jolted through her already sore body, and she knew she would pay dearly for this journey by evening. They rode in silence for the first hour. Grayson focused on the trail ahead while Charlotte concentrated on staying mounted. When they reached a relatively flat stretch, he finally spoke. "Keep your back straighter, you're leaning too far forward." Charlotte adjusted her posture, biting back a retort about his brusque manner. "How much farther to Copper Creek?" "We'll reach the northern boundary by midday," Grayson replied. "Another few hours to the main house after that. Depends how often we need to stop." The implication that she might require frequent rests irked Charlotte, but she refused to rise to the bait. "Tell me about the terrain we'll be crossing." If her question surprised him, he didn't show it. "Desert scrubland for the next 10 miles. Then we hit the foothills where your property begins. More vegetation there. Pinon pines, some oak in the draws. Copper Creek itself runs year-round most years, fed from springs in the higher elevations." "And the ranch buildings?" Charlotte asked. "Main house is adobe with a wooden porch. Sturdy construction, should have weathered well even with minimal maintenance. Barns, wood frame, might need more repairs. Bunkhouse for the hands, small cookhouse, a few storage sheds." He paused. "Or, that's how it was last time I passed through. Been a while." Charlotte absorbed this information, trying to match it with her mother's journal descriptions. "You seem quite familiar with the property." Grayson shrugged. "I've ridden this territory for years, know most of the established ranches." His non-answer raised more questions than it answered, but Charlotte sensed pushing would yield no results. "And the current hands? You mentioned a man named Ortega?" "Miguel Ortega. Good man. Been with the ranch since your mother's time. Knows the land better than most." Grayson glanced at her. "If he's still there. Running a ranch with limited funds means corners get cut. Hands don't stay where they don't get paid regular." Charlotte's heart sank at the reminder of the challenges awaiting her. "I intend to make the ranch profitable again," she said firmly. Grayson's only response was a non-committal grunt as he urged his horse up a steeper section of trail. As the morning progressed, Charlotte began to notice the subtle ways Grayson read the landscape around them. He would pause occasionally, studying tracks in the dust or distant movement on the horizon. Once he dismounted to examine something on the ground that Charlotte couldn't discern, his expression unreadable as he remounted and adjusted their course slightly. The sun climbed higher, its heat intensifying until Charlotte felt it burning through her clothing. Her hat offered minimal protection, and she envied Grayson's wide-brimmed Stetson. Sweat trickled uncomfortably down her back, and her throat grew parched despite careful sips from her canteen. "There's a water source ahead," Grayson announced, as if reading her thought. "We'll rest the animals there." They descended into a shallow ravine where, miraculously, a small spring bubbled from the rocks, creating a modest pool surrounded by unexpectedly lush vegetation. Charlotte nearly groaned in relief as Grayson helped her dismount, her legs nearly buckling as they touched solid ground. "Stretch your legs," he advised. "We've got several more hours to go." Charlotte limped to the spring, kneeling carefully to splash cool water on her face and refill her canteen. The water tasted faintly of minerals but was wonderfully refreshing after hours in the punishing sun. Grayson tended to the animals, removing their bits so they could drink freely. He moved with the efficient economy Charlotte had noticed before, no motion wasted or unnecessary. "How did you come to know this territory so well?" she asked, curiosity finally overcoming her reserve. Grayson didn't look up from adjusting his horse's saddle. "Been drifting through since '65, after the war." "You fought in the war between the states?" Charlotte ventured. A shadow crossed his face. "Cavalry, Confederate side." Charlotte had grown up in firmly Union Boston, but she recognized the complexity of loyalties the conflict had engendered. "That must have been difficult." Grayson's expression closed even further. "War's always difficult." His tone discouraged further questions on the subject. Charlotte changed tack. I was supposed to be married last week, she said, suddenly, surprising herself with the disclosure. This earned her a sharp glance. That's so. Yes. My fiancé decided banking connections were more important than wedding vows. She hadn't intended to reveal such personal information, yet found odd relief in stating it plainly. He left me standing in the church while he fled town. Grayson studied her, his blue eyes unreadable. That why you came west? Running from gossip? Partly, Charlotte admitted, though discovering I owned property out here was the deciding factor. My father's financial situation has become precarious. Copper Creek represents an opportunity for independence. Independence, Grayson repeated, something like irony coloring his tone. The West isn't kind to independent women, Miss Langford. So I've been told, Charlotte replied, lifting her chin. Repeatedly, yet my mother managed this ranch during her visits, and I intend to follow her example. A flicker of what might have been respect crossed Grayson's features. Your mother had help, and she didn't stay year-round. I'll find help, Charlotte said with more confidence than she felt, and I intend to stay permanently. We'll see, was his only response as he tightened the saddle girth on his horse. After 20 minutes of rest, they continued their journey. The terrain gradually changed, rocky desert giving way to scattered vegetation as they climbed in elevation. Charlotte marveled at the transforming landscape, the appearance of stunted trees, more varied plant life, even occasional wildflowers clinging to protected crevices. By mid-afternoon, Charlotte's discomfort had transformed into genuine pain. Every muscle protested, and maintaining her balance required increasing concentration. She tried to hide her distress, but Grayson's keen eyes missed nothing. We'll stop again at the boundary marker, he announced. Another mile ahead. The marker proved to be a weathered wooden post embedded in a pile of stones, barely visible among the scrub. As Grayson helped Charlotte dismount, her legs finally betrayed her, buckling completely. His strong hands caught her before she could fall, steadying her until she regained her footing. Your property starts here, he said, seemingly ignoring her weakness. Runs north about 12 miles, east to the foothills, west to Holloway's fence line. Charlotte leaned against the marker post, trying to absorb the reality that everything they could see now belonged to her. The land looked harsh but beautiful in its own way, rolling terrain covered with sage and mesquite, occasional stands of pinyon and juniper dotting the landscape. It's larger than I imagined, she admitted. Good grazing land in the right season, Grayson observed, when there's enough rain. After a brief rest and more water, they resumed their journey. Charlotte managed to remount only with Grayson's assistance, his hands strong and impersonal at her waist. If he noticed her wincing as she settled into the saddle, he made no comment. The sun began its westward descent as they followed what appeared to be a seldom-used trail through increasingly green terrain. Signs of cattle became more frequent, hoofprints, droppings, and occasionally the animals themselves, scattered in small groups across distant hillsides. Your herd, Grayson noted. What's left of it. Should be more concentrated, but they've gone half wild without proper management. Charlotte studied the distant animals with a mixture of pride and apprehension. Those creatures represented both her inheritance and her responsibility, a daunting prospect for someone who had never managed so much as a household pet before. They crested a final ridge as the sun hung low on the horizon, bathing the landscape in golden light. Grayson reined his horse to a stop, allowing Charlotte to draw alongside him. Copper Creek, he said simply, gesturing to the valley below. Charlotte caught her breath at the vista before her. The ranch spread across a shallow valley, a ribbon of green vegetation marking the creek's wandering path through the center. The main house stood on a slight rise, its adobe walls glowing amber in the evening light. Outbuildings clustered nearby, a substantial barn, a smaller bunkhouse, various sheds and corrals. Beyond stretched pasture land, some of it still green near the creek, fading to browns and golds in the distance. Even from here, Charlotte could see the signs of neglect. Broken fence lines, a partially collapsed outbuilding, weeds encroaching on what had once been ordered spaces. Yet something about the place called to her, a sense of possibility that transcended its current condition. Grayson watched her face carefully, gauging her reaction. Not what you expected? Charlotte absorbed the scene, her emotions cycling from initial disappointment through realistic assessment to growing determination. It needs work, she acknowledged. Considerable work. Most Eastern folks would be crying by now, Grayson observed, his tone carefully neutral. Charlotte turned to meet his gaze directly. I did my crying in Boston, she replied steadily. I came here to work. Something shifted in Grayson's expression. Surprise, perhaps, or reluctant approval? He nodded once, then urged his horse forward. Let's get you home before dark, then. They descended toward the ranch buildings, following a rutted drive that had clearly once been more regularly maintained. As they drew closer, Charlotte could see more clearly the extent of disrepair. Peeling paint on wooden structures, missing shingles, broken corral slats. Yet the adobe main house appeared solid, its walls thick and enduring despite the neglect. A figure emerged from the barn as they approached. An older Mexican man wiping his hands on a rag. He shaded his eyes against the setting sun, then straightened with evident surprise. Miguel Ortega, Grayson identified quietly. The man stepped forward cautiously, his weathered face a study in uncertain welcome. ¿Quién es? He called. Before Grayson could answer, Charlotte gathered her courage and called, I'm Charlotte Langford, Elizabeth Langford's daughter. This is my ranch now. Miguel's expression transformed instantly, breaking into a wide smile that erased years from his face. Miss Elizabeth's girl, Dios mío, we had almost given up hope. As they reached the yard, two more figures appeared, a younger Mexican man from the bunkhouse and an older woman from the main house, her gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Miguel rushed forward to help Charlotte dismount, his manner deferential but warm. Welcome to Copper Creek, Señorita Langford. Your mother, she spoke of you often. Charlotte's legs nearly gave way as she slid from the mule's back, but she forced herself to stand straight despite her exhaustion. This moment, her arrival as the owner of Copper Creek Ranch, demanded dignity no matter how her body protested. Thank you, Mr. Ortega, she replied. I'm very pleased to finally meet you. My mother's journal mentioned you frequently. Miguel beamed at this information, then turned to Grayson with evident surprise. Cole. Did not expect to see you in these parts again. Grayson dismounted with his usual fluid grace. Just escorting Miss Langford. Won't be staying. The older woman approached, wiping her hands on a faded apron. Sarah Quinn, she introduced herself brusquely. Housekeeper. We weren't expecting company, much less the owner herself. I apologize for arriving unannounced, Charlotte said. Communication from Boston proved difficult. Sarah Quinn's shrewd eyes took in Charlotte's disheveled appearance, travel-worn clothing, and evident exhaustion. You look dead on your feet, girl. Miguel, show Mr. Cole where to put the animals. I'll get Miss Langford settled. I should check the property before dark, Charlotte protested, though her body screamed for rest. Property's been here for years, Sarah replied practically. It'll still be here in the morning. Food and rest first. As the housekeeper led her toward the main house, Charlotte glanced back at Grayson. He stood holding his horse's reins, watching her with an unreadable expression. Their journey together was ending, their business arrangement nearly complete. Why, then, did she feel such reluctance to see him ride away? Pushing aside the unsettling thought, Charlotte squared her shoulders and turned toward the adobe structure that would now be her home. Whatever challenges awaited, she would face them head-on. She had committed herself to this path, and there would be no turning back. The ranch yard lay bathed in the golden light of approaching sunset as Charlotte stood beside her mule, her legs still unsteady from the days-long ride. Miguel Ortega approached with careful steps, his weathered face a mixture of curiosity and cautious hope as he drew closer. He stopped abruptly, his dark eyes widening as he studied her features. Dios mío, he whispered, removing his battered hat. You have her eyes, señorita. Your mother's eyes exactly. Charlotte felt a sudden tightness in her throat. You knew my mother well. See, Miss Elizabeth, she was... Miguel paused, searching for the right words. Special, a fine lady who loved this land. He gestured encompassingly toward the ranch. We kept everything as best we could, waiting for word. Many months with no letters, no money. I only recently discovered the ranch's existence, Charlotte explained. My father kept certain matters from me. Understanding dawned in Miguel's eyes. Ah, Mr. Langford. He never cared for Copper Creek. Too far from Boston comforts, he said. The younger Mexican man approached, his manner more guarded. He couldn't have been more than 20, with quick, observant eyes that darted between Charlotte and Grayson. This is Tomas, Miguel introduced, my sister's son. Best vacuero on the property, though that's not saying much these days. His attempt at humor carried an edge of sadness. Tomas nodded respectfully to Charlotte, but kept a wary distance from Grayson, his posture tense, as though ready to move quickly if necessary. The two men clearly knew each other, though neither acknowledged it directly. You bring trouble again, Cole? Tomas asked finally, his English accented but clear. Grayson's expression remained impassive. Just escorting Miss Langford. I'll be gone by morning. Good, Tomas replied bluntly. We have enough problems. The awkward moment was interrupted by the approach of Sarah Quinn from the main house. The housekeeper's steel-gray hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her practical cotton dress had seen better days, though it was immaculately clean. Her sharp eyes assessed Charlotte with undisguised skepticism, taking in her city clothes and obvious exhaustion. So you're Elizabeth's girl, she stated, rather than asked, her no-nonsense tone making it clear she'd reserved judgment for now. Sarah Quinn, been keeping house here since before your mother's time. I'm pleased to meet you, Mrs. Quinn, Charlotte replied. I appreciate your loyalty to the property in my absence. Sarah's mouth twitched slightly. Miss Quinn, never married, and loyalty don't feed people, but we managed. She turned to Grayson with a nod of recognition. Cole, didn't expect to see you back in these parts. Passing through, he replied tersely. Charlotte glanced between them, noting another connection she didn't understand. How well did Grayson know Copper Creek and its people? He'd claimed mere familiarity with the territory, yet these interactions suggested a more complex history. Miguel cleared his throat. We should get Miss Langford settled. Tomas, take her bags to the house. I'll see to the animals. Charlotte straightened her spine, determined to establish her authority despite her bedraggled appearance. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Before we retire, I'd appreciate a brief assessment of the ranch's current situation. The three staff members exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Uncertainty, concern, and a distinct lack of confidence in their new Eastern mistress were plainly visible in their expressions. Perhaps that can wait until morning, Miguel suggested gently. After you've rested. I prefer to begin immediately, Charlotte insisted. Even a general overview would be helpful. Another silent exchange of glances occurred before Sarah sighed. Supper first. You look ready to collapse, and bad news is better heard on a full stomach. Charlotte reluctantly conceded the wisdom of this suggestion. Her body ached profoundly, and hunger gnawed at her despite the apprehension twisting her stomach. Very well, but afterward I want to know exactly what I've inherited. Sarah nodded tersely, then led the way toward the main house. Charlotte followed, aware of Grayson's steady gaze on her back. She turned slightly, catching his eye. Will you join us, Mr. Cole? A flash of something, reluctance, hesitation, crossed his features before he gave a single nod. For the meal. The main house revealed itself to be larger than it had appeared from the ridge. Built in the traditional Spanish style around a central courtyard, its thick adobe walls promised coolness despite the day's heat. Sarah led them through a heavy wooden door into a spacious entry hall with a high, beamed ceiling. Your mother's father built this place 40 years ago, Sarah explained, lighting an oil lamp as the interior dimmed with the setting sun. Solid construction. Adobe keeps cool in summer, warm in winter. Charlotte looked around with growing wonder. Despite a layer of dust and signs of minimal upkeep, the house retained an undeniable elegance. Mexican tiles lined the floor, their jewel tones still vibrant beneath the scuff marks of years. Hand-carved wooden furniture lined the walls, and woven tapestries in rich colors hung between shuttered windows. It's beautiful, Charlotte breathed, running her fingers over the smooth surface of a wooden sideboard. Your mother's taste, Sarah replied, leading them deeper into the house. She brought some pieces from Spain, commissioned others from local craftsmen. They passed through a formal dining room with a massive oak table that could seat 12, then into a library whose walls were lined with bookshelves. Charlotte paused, drawn to the leather-bound volumes. Many of the titles were in Spanish, but she recognized classics in English, French, and even German. She read in all those languages? Sarah noted, following Charlotte's gaze. Your mother was an educated woman. I had no idea. Charlotte murmured, touching the spine of a Shakespeare volume. How little she truly knew of her mother, whose life here had been kept so separate from her Boston existence. The tour continued through a comfortable sitting room with Mexican blankets draped over sturdy furniture, a smaller breakfast room overlooking the courtyard, and finally the kitchen, where Sarah had clearly been preparing a meal before their arrival. The ovens were wood-burning, the work tables scrubbed pine, and bunches of dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams. Sit, Sarah directed, pointing to the kitchen table. No sense using the dining room for 4 people. Charlotte sank gratefully into a chair, her legs finally surrendering to their exhaustion. Grayson remained standing in the doorway, his tall frame filling the space, his expression watchful. I'll fetch that report you wanted, Miguel said, disappearing briefly before returning with a leather ledger. As Sarah efficiently served a simple but hearty meal of beans, corn tortillas, and some kind of spiced meat stew, Miguel opened the ledger. Charlotte forced herself to eat slowly, despite her hunger, knowing she needed to project calm authority, regardless of what she was about to hear. The situation is challenging, Miguel began diplomatically. We have perhaps 200 head of cattle remaining, scattered across the property. Should be 800, but we've lost many to thieves, predators, and neglect. Charlotte maintained her composure despite the dismaying figures. And the hands? Just Tomas and me now, Miguel replied. We had 4 others last year, but they left when we couldn't pay wages. The Holloway Ranch offered steady money. Equipment? Miguel sighed. The wagon needs new wheels, one plow is broken beyond repair, and we're short on everything from rope to horseshoes. The barn roof leaks when it rains, though that's been rare lately with the drought. Charlotte nodded, absorbing each piece of bad news with outward calm, while her mind raced to calculate costs she could barely estimate. Water supply? Copper Creek still runs year-round from the mountain springs, Miguel answered, a note of pride entering his voice. One blessing your grandfather had the wisdom to secure. The water rights are solid, though Holloway has been pressing his boundaries on the west section. And finances? Charlotte asked the crucial question. What funds remain for operation? The silence that followed told her everything before Miguel even spoke. Nothing, señorita. The account in Silver Springs has been empty for months. We've been trading labor with neighboring ranches for supplies, hunting for meat when we can. I see. Charlotte set down her fork, her appetite vanishing. Sarah, who had been silently observing, spoke bluntly. None of us has been paid in over 2 months. We stayed because of loyalty to your mother's memory, but loyalty has its limits. Charlotte met the older woman's challenging gaze directly. I understand, Miss Quinn, your dedication won't be forgotten. Grayson shifted in the doorway, drawing their attention. Holloway will know she's here by tomorrow, he observed. Word travels fast. He'll be testing boundaries, seeing what she's made of. Miguel nodded grimly. He's been waiting for the ranch to fail completely. Offers to buy come regular, each one lower than the last. I have no intention of selling, Charlotte stated firmly. Sarah's skeptical expression spoke volumes. Good intentions don't buy supplies or pay wages, Ms. Langford. Charlotte recognized the crucial moment had arrived. These people needed immediate proof of her commitment, not just words. She removed her gloves and slowly twisted a gold ring from her right hand, a beautiful sapphire set with small diamonds that had been a gift from her father on her 18th birthday. Mr. Ortega, do you know someone in Silver Springs who would give a fair price for this? She asked, placing the ring on the table. Miguel's eyes widened at the clearly valuable piece. See, the jeweler, Mr. Goldstein. He is honest. Then please take this tomorrow and convert it to cash, Charlotte instructed. Use the funds to pay the back wages owed and purchase the most critical supplies. We'll make a complete list tonight. Sarah and Miguel exchanged startled glances, clearly not having expected such a decisive action from their new employer. "Ms. Langford, this is very generous, but," Miguel began. "It's not generosity, Mr. Ortega, it's necessity," Charlotte interrupted. "I can't rebuild this ranch without your expertise and labor. Consider it an investment in our mutual future." From the doorway, Grayson watched the exchange with an unreadable expression. When Charlotte glanced his way, she thought she detected a flicker of something like approval in his blue eyes, but it was gone so quickly, she couldn't be certain. "There's one more thing," Miguel said hesitantly. "The silver assay reports your mother commissioned. They showed promising deposits in the northern section, but developing a mine requires capital we don't have." Charlotte filed this information away. Potential wealth that couldn't be accessed without significant investment was no immediate help. "For now, we focus on the cattle operation. That's what my mother wanted for Copper Creek, and that's where we'll begin." Sarah rose to clear the dishes. "Your mother's room is prepared. Not much chance to air it properly, but the sheets are clean." "Thank you," Charlotte replied, suddenly aware of how bone-deep her exhaustion had become. The day's physical challenges, combined with the emotional weight of arrival, had drained her completely. "We'll talk more in the morning," she told Miguel. "Make a list of the most urgent needs." As she stood, her legs nearly betrayed her, but she managed to maintain her dignity. Grayson's watchful gaze missed nothing, however. "You pushed too hard today," he observed quietly as she passed him in the doorway. "Should have rested at the halfway point." "I needed to arrive," Charlotte replied simply. "Some discomfort is a small price to pay." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Discomfort. That's one word for it." Sarah led the way down a hallway to the east wing of the house, where a large bedroom awaited. Charlotte barely registered the details beyond noting a substantial bed with a colorful quilt and windows opening to the courtyard. Sarah lit the bedside lamp and turned down the covers with practiced efficiency. "Washstand has fresh water," she said. "Chamber pot under the bed. I'll wake you at dawn." "Work starts early here." "Thank you, Miss Quinn," Charlotte replied, "for everything." When the housekeeper had gone, Charlotte sank onto the edge of the bed, finally allowing her composed expression to crumble. The challenges before her seemed suddenly insurmountable. A failing ranch, no money, minimal staff, and her own complete lack of practical experience. What hubris had led her to believe she could manage such an enterprise? A soft knock interrupted her moment of doubt. Charlotte hastily straightened, brushing away the single tear that had escaped. "Yes?" Grayson stood in the doorway, his tall frame silhouetted against the hallway lamp. "I'll be leaving at first light," he said without preamble. "Wanted to collect the remainder of my fee." "Of course." Charlotte reached for her hidden money pouch, withdrawing the promised $5. Their transaction had somehow become secondary to everything else that had transpired since their arrival. Grayson accepted the coins, tucking them into his vest pocket. He seemed about to leave, then hesitated. "That was well handled," he said finally, "with the ring." Coming from him, this simple statement felt like high praise. "I couldn't risk losing them," Charlotte explained. "Good help is clearly scarce out here," Grayson nodded. "Ortega's one of the best. The old woman too, though she'll never show it. Keep 'em and you might actually have a chance." "You sound surprised." His blue eyes studied her with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see past all pretense. "Most Easterners who come out here are playing at ranching. First hardship sends them running back to civilization." "I'm not playing, Mr. Cole," Charlotte replied firmly. "No," he agreed after a moment. "I don't believe you are." He turned to leave, then added without looking back, "Holloway will be testing you soon. Don't show weakness. Out here, that's blood in the water." Before Charlotte could respond, he was gone, his boot steps fading down the hallway. She stared at the empty doorway, processing his warning. Tomorrow Grayson Cole would ride away, leaving her to face Vernon Holloway and the countless other challenges of Copper Creek alone. Charlotte moved to the window, pushing open the shutters to reveal a star-filled sky unlike anything she'd ever seen in Boston. The vastness of it was both terrifying and exhilarating, much like the path she had chosen for herself. "I won't fail, Mother," she whispered to the night. "Whatever it costs, I will make this place thrive again." With that promise hanging in the air, Charlotte turned to prepare for bed, knowing dawn would bring the true beginning of her new life as mistress of Copper Creek Ranch. Charlotte awoke to a persistent knocking at her bedroom door. She blinked in momentary confusion at the unfamiliar beamed ceiling above her, the events of yesterday flooding back as Sarah Quinn's voice called through the wood. "Miss Langford, there's a carriage coming up the drive." Charlotte sat up quickly, wincing as her saddle-sore muscles protested the sudden movement. "Who is it?" she called, pushing aside the colorful quilt. "Vernon Holloway," Sarah replied, her tone making clear her opinion of the visitor wasn't favorable. "The banker. And he don't make social calls without purpose." "Give me 5 minutes," Charlotte answered, already reaching for her clothing. She dressed as quickly as possible, grateful that she'd unpacked her blue poplin dress the night before. It was somewhat wrinkled, but presentable enough to receive a visitor. With practiced movements, she twisted her hair into a simple knot at the nape of her neck. There was no time for anything more elaborate without Beatrice's help, and Charlotte suspected appearances mattered far less here than in Boston society. A quick glance in the spotted mirror confirmed she looked reasonably presentable despite the hasty preparations. More importantly, she looked composed and in control. Exactly the impression she needed to make on this unexpected visitor. By the time Charlotte emerged onto the wide front porch, a sleek black carriage with matched gray horses had pulled up in the yard. The vehicle's polished perfection seemed almost obscene against the backdrop of the ranch's evident disrepair. A man in his late 40s was descending from the carriage, his expensive suit and gold watch chain marking him as someone of means. Vernon Holloway was heavy-set but carried himself with the confidence of a man accustomed to deference. His thinning brown hair was carefully arranged to disguise its retreat, and his florid complexion suggested he enjoyed fine living. When he spotted Charlotte, his face arranged itself into a smile that never reached his small, calculating eyes. "Miss Langford, I presume," he called, approaching the porch with his hat in hand. "Vernon Holloway, at your service, Silver Springs Bank and various business interests." He mounted the steps with surprising agility for a man of his bulk. "When word reached town that Elizabeth Langford's daughter had arrived to claim Copper Creek, I simply had to pay my respects." Charlotte extended her hand formally, maintaining a proper distance. "Mr. Holloway, you're up and about quite early for social calls." If he recognized her subtle rebuke, he didn't acknowledge it. Instead, he clasped her hand a moment longer than propriety dictated. "Early hours are essential in ranching country, my dear, as you'll discover if you remain with us." His emphasis on "if" was barely perceptible, but unmistakable. "Please, have a seat," Charlotte offered, gesturing to the wooden chairs arranged on the porch. "I can have Miss Quinn bring coffee if you'd like." "No need to trouble your housekeeper," Holloway replied, settling his substantial frame into a chair that creaked ominously beneath him. "I won't stay long. Merely wanted to welcome you to our little community and offer my assistance." Charlotte took the chair opposite him, arranging her skirts with deliberate calm. "That's very kind, though I've only just arrived. I'm still assessing the property's needs." Holloway's smile widened, revealing teeth stained from tobacco. Of course. Though I fear what you'll discover won't be encouraging." He leaned forward conspiratorially. "Your mother's sentimentality about this place led to some questionable business decisions. The ranch has been operating at a loss for years. You seem remarkably well informed about my family's private affairs, Mr. Holloway," Charlotte observed coolly. He waved a dismissive hand. "As the region's primary banker, I make it my business to understand the financial position of all significant properties. And I had great respect for your mother, despite our different approaches to land management." Charlotte doubted that very much, but maintained her composed expression. "I appreciate your concern, but I intend to restore Copper Creek to profitability." Holloway's eyebrows rose slightly. "An admirable ambition, my dear, but perhaps unrealistic. Ranching is a difficult business, even for those with experience and capital. I understand your situation in Boston has become complicated." At Charlotte's startled expression, he added smoothly, "News travels, even to our remote corner of the territory. The realization that this man somehow knew of her family's financial troubles and her broken engagement sent a chill through Charlotte. She kept her voice steady with effort. "My situation is quite straightforward, Mr. Holloway. I own this ranch and intend to operate it successfully." "Admirable spirit," he chuckled, though the sound held no genuine amusement. "But perhaps I can offer a more practical solution. I'd be willing to purchase Copper Creek for a fair price, say $5,000, enough to establish yourself comfortably elsewhere without the burdens of a failing enterprise. The sum was substantial, but Charlotte suspected it was far below the property's true value, especially if Miguel's mention of silver deposits proved accurate. I'm not interested in selling, Mr. Holloway, but thank you for your offer. A flicker of annoyance crossed his features before he mastered it. You might wish to reconsider, Ms. Langford. Ranching requires significant operational funds. Cattle must be purchased, hands hired and paid, equipment repaired. Without immediate capital investment, I fear Copper Creek will continue its decline. I'm well aware of the challenges, Charlotte replied, though in truth each item he mentioned represented a problem she had no immediate solution for. But this land has been in my mother's family for 2 generations. I won't be parting with it. Holloway's affable manner began to slip, revealing something harder beneath. Sentiment is a luxury few can afford in this territory, Miss Langford. There are practical realities to consider. Water rights, for instance. What about them? Charlotte asked, instantly alert to the change in his tone. The creek that gives this property its name flows through a narrow section of disputed territory, Holloway explained, examining his manicured nails. There have been questions about the survey lines in times of drought. Such disputes can become contentious. The threat was thinly veiled but clear enough. Charlotte maintained her composure with effort. My grandfather secured those water rights legally, Mr. Holloway. The documentation is quite thorough. Documentation can be interpreted various ways, he replied with a dismissive shrug, especially when financial pressures mount. I understand there are several outstanding debts against this property in Silver Springs. Before Charlotte could respond, the sound of boot steps on the wooden porch drew their attention. Grayson Cole appeared from around the corner of the house, his tall figure imposing even in the casual stance he adopted, leaning against a support post. His expression revealed nothing, but his eyes held a dangerous alertness as they fixed on Holloway. "Morning," he said simply. Holloway's reaction was immediate and revealing. His posture stiffened, and a flash of something very like fear crossed his features before he masked it with a forced smile. "Cole, didn't realize you were visiting Copper Creek." "Not visiting," Grayson replied, his tone deceptively mild. "Working. Ms. Langford hired me as foreman." This was news to Charlotte, who managed to conceal her surprise. She had assumed Grayson would be gone by now, as he'd indicated the previous night. Whatever game he was playing, however, clearly unsettled Holloway, which made her inclined to play along. "Mr. Cole has extensive experience with the territory," she added smoothly. "I'm fortunate to have secured his services." Holloway's complexion had darkened noticeably. Indeed, Cole's reputation precedes him. He stood abruptly, any pretense of friendly conversation abandoned. "I should be on my way. Banking hours, you understand?" "Of course." Charlotte rose as well, maintaining the polite fiction that this had been a normal social call. "Thank you for your welcome, Mr. Holloway." The banker replaced his hat, casting a wary glance at Grayson. "Consider my offer, Miss Langford. It won't remain open indefinitely. Copper Creek's value diminishes with each passing month." "I'll keep that in mind," Charlotte replied neutrally. Holloway descended the porch steps with considerably less grace than he had mounted them, his agitation evident in his hurried movements. Within minutes, his driver had turned the carriage around and they were heading back down the rutted drive, a cloud of dust marking their departure. When the carriage was out of sight, Charlotte turned to Grayson, one eyebrow raised questioningly. "Foreman?" The ghost of a smile touched his lips. Seemed like the right thing to say at the time. "I thought you were leaving this morning." Grayson's expression grew serious. "Changed my mind after seeing Holloway's carriage arrive. Man doesn't waste time." "He offered to buy the ranch?" Charlotte said. $5,000. Grayson snorted. "Property's worth 3 times that, even in its current condition. More if those silver deposits pan out." "He also made veiled threats about water rights and outstanding debts," Charlotte added. "Not surprised. It's his usual approach. Create problems, then offer to solve them by buying the land cheap." Grayson straightened from his casual pose. "He won't stop with this visit. Things will get more difficult." Charlotte studied him carefully. And that prompted your sudden interest in employment here? Yesterday you couldn't wait to be rid of me in this fool's errand. I don't like Holloway, Grayson replied simply. Man's been squeezing smaller ranchers out for years, manipulating water access, buying up foreclosed properties. Someone ought to stand against him. And that someone is me? Charlotte asked skeptically. You've got as good a claim as any, Grayson shrugged. Better than most, with the water rights your grandfather secured. Charlotte wasn't entirely convinced by his explanation. There seemed to be a personal element to the animosity between Grayson and Holloway that went beyond general principles. If I were to consider hiring you, she said carefully, what would your terms be? Room, board, $30 a month, he replied immediately. Standard foreman's wage. Charlotte tried not to wince at the figure. Even with the money from her ring, funds would be desperately tight. Yet, having seen Holloway's reaction to Grayson's presence, she recognized the potential value of keeping him on. $20 a month, she countered, with the understanding that funds are extremely limited until we can get the operation functioning again. Grayson considered this. 25, with a bonus when the first cattle drive brings in money. Agreed, Charlotte said. For 3 months initially, we'll reassess the arrangement then. Fair enough. He extended his hand to seal the deal. Charlotte placed her smaller hand in his calloused palm. His grip was firm but not overwhelming, enclosing her fingers with surprising warmth. Neither of them seemed in any hurry to break the contact, and Charlotte found herself acutely aware of the rough texture of his skin against hers, the strength evident in his fingers. When they finally released hands, a moment later than strict propriety would dictate, Charlotte felt a curious flutter in her stomach that she attributed to the morning's confrontation. Holloway mentioned debts in Silver Springs, she said, changing the subject. Do you know anything about them? Grayson nodded. Feed bills, mostly. Some equipment purchased on credit late last year. Nothing major individually, but it adds up. Holloway's likely bought up the notes, thinking to use them as leverage. He's thorough in his methods, Charlotte observed, and ruthless, Grayson added. But he's not the only one who can play that game. He glanced around the ranch yard with a calculating eye. I'll start with the fences on the western boundary. Holloway's been moving them inward for months, stealing grazing land a few feet at a time. Is that legal? Grayson's smile held no humor. Legal doesn't mean much out here, Miss Langford. Possession and strength matter more than paper claims. As he turned to leave, Charlotte called after him. Why are you really staying, Mr. Cole? He paused, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the morning light. Let's just say I have my reasons. Same as you. Without further explanation, he continued toward the barn, leaving Charlotte with more questions than answers. Night had fallen by the time Charlotte finally retired to her bedroom. The day had been a whirlwind of activity. Inventorying supplies, discussing urgent repairs with Miguel, planning menus with Sarah that would stretch their meager food stores. Her body still ached from yesterday's ride, but her mind was too active for sleep. She lit the bedside lamp and unpacked her carpet bag completely, finally removing her mother's journals from the hidden pocket where she'd secured them. Settling against the pillows, Charlotte opened the newer volume first, the one Beatrice had secretly preserved. The familiar handwriting brought an unexpected lump to her throat. Here was tangible evidence of her mother's thoughts, preserved across time and distance. April 2, 1871. The doctor insists this will be my final journey to Copper Creek. My lungs cannot bear the dry air, he claims, though I find the desert far more invigorating than Boston's damp chill. If these are to be my last months at the ranch, I am determined to secure its future. Arthur will never appreciate what this land means, to me, to my father before me, and someday perhaps to Charlotte. Miguel reports the northern section shows promising signs. The assay results confirm what father always suspected. Silver runs through those hills in veins that could sustain generations. Yet I hesitate to develop the mine. Copper Creek's true value has always been as ranch land. The water makes it precious beyond any mineral wealth. Agua es vida, as the vaqueros say. Water is life. Charlotte turned the pages carefully, reading her mother's observations about cattle breeds, grazing rotations, and seasonal weather patterns. Elizabeth Langford had clearly possessed a shrewd mind for ranch management despite her Eastern upbringing. Interspersed with practical notes were sketches of the landscape, buildings, and occasionally plants or animals that had caught her interest. The later entries grew more cryptic, with references Charlotte couldn't quite decipher. El Camino de Tres Cruces guards the secret. When shadows align at summer solstice, the Ancient One's path appears. Miguel's grandfather showed him, and now only Miguel remembers. I've marked the map, though not clearly enough for casual eyes. Should the water ever fail, there is agua escondida that never runs dry, even in the worst drought years. Charlotte studied the accompanying sketch, a crude map showing landmarks across the northern section of the property. 3 X marks were positioned in what appeared to be a triangular pattern with dotted lines connecting them. A faded inscription in Spanish had been added along one edge. Donde el águila mira, hacia el sol naciente, where the eagle looks toward the rising sun. Frowning, Charlotte compared this map to her memories of the landscape she'd ridden through yesterday. Nothing seemed to match exactly. The terrain had likely changed over the years, with erosion reshaping features her mother had used as reference points. She continued reading, finding entries that grew increasingly personal as her mother's health declined. I fear for Charlotte's future. Arthur would have her marry for business connections rather than affection, following the path society deems proper for young women. Yet, I've seen the spark in her. The same independence that drew me to this wild country. She has her father's head for figures and my love of beauty, a combination that could serve her well if she's ever permitted to develop her talents beyond what Boston society allows. Should circumstances ever bring her to Copper Creek, I pray she'll find the freedom here that I discovered too late in my own life. The land demands much, but gives more in return: strength, purpose, and the profound satisfaction of building something that might outlast oneself. Charlotte traced her mother's handwriting with a gentle finger, feeling an ache of loss for the woman she had never truly known. Elizabeth Langford had maintained 2 separate lives: the proper Boston wife her father demanded, and this other woman who rode across the Arizona desert, negotiated with ranch hands, and searched for hidden water sources. The final entry was dated just weeks before her mother's death. The journey home tomorrow will likely be my last long travel in this life. The consumption advances quickly now, though I hide its progress from Arthur and especially from Charlotte. My greatest regret is that I never brought my daughter to this place that has given me such joy. Perhaps someday she will discover it for herself and understand why it claimed such a piece of my heart. I've arranged matters so the ranch will pass directly to Charlotte upon my death, held in trust until she reaches 21. Arthur will object, but the legal documents are ironclad. Whether she ever claims this inheritance is beyond my control. But I've left the path open for her. Copper Creek has always been about more than cattle or silver. It's about possibility. The chance to become someone of your own making, beyond the constraints of Eastern society and others' expectations. This is my true legacy to my daughter, should she ever choose to claim it. Charlotte closed the journal, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. In death, her mother had given her not just property, but opportunity, the very freedom she now struggled to maintain against Holloway's machinations and the ranch's precarious finances. I understand now, she whispered to the empty room, and I won't surrender what you've given me. She placed the journal on her bedside table and extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, she felt a curious peace, despite the overwhelming challenges that awaited her tomorrow. Whatever her mother had hidden, water sources, silver deposits, or simply the key to living life on her own terms, Charlotte was determined to discover it. As sleep finally claimed her, the journal slipped from her loosening grip to rest against her chest. In her dreams, Charlotte walked the boundaries of Copper Creek beside a woman whose face she couldn't quite see, but whose presence felt achingly familiar. Together they followed a path marked by 3 crosses, toward a place where water bubbled from ancient stone and eagles soared against an endless blue sky. Chapter 4. The pounding on Charlotte's bedroom door dragged her from the depths of exhausted sleep. She burrowed deeper under the colorful quilt, certain it couldn't possibly be morning yet. "Ms. Langford?" Sarah Quinn's voice broke no argument. "Sun's nearly up. Time to start the day." Charlotte forced her eyes open, squinting at the faint gray light barely visible through her window shutters. "What time is it?" she called, her voice rough with sleep. "4:30, came the matter-of-fact reply. "Coffee's hot in the kitchen." 4:30? In Boston, Charlotte had never risen before 8, sometimes 9 if there were no morning social obligations. She sat up with a groan, every muscle protesting the previous day's exertions. The soreness from her long ride had settled deeper overnight, making even the simplest movements painful. "I'll be right there," she managed, swinging her legs over the side of the bed with a wince. She heard Sarah's footsteps retreating down the hallway as she contemplated the daunting task of dressing without assistance. In Boston, Beatrice had always been there to help with corsets, buttons, and hair arrangements. Here, Charlotte would have to manage alone. Her trunks had been delivered to her room yesterday, though she hadn't had time to properly unpack. She opened the larger one, surveying her Boston wardrobe with growing dismay. Silk visiting dresses, elaborate walking costumes, delicate evening gowns, all utterly impractical for ranch work. The few practical garments she'd packed now seemed laughably inappropriate. She finally selected her plainest skirt of sturdy brown wool and a shirtwaist with minimal ornamentation. Even these items were designed for Boston tea visits rather than physical labor, but they would have to suffice until she could procure more suitable clothing. The corset presented another dilemma. Charlotte had never dressed without one, propriety and posture having been drilled into her since childhood. Yet the restrictive garment would make physical work nearly impossible. After a moment's hesitation, she set it aside, feeling scandalously undressed as she donned her chemise and petticoat alone. When she entered the kitchen 15 minutes later, Sarah looked up from the stove with a critical eye. "That won't do at all," she declared, gesturing to Charlotte's ensemble with a wooden spoon. "You'll trip over that skirt the minute you set foot in the barn." Charlotte flushed. "It's the most practical clothing I have." Sarah sighed, setting down her spoon. "Wait here." She disappeared briefly, returning with a bundle of fabric. "These were your mother's," she explained, holding out a pair of split riding skirts and several simple cotton blouses. "She had them made for ranch work. Not fashionable, but serviceable." Charlotte accepted the garments with surprise. "My mother wore these?" "Elizabeth Langford was a practical woman when she was at Copper Creek," Sarah replied. "Go change. And leave that corset off. You'll thank me by midday." When Charlotte returned to her room and changed into her mother's clothing, she was startled by the transformation. The split skirt allowed freedom of movement she'd never experienced. The dark brown fabric, heavy enough to hang properly without excessive petticoats. The cotton blouse was plain but well made, with a simple collar and practical buttons down the front. She studied her reflection in the spotted mirror, hardly recognizing the woman who stared back. Without a corset, her posture relaxed naturally, and the practical garments gave her a completely different silhouette than her Boston attire. She looked capable, somehow, less ornamental and more purposeful. Her hair presented the next challenge. Charlotte attempted her usual arrangement but found it impossible without Beatrice's skilled assistance. After several frustrated attempts, she returned to the kitchen with her brush in hand. "I can't manage my hair properly," she admitted to Sarah, embarrassed by such a basic failure. The housekeeper eyed Charlotte's half-pin tresses with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. "Sit," she ordered, gesturing to a kitchen chair. "No time for fancy work anyway." Sarah's hands were quick and efficient as she brushed out Charlotte's auburn hair, then twisted it into a simple but secure knot at the nape of her neck. "Keep it tidy and out of your way," she advised, securing the arrangement with several sturdy pins. Out here, practical trumps fashionable every time. Charlotte touched the simple style, surprised by how comfortable it felt. "Thank you." "Eat," Sarah directed, placing a plate of beans, eggs, and cornbread before her. "You'll need your strength today." As Charlotte ate, she glanced through the kitchen window at the ranch yard beyond. The sky had lightened to pale gold, revealing a landscape already alive with activity. Miguel led a team of horses toward the barn, while Tomas carried water buckets toward the chicken coop. Her eyes were drawn to the corral, where Grayson Cole worked with a spirited bay gelding. Even from this distance, his expertise was evident in every movement. The horse responded to subtle cues, turning and stopping with increasing precision as Grayson guided it around the enclosure. "How long has he been awake?" Charlotte asked, watching his fluid movements with the horse. Cole? Sarah glanced out the window. Since before dawn, I'd wager. Man doesn't seem to need much sleep. Charlotte observed the easy way Grayson sat his horse, the confident set of his shoulders, the calm authority he projected even from a distance. Whatever his mysterious reasons for staying at Copper Creek, he clearly knew ranching. She finished her breakfast with renewed determination. Today she would begin proving herself, to her staff, to herself, and perhaps most importantly, to the taciturn foreman whose opinion suddenly mattered more than it should. The morning sun had barely cleared the eastern hills when Charlotte approached the corral. Grayson was dismounting from the bay gelding, his expression satisfied as he patted the animal's sweaty neck. "Good morning, Mr. Cole," Charlotte called, striving for a businesslike tone despite her nervousness. Grayson turned, his eyes taking in her changed appearance with a flicker of surprise that was quickly masked. "Ms. Langford, I'd like to begin my duties," she stated, lifting her chin. "What tasks would you suggest I start with?" A hint of skepticism crossed his features as his gaze traveled from her two clean boots to her smooth, uncalloused hands. "You ever mucked out a stall, mended fence, branded a calf?" Charlotte refused to be intimidated. "I have not, but I'm prepared to learn whatever is necessary." Grayson leaned against the corral fence, studying her with those unnerving blue eyes. "Book learning won't help much out here," he observed. "Ranching's in the doing, not the knowing." "Then show me what to do," Charlotte countered. "I didn't come all this way to sit in the house while others work my land." Something that might have been approval flickered across his face. "First things first. You need to learn to ride, properly. Can't run a ranch if you can't sit a horse." Charlotte nodded, though her muscles protested at the mere thought of returning to horseback so soon. "I can ride side saddle. Side saddle's fine for Sunday socials," Grayson replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Try it on these trails and you'll break your neck before sunset." He turned toward the barn, calling, "Tomas, bring out the sorrel mare for Miss Langford." As they waited, Grayson eyed Charlotte's split skirt. "Your mother's?" Charlotte nodded, surprised by his recognition. "Sarah gave them to me this morning." Elizabeth Langford was a quick study, he commented. Adapted to ranch life better than most Easterners. Before Charlotte could question how he knew this about her mother, Tomas appeared, leading a reddish-brown mare with a white blaze down her face. The horse looked gentle enough, with a calm eye and relaxed demeanor. "This is Mariposa," Tomas said, handing the reins to Grayson. "Good horse for learning. Steady." "Thank you," Charlotte replied, approaching the mare cautiously. The animal was larger up close than she'd initially thought, standing at least 15 hands. "We'll start with mounting," Grayson said. "Western saddle sits different than what you're used to. You'll straddle the horse properly, both legs down." Charlotte eyed the heavy leather saddle with its prominent horn. It bore little resemblance to the dainty side saddle she'd used in Boston's public gardens. "Left foot in the stirrup," Grayson demonstrated. "Grab the horn with your left hand, cantle with your right, then push up and swing your right leg over." It sounded simple enough when explained. Charlotte positioned herself beside the mare, placing her left foot in the stirrup as instructed. She grasped the saddle horn, took a deep breath, and attempted to hoist herself up. Her first try resulted in an ungraceful hop that left her dangling awkwardly from the stirrup, unable to generate enough momentum to swing her right leg over the horse's back. The mare shifted slightly, and Charlotte quickly lowered herself back to the ground, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Again," Grayson said simply, no judgment in his tone. "Push harder with your left leg." Charlotte's second attempt was no more successful. Her muscles, already sore from the previous day's journey, refused to cooperate. After a third failed attempt, she stepped back in frustration. "Perhaps I should try a mounting block," she suggested, looking around for something to stand on. "No blocks on the trail," Grayson replied. "You need to learn this properly." He moved behind her, his tall frame suddenly very close. "Try again," he instructed. "I'll help." Charlotte placed her foot in the stirrup once more, grasping the saddle horn. Before she could attempt to mount, Grayson's hand settled firmly at her waist. Her breath caught at the unexpected contact. "On 3, he said, his voice closer to her ear than she'd anticipated. 1, 2, 3. As Charlotte pushed upward, Grayson lifted, his strong hands easily supporting her weight as she swung her right leg over the mare's back. Suddenly, she was seated properly in the saddle, the unfamiliar feeling of having both legs straddling the horse momentarily disorienting. "There," Grayson said, stepping back. "Now adjust your position. Sit deep in the saddle, shoulders back, heels down." Charlotte shifted, following his instructions. The saddle felt enormous compared to her delicate side saddle at home, the leather creaking as she adjusted her seat. "Reins in your left hand," Grayson continued, handing her the leather straps. "Not too tight. Mariposa responds to light pressure." Charlotte took the reins, conscious of Grayson watching her every move with critical attention. His gaze was professional, assessing her position with the detached eye of an instructor, yet she couldn't help feeling uncomfortably aware of his scrutiny. "Walk her around the corral," he instructed. "Get the feel of moving with her." Charlotte gently pressed her heels against the mare's sides, and Mariposa obediently began a sedate walk around the enclosure. The motion felt entirely different from side saddle riding, more balanced and connected to the horse, though Charlotte still felt precarious without the security of the side saddle horn to steady her. "Relax," Grayson called. "You're stiff as a fence post. Move with the horse, not against her." Charlotte tried to loosen her rigid posture, allowing her hips to follow the mare's swaying gait. Gradually, she found a rhythm that felt less jarring, though still far from comfortable. "Better," Grayson approved after she'd completed several circuits. "Now try a trot." A trot? Charlotte hadn't managed to feel secure at a walk yet. Nevertheless, she squeezed her heels more firmly, and Mariposa immediately moved into a bouncing trot that sent Charlotte jolting in the saddle. She clutched the horn desperately, trying to remember Grayson's instructions about moving with the horse, as she was jarred painfully with each step. "Post to the trot," Grayson called. "Rise and sit with her rhythm." Charlotte tried to match her movements to the horse's stride, pushing up slightly from the saddle on every other beat as she'd been taught in her limited Boston riding lessons. After several uncomfortable minutes, she began to find the pattern, her movements gradually synchronizing with Mariposa. "Now turn her," Grayson instructed. "Neck rein, lay the rein against her neck in the direction you want to go." Charlotte attempted the maneuver but pulled too hard on the reins. Mariposa stopped abruptly, nearly sending Charlotte over her neck. She grabbed the saddle horn to steady herself, mortified by her clumsiness. "Lighter touch," Grayson advised, stepping into the corral. "She's responsive. Doesn't need much pressure." He approached and adjusted Charlotte's grip on the reins, his calloused fingers briefly covering hers to demonstrate the proper tension. The casual contact sent an unexpected warmth up her arm that had nothing to do with the morning sun. "Try again," he said, stepping back. For the next hour, Charlotte practiced walking, trotting, and turning under Grayson's watchful eye. Each time she began to master one skill, he would introduce another, stopping, backing, moving between gaits. By mid-morning, her muscles were screaming in protest, her back damp with perspiration beneath her mother's blouse. "That's enough for now," Grayson finally declared. "You'll be sore enough as it is." Charlotte was both relieved and disappointed by the reprieve. Despite the discomfort, she'd begun to enjoy the sense of accomplishment as she gradually improved under his instruction. "How did I do?" she asked, unable to keep the question to herself as he helped her dismount. His hands at her waist were firm yet careful as he lifted her down from the saddle. For a brief moment after her feet touched ground, his hands remained, steadying her as her legs threatened to buckle beneath her. "Not bad for a first lesson," he conceded, releasing her once she was stable. "You've got good balance. Need work on your cues and confidence, but that comes with practice." From Grayson, this measured assessment felt like high praise. Charlotte couldn't help the smile that spread across her face, despite her exhaustion and discomfort. "Tomorrow we'll try a longer ride," he continued, taking Mariposa's reins. "Need to show you the property boundaries, water sources, grazing areas." "I'd like that," Charlotte replied, meaning it despite knowing she would pay for today's exertions with even greater soreness tomorrow. Grayson nodded, then handed the reins to Tomas, who had been observing from the fence. "Cool her down," he instructed the younger man, who led Mariposa away toward the barn. Alone with Charlotte, Grayson's expression grew more serious. "You did well," he said quietly. "Most Easterners would have quit after the first fall." Charlotte straightened despite her aching muscles. "I didn't fall." A rare smile flickered across his features, transforming his stern face. "That's my point. You held on when most would have given up." The unexpected praise warmed Charlotte more than it should have. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, suddenly self-conscious under his steady gaze. "What's next?" she asked, eager to prove herself further. "Lunch," Grayson replied practically. "Then I'll show you how to mend a fence. Holloway's cattle have been pushing through the western boundary." Charlotte nodded, determined to master whatever task he set before her. As they walked side by side toward the house, she was acutely aware of his tall presence beside her, his stride deliberately shortened to match her own. Whatever his mysterious reasons for staying at Copper Creek, Charlotte was increasingly grateful for Grayson Cole's expertise and steadying presence. The challenges ahead remained daunting, but for the first time since arriving, she felt a glimmer of hope that she might actually succeed in restoring her mother's beloved ranch. Dawn the following morning found Charlotte already in the saddle, Mariposa's steady gait carrying her alongside Grayson as they set out to tour Copper Creek's boundaries. The previous day's riding lesson had left her muscles screaming in protest, but Charlotte had soaked in a hot bath the night before and risen before Sarah's knock, determined to prove her resilience. "We'll cover the northern section today," Grayson informed her, guiding his bay gelding at an easy walk. "Should take most of the morning to give you a proper understanding of the layout." Charlotte nodded, focusing on maintaining the correct posture he'd taught her yesterday. The split riding skirt gave her newfound freedom of movement, and she'd abandoned her corset entirely, despite lingering misgivings about propriety. Out here, practicality trumped Boston's social dictates. They rode in companionable silence as the ranch house receded behind them. The morning air carried the scent of sage and sun-warmed earth, surprisingly pleasant to Charlotte's eastern sensibilities. As they crested a gentle rise, the land opened before them, rolling terrain that stretched toward distant mountains shimmering in the early light. "Your eastern boundary," Grayson said, gesturing toward a line of wooden posts barely visible in the distance. "Natural ridge forms most of it. Good grazing land in the spring, though it dries out by midsummer." Charlotte studied the landscape, mentally comparing it to her mother's journal sketches. "Is that Silver Creek Ridge?" she asked, pointing toward a distinctive formation on the horizon. Grayson glanced at her with mild surprise. "Yes, your mother mentioned it in her journal?" "She sketched it," Charlotte replied, "along with many other landmarks, though I'm having trouble matching them to what I see now." "Land changes," Grayson explained. "Floods carve new paths, droughts reshape the soil. Your mother's last visit was, 5 years ago?" "Nearly 6, Charlotte corrected. A landscape can transform that much in so little time?" "Out here, yes." He guided his horse down a game trail that cut through a stand of juniper trees. "Desert's always changing, adapting. Those that survive do the same." They emerged from the trees onto a broad meadow, where scattered cattle grazed on sparse vegetation. Charlotte counted approximately 30 head, noting their lean condition and the Copper Creek brand visible on their flanks. "Herefords," Grayson explained. "Your mother started introducing them to the traditional longhorn stock. Better beef, though less hardy in drought conditions." "How many cattle should a property this size support?" Charlotte asked. "In good years, 800 to 1,000 head," he replied. "Right now, we're down to around 200, most scattered across the property in small groups like this." Charlotte did some quick mental calculations. At current market prices, that's barely enough to sustain basic operations, let alone generate profit. Grayson gave her an appraising look. "You know cattle prices?" "I studied the ledgers last night," Charlotte replied. "And I've been reading my mother's journal entries about market fluctuations. Silver Springs pays less per head than markets further east, but the cost of driving cattle to those markets often negates the price advantage." "Unless you have enough head to make the drive worthwhile," Grayson agreed, clearly reassessing her understanding of ranch economics. 300 is the minimum to justify the expense. Then rebuilding the herd is our first priority, Charlotte concluded. "Though that requires capital we don't currently have." Grayson nodded, guiding them toward a shallow valley where a natural spring created a small oasis of greenery. "Most ranches start with a loan against future profits, but with Holloway controlling the bank, We'll need to find alternative financing, Charlotte finished his thought. Or generate immediate income through other means. They dismounted by the spring, allowing the horses to drink. Charlotte retrieved her canteen, using the opportunity to study the surrounding terrain. The land held a stark beauty she was beginning to appreciate, rugged yet resilient, harsh but not without moments of surprising grace. My mother mentioned silver deposits in the northern section, she said, carefully watching Grayson's reaction. Could those be developed quickly enough to fund the cattle operation? Something flashed in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or wariness. Mining requires even more startup capital than ranching: equipment, laborers, transportation infrastructure, and Holloway would know about any official mining claim immediately. Charlotte absorbed this information, filing it away for future consideration. What about timber rights? The eastern ridge appears to have substantial pine growth. Grayson's eyebrows rose slightly. You've been studying that journal thoroughly. It's my only link to my mother's knowledge of this place, Charlotte replied simply. I'd be foolish not to learn from it. He remounted his horse, waiting as Charlotte did the same, with considerably more effort but less awkwardness than the previous day. Timber could bring in some income, he acknowledged as they continued riding, though getting it to market presents challenges without a proper wagon and team. They spent the next 2 hours traversing the northern boundaries of Copper Creek. Grayson proved to be a surprisingly thorough guide, pointing out seasonal water sources, optimal grazing meadows, and areas where predators frequently hunted. He explained cattle behavior with the ease of long experience, how they naturally followed terrain contours, preferred certain grasses, and required regular access to water, especially during calving season. Breeding cycle starts in spring, he explained as they rode through a protected valley. Bulls stay with the herd for about 3 months, calves come 9 months later, ideally when grass is new and plentiful. And roundup? Charlotte asked. Twice yearly, Grayson replied. Spring for branding new calves, fall for selecting stock for market. Takes a full crew, at least 8 hands for a herd our current size, more when the numbers increase. Charlotte pondered this information. We have you, Miguel, and Tomas. 5 more hands would strain our finances considerably. Neighboring ranches sometimes share labor for roundups, Grayson suggested. Trade work rather than wages, though given Copper Creek's current standing. He left the sentence unfinished, but Charlotte understood the implication. Their isolation was both geographical and social. Rebuilding would require overcoming both obstacles. They rode westward as the sun climbed higher, the heat intensifying despite the early hour. Charlotte had adopted the wide-brimmed hat Sarah had provided, grateful for its protection against the relentless sun. Though still uncomfortable in the saddle, she was adjusting to Mariposa's rhythms, finding a harmony of movement that reduced her discomfort. Is that Copper Creek itself? She asked as they approached a winding depression in the landscape that showed signs of previously holding water. A ribbon of slightly greener vegetation marked its path across the otherwise dry terrain. Grayson nodded, his expression darkening. What's left of it? Should be flowing this time of year, even with the dry winter we had. They crested a final ridge, and Charlotte drew Mariposa to a halt beside Grayson's gelding. Below them stretched a broad expanse of what should have been creek-fed pasture. Instead, the creek bed lay mostly dry, with only occasional stagnant pools marking what had once been a constant flow. What happened? She asked, though she already suspected the answer. Holloway, Grayson replied, the single word containing volumes of contempt. Built a dam upstream where the creek crosses his property, corner, diverts most of the water to his southern pastures. Is that legal? Charlotte's hands tightened on her reins. Water rights in the territory are complicated, Grayson explained. Your grandfather secured legal claim to Copper Creek's flow through his property, but enforcement is another matter. Local authorities won't challenge someone with Holloway's influence without irrefutable documentation. Which we have, Charlotte insisted. My mother's journal mentioned water rights papers in detail. Papers help, Grayson acknowledged. But out here, possession matters more. Holloway's dam exists, your creek runs dry. Changing that requires more than legal arguments. Charlotte studied the parched landscape below, understanding now why the cattle appeared so lean, why the ranch struggled to sustain itself. This wasn't merely neglect or mismanagement, it was deliberate sabotage, a calculated effort to devalue Copper Creek and force its sale. "He's trying to strangle the ranch slowly," she said, quiet fury building within her. "Make it worthless, then acquire it cheaply." Grayson nodded, watching her reaction carefully. "Standard strategy for land consolidation out here, though Holloway's been particularly thorough with Copper Creek." "Why?" Charlotte asked. "What makes this property so valuable to him specifically?" "Location, water rights, potential silver deposits." Grayson's eyes narrowed as he gazed across the landscape. "And personal grudges don't hurt either." "Against my mother?" A muscle tightened in Grayson's jaw. "Against several people connected to this property." Before Charlotte could press for clarification, he nudged his horse forward. "We should check the western boundary. Holloway's been moving fence lines inward when he thinks no one's watching." They rode along the creek bed, Charlotte's indignation growing as she witnessed the consequences of Holloway's water theft. Vegetation that should have been lush appeared stunted and struggling. Animal tracks around the remaining pools showed how wildlife concentrated at these last water sources, further straining the limited resource. As they approached the western property line, Charlotte noticed a rider in the distance, moving parallel to a fence line that separated Copper Creek from the neighboring ranch. "Heiress Donovan," Grayson identified the distant figure, "runs the Triple D to our northwest, another neighbor with boundary interests." They crossed a gentle slope toward the fence line, the rider noticing their approach and altering course to intercept them. As they drew closer, Charlotte observed a man in his 40s with a weathered face and the sturdy build of someone who worked his own land. His clothing was practical but of good quality, his horse well cared for. "Cole," Donovan called in greeting, his tone cautiously neutral. His gaze shifted to Charlotte with undisguised curiosity. "This must be Langford's daughter I've been hearing about." "Heiress Donovan, meet Charlotte Langford," Grayson introduced them. "Owner of Copper Creek Ranch." Donovan touched the brim of his hat in a perfunctory greeting. "Ma'am?" His assessing gaze made Charlotte feel like livestock being evaluated at auction. "News travels fast around here. Eastern lady coming to claim Elizabeth's old place has been the talk of Silver Springs." "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Donovan," Charlotte replied with the formal politeness her Boston upbringing had ingrained. "I hope we'll have good relations as neighbors." Donovan's mouth quirked in what might have been amusement. "Neighbors. Yes, well, that remains to be seen, doesn't it?" He glanced at Grayson. "Surprised to see you still around, Cole. Thought you were just passing through these parts." "Ms. Langford hired me as foreman," Grayson replied evenly. "Did she now?" Donovan's eyebrows rose. Interesting choice for an Eastern lady. The subtle emphasis on Eastern lady carried clear dismissal. Charlotte straightened in her saddle, refusing to show any reaction to the implied slight. "Mr. Cole knows the territory," she replied simply, "and Copper Creek's needs." Donovan's attention returned to Charlotte, his expression skeptical. "No offense intended, Miss Langford, but ranching isn't ladies' work, especially not for someone raised with Eastern comforts. This land breaks men regularly. It's no place for a woman alone." "My mother managed this property successfully for years," Charlotte countered. "Your mother visited occasionally with funds from Boston backing her," Donovan corrected. "Running it year-round is another matter entirely. There's a reason most women out here are wives, not ranch owners." Charlotte maintained her composed expression despite her growing irritation. "Perhaps that's precisely why I intend to succeed, Mr. Donovan, to demonstrate that such limitations are arbitrary rather than necessary." A flash of surprise crossed Donovan's features before he chuckled without humor. "Spirited, I'll give you that. Still, intentions aren't the same as capabilities." He gestured toward the fence line they'd been riding along. "Take this boundary dispute, for instance. Been trying to get your foreman Miguel to agree to a proper survey for months. Certain portions of this grazing land rightfully belong to Triple D." "I was unaware of any legitimate boundary disputes," Charlotte replied carefully. "Of course you weren't," Donovan said with false sympathy. "You've just arrived, which is why I was discussing a potential purchase with—" He stopped abruptly, glancing at Grayson before redirecting. "Let's just say there have been discussions about portions of Copper Creek changing hands. Any such discussions occurred without the property owner's knowledge or consent," Charlotte stated firmly, "and are therefore meaningless." Donovan shrugged. "Maybe so, but You might want to consider selling the northwestern section. Would resolve our boundary dispute cleanly, and the cash would help you get the main ranch back on its feet. His tone turned confidential. Between us, that's your best chance of making a go of it. Streamline operations, focus on the core property. Charlotte's back stiffened at his presumption. I have no intention of selling any portion of Copper Creek, Mr. Donovan, but I appreciate your concern for my financial well-being. The sarcasm in her final words wasn't lost on Donovan, whose expression hardened slightly. Most folks in town give you 2 months before you're heading back east, tail tucked between your legs. The optimistic ones, that is. There's a betting pool, Grayson explained, his voice neutral, though his eyes had grown cold, on how long you'll last before selling out. Indeed? Charlotte kept her voice level despite her shock at such blatant disrespect. And what are the current odds, Mr. Donovan? Shortest bet is 2 weeks, he replied without shame. Longest is 6 months, and that's considered wildly generous. No offense intended, ma'am. Just the reality of how things work out here. Reality is what we make it, Mr. Donovan, Charlotte replied, meeting his gaze directly. I suggest you prepare to lose your wager, whatever it might be. Something that might have been reluctant respect flickered across Donovan's features. Copper Creek's been declining for years. Even with coal here, you're fighting an uphill battle against elements, finances, and Holloway's machinations. I'm aware of the challenges, Charlotte assured him, and prepared to meet them. Donovan studied her a moment longer, then shrugged. Your funeral, Ms. Langford, but when you're ready to discuss selling that northwestern parcel, my offer stands. He touched his hat brim again. Good day to you. They watched as he rode away, following the fence line northward. When he was out of earshot, Charlotte released a slow breath, her composed facade slipping slightly. Is everyone in the territory so eager for my failure? She asked quietly. Not everyone, Grayson replied, just those with something to gain from it. He turned his horse back toward the ranch house. Donovan's opportunistic, but he's not your biggest problem. Unlike Holloway, he'll stick to legal methods to get what he wants. Charlotte guided Mary Posa alongside Grayson's gelding as they began the long ride back. He mentioned discussions about purchasing portions of the ranch. With whom? A muscle tightened in Grayson's jaw. Probably Holloway. They're not friends, but they do business when it suits them. They rode in silence for several minutes before Charlotte asked the question that had been bothering her since Donovan's revelation. Did you place a bet in this pool, Mr. Cole? Grayson's face remained impassive, his eyes fixed on the horizon ahead. No. Why not? You seemed certain enough of my failure when we first met. He glanced at her then, his blue eyes unreadable. Never been much for gambling on sure things. Charlotte's heart sank slightly at this apparent confirmation of his lack of faith in her. I see. You misunderstand, Grayson continued after a moment. The way you stood up to Holloway, then Donovan just now, those aren't the actions of someone who gives up easily. Charlotte studied his profile, trying to discern his meaning. You think I'll succeed? I think you'll fight harder than anyone's expecting, he replied carefully. Whether that's enough remains to be seen. It wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement, but coming from Grayson, it felt significant nonetheless. They continued riding, the sun now high overhead. Charlotte's body ached from the extended time in the saddle, but she refused to complain or ask for rest. Mr. Donovan mentioned you were just passing through these parts, she observed. Yet you seem quite familiar with local ranchers and their histories. Grayson's expression revealed nothing. I've worked most properties in the territory at one time or another. Including Copper Creek? Charlotte pressed. You recognized my mother's riding clothes immediately. He was silent for several strides before answering. I did some work here about 5 years back. Brief job. For my mother? Again, that slight tightening of his jaw. For the ranch, he corrected. Miguel hired me for a specific task. Charlotte sensed she was approaching territory Grayson preferred to avoid, yet her curiosity burned. What connection did he have to Copper Creek that made him abandon his drifting ways to help her now? Whatever his reasons, she was increasingly grateful for his presence and expertise. even as he remained an enigma. As they crested a rise that gave them a view of the ranch buildings in the distance, Charlotte made a silent promise to herself. She would prove the doubters wrong. Donovan, Holloway, and the entire betting pool in Silver Springs, Copper Creek would thrive again, not just as a legacy to her mother, but as proof that an Eastern lady could succeed against all expectations. The Northwest Territory had underestimated Charlotte Langford. Soon enough, they would recognize their mistake. The following weeks passed in a blur of aching muscles and new skills as Charlotte threw herself into ranch life with fierce determination. Each morning found her rising before dawn, dressed in her mother's practical clothing, ready to tackle whatever tasks the day presented. "Hold it tighter against the post," Grayson instructed as Charlotte struggled with a length of barbed wire along the western boundary. The sharp metal bit into her gloved hands as she pressed it against the weathered fence post while Grayson secured it with heavy staples. "Not so much give in the middle. Cattle will push right through if there's slack." Charlotte adjusted her grip, wincing as a barb pierced her glove and pricked her palm. She maintained her position without complaint as Grayson hammered the final staple home. The afternoon sun beat down mercilessly, her skin still unaccustomed to its intensity, despite the wide-brimmed hat she now wore daily. "How many more sections need replacing?" she asked, wiping sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Grayson surveyed the fence line stretching toward the horizon. "Another quarter-mile on this boundary. Holloway's cattle have been pushing through regularly." Charlotte nodded, lifting another coil of wire without being asked. Her arms trembled slightly with fatigue, but she ignored the sensation. 4 hours of fence mending had taught her more about determination than 22 years in Boston society. "You're getting faster," Grayson observed as they moved to the next broken section. The comment wasn't exactly praise, but from him, the simple acknowledgement of improvement felt significant. Days later, it was Tomas who took over her education, patiently demonstrating the basics of handling a lariat in the ranch yard. "Wider circle, señorita," he encouraged as Charlotte awkwardly swung the rope above her head. "Let it open naturally, feel the weight." Charlotte adjusted her grip, trying to mimic Tomas's fluid movements. The rope tangled hopelessly on her fourth attempt, collapsing around her shoulders in a discouraging heap. She sighed in frustration. "My mother could do this," she said, untangling herself. Tomas smiled encouragingly. "Miss Elizabeth practiced many hours, like everything worthwhile." He reset the rope in her hands. "Try again. Wider circle." By her 20th attempt, Charlotte managed to land the loop over the practice post. It wasn't pretty, nothing like the graceful, precise throws Tomas could execute, but it was progress. The young vaquero's grin was nearly as rewarding as her own sense of accomplishment. When Sarah fell ill with a persistent fever one Tuesday morning, Charlotte found herself pressed into kitchen duty despite her limited culinary experience. The housekeeper lay in her small room off the kitchen, reluctantly issuing instructions between bouts of coughing. "The beans need soaking overnight," Sarah rasped. "And don't let the cornbread dry out. Men won't eat it if it's too crumbly." Charlotte nodded, mentally cataloging instructions she'd never needed in Boston, where kitchen matters had been entirely the domain of hired staff. She measured coffee into the large pot with careful precision, stoked the wood stove to the proper temperature, and prepared a breakfast that, while not up to Sarah's standards, proved edible enough that the men refrained from comment. 3 days of cooking duty left her with a new appreciation for Sarah's skills and a small repertoire of basic dishes she could now prepare without supervision. The quiet pride in Sarah's nod upon her return to duty meant more to Charlotte than any Boston hostess's compliments ever had. The most challenging lesson came when Miguel summoned her to the barn one morning. A young calf lay in the straw, its breathing labored, eyes dull with obvious distress. "Bloat," Miguel explained, kneeling beside the suffering animal. "Ate too much fresh clover, too fast. Air gets trapped in the stomach." Charlotte knelt beside him, her skirt gathering straw and dirt. "Can we help it?" Miguel nodded grimly. "But you won't like the remedy." He removed a long rubber tube from his supplies. "We must release the pressure, like a stuck cork from a bottle." The procedure that followed tested Charlotte's resolve and stomach, as Miguel showed her how to insert the tube properly, releasing the trapped gas that had been slowly killing the calf. She followed his instructions despite her initial revulsion, holding the calf still and assisting as needed. When the animal's breathing eased, showing immediate improvement, the sense of accomplishment overshadowed any squeamishness. Miguel's approving nod carried the weight of genuine respect, not merely tolerance for the owner's daughter playing at ranch work. "You have good hands for this," he told her, gentle but firm, like your mother. Such moments accumulated, gradually transforming Charlotte in ways both visible and hidden. Her once soft hands became a map of her new life, blisters forming, breaking, and eventually hardening into calluses across her palms and fingers. Her complexion darkened beneath the relentless sun, the contrast between exposed skin and protected areas creating distinct lines at her collar and wrists. Each evening found her collapsing into bed, muscles burning with the satisfying ache of honest labor. She slept deeply now, no longer lying awake worrying about Boston gossip or social obligations. Her dreams were filled with practical concerns: fence lines, water sources, cattle prices, and occasionally unbidden images of piercing blue eyes watching her with that unreadable expression that was slowly shifting from skepticism to something else entirely. The evening sky was painted in spectacular oranges and purples as Charlotte examined the broken porch steps for what felt like the 100th time. The second and fourth steps had rotted through in places, creating a hazard that had nearly caused Sarah to fall that morning. With the men occupied repairing a crucial section of barn roof before an approaching storm, Charlotte had decided to tackle the steps herself. She knelt on the porch, assessing the damage with a critical eye. The task seemed straightforward enough: remove the broken boards and replace them with new ones from the lumber pile behind the barn. Charlotte had gathered the necessary tools: hammer, nails, pry bar, and a saw that felt awkwardly large in her hands. Working the pry bar beneath the edge of the rotted second step, she leveraged her weight against it. The board creaked in protest but refused to give. Charlotte adjusted her position and tried again, straining against the stubborn wood. "You need to work it from both ends," came Grayson's deep voice from behind her. Charlotte started, nearly losing her balance. She hadn't heard him approach, yet there he stood at the bottom of the steps, watching her with that inscrutable expression. The fading sunlight cast his features in sharp relief, emphasizing the strong line of his jaw beneath several days' growth of beard. "I thought you were helping Miguel with the barn roof," she said, brushing hair from her face. Finished. He mounted the steps, careful to avoid the broken boards. "Thought I'd check if Sarah needed help with dinner. Didn't expect to find the owner doing carpenter work." Charlotte straightened, oddly defensive. "The steps need fixing. Everyone else was occupied." Grayson studied the pry bar in her hands, then the partially loosened board. Something that might have been approval flickered across his features. "You're not wrong about that." He held out his hand. "May I?" Charlotte surrendered the tool, watching as he effortlessly wedged it beneath the board and applied pressure at precisely the right angle. The rotted wood came free with a protesting groan of rusty nails. "Like that," he said, handing the pry bar back to her. "Try the other one." Rather than taking over, Grayson stood back, allowing Charlotte to remove the fourth step herself. It came easier this time as she applied his technique, satisfaction flowing through her when the board pulled free. "I brought replacement lumber," she said, gesturing to the new boards she'd selected earlier. "Though I'm not certain of the proper length," Grayson examined her choices, nodding with apparent approval. "These will work. We'll need to cut them to size." Charlotte noted his use of "we" rather than an offer to complete the task for her. She followed him to the edge of the porch where he showed her how to measure and mark the boards properly. "Hold this end," he instructed, positioning the saw against his pencil mark. "Steady." Together they cut the first board, Grayson guiding the saw while Charlotte held the lumber firm. The physical proximity required for the task brought him close enough that she could detect the scent of sun-warmed cotton and saddle leather that clung to his clothing. As they worked on the second board, Charlotte ventured a question. "Where did you learn carpentry, Mr. Cole?" Grayson continued sawing, his movements smooth and practiced. "My father was a wheelwright before the war. Taught me woodworking basics when I was young." This small, personal detail, the first he'd voluntarily shared, felt like a victory of sorts. "In Tennessee? You mentioned once you were from there originally." His rhythm faltered slightly before resuming. "East Tennessee, small town called Cedar Ridge. Nothing there now." The finality in his tone discouraged further questions about his hometown. They finished cutting the second board in silence, then carried both to the steps. Nails go in at an angle, Grayson demonstrated, driving the first one with 2 precise strikes of the hammer. Holds better that way. Charlotte attempted to copy his technique, struggling initially with the unfamiliar motion. Her first nail bent sideways, requiring removal and a second attempt. Like this, Grayson said, moving behind her. His hand closed over hers on the hammer, adjusting her grip slightly. Follow through with your wrist. The casual contact sent an unexpected warmth up Charlotte's arm that had nothing to do with the physical exertion. She focused intently on the nail, acutely conscious of his tall frame positioned just behind her shoulder. The next nail went in perfectly straight under their combined guidance. Grayson stepped back, allowing Charlotte to continue while he secured the opposite end of the board. They worked in companionable silence for several minutes, the rhythmic sound of hammering punctuated only by the distant call of night birds as twilight deepened around them. "My mother wrote about repairing these same steps," Charlotte said as they began work on the second replacement board. "In her journal, she mentioned something about the wood coming from cottonwoods that grew along the creek." Grayson nodded. "Good lumber, strong. There's a stand of them about a mile downstream, or there was, before Holloway's dam reduced the water flow." She loved this place, Charlotte continued, finding it easier to speak of personal matters while their hands remained busy with practical tasks. "I never understood why until coming here myself. In Boston, she always seemed contained, proper. Her journal reveals someone entirely different. The territory changes people," Grayson observed. "Strips away pretenses. Out here, you're measured by what you can do, not who your family is or how you take your tea." Charlotte smiled slightly at his accurate assessment of Boston society's priorities. "Is that why you stayed after the war? The freedom of fewer social constraints?" Something darkened in Grayson's expression. "Partly," he admitted after a pause. "Some men couldn't go home after what they'd seen." Done. The West offered space, distance. Charlotte suspected he counted himself among those men, though he hadn't said so explicitly. She drove another nail, considering her next words carefully. "I have dreams for Copper Creek," she said, changing the subject to safer ground. "Not just restoring what was, but building something new. The water rights are crucial, of course, but beyond that, I've been thinking about selective breeding to improve the herd quality, perhaps even experimenting with different grazing methods." Grayson's hand stilled momentarily on his work. "Ambitious plans? Impractical, you think?" Charlotte asked, unable to keep a defensive note from her voice. "Unexpected," he corrected. "Most Easterners who venture west are playing at ranching, not thinking beyond basic survival." "I'm not playing," Charlotte replied, echoing words she'd spoken to him before. "No," he agreed quietly. "You're not." They finished securing the second step just as the first heavy droplets of rain began to fall, pattering against the porch roof overhead. Charlotte looked up at the rapidly darkening sky with a frown. "Perfect timing," Grayson commented, gathering the tools. "That storm's moving in faster than expected." A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the landscape, followed almost immediately by a crack of thunder that rattled the windows. The scattered raindrops quickly intensified into a downpour, sheets of water obscuring the view beyond the porch railing. "We should get inside," Charlotte suggested, shivering slightly as the temperature dropped with the rain's arrival. They retreated into the main house, Charlotte leading the way to the library, where she lit an oil lamp against the gathering darkness. Rain lashed against the windows, creating a cozy sense of enclosure within the thick adobe walls. "While we're waiting out the storm," Charlotte said, surveying the room, "perhaps we could repair that bookshelf." She gestured toward a listing shelf near the window. "The books are in danger of sliding off." Grayson raised an eyebrow, but didn't object, following her to examine the damaged furniture. The problem was readily apparent. 2 mounting brackets had pulled loose from the wall, allowing the shelf to tilt precariously. "Should be a simple fix," he assessed, kneeling to examine the brackets. "Need smaller screws, though. These have stripped the wood." Charlotte retrieved the household toolbox from a storage closet, bringing it to where Grayson waited. They knelt side by side before the bookshelf, the lamplight casting a warm glow over their work area. The rain's steady drumming created a soothing backdrop as Charlotte held the shelf level while Grayson repositioned the first bracket. "My mother collected most of these books," Charlotte said, glancing at the volumes they'd carefully removed to a nearby table. "Many in languages I can't even read." "Your mother was well educated," Grayson commented, selecting a screw from the toolbox. "Respected for her mind as much as her status." "You speak as though you knew her personally," Charlotte observed, watching his face carefully. Grayson remained focused on securing the bracket. "Reputation, mostly. People talked about Elizabeth Langford. Not many Eastern women earn genuine respect out here." "Yet you seem unsurprised that I might," Charlotte said. His blue eyes flickered to hers briefly. Her daughter. The simple statement contained more acknowledgement of her capabilities than any elaborate compliment might have. Charlotte felt warmth bloom in her chest at the quiet vote of confidence. They worked in companionable silence for several minutes, the bookshelf gradually becoming secure once more as Grayson replaced both brackets with smaller, tighter screws. The task required them to work in close proximity, their shoulders occasionally brushing as they shifted positions. Charlotte found herself acutely aware of each casual contact, the brief touch of his hand as she passed him tools, the warmth radiating from his body in the narrow space between bookshelf and wall. The library seemed to grow smaller as they worked, the lamplight creating an intimate circle that contained just the two of them. As Charlotte reached for a screwdriver at the same moment Grayson did, their hands collided, fingers brushing against each other. The contact was brief but electric, sending an unexpected jolt up Charlotte's arm. She glanced up, finding Grayson's blue eyes fixed on hers, his expression unreadable in the shadowed light. For one breathless moment, neither moved, the simple touch somehow transformed into something profoundly different. Charlotte felt herself leaning imperceptibly closer, drawn by something she couldn't name but felt with unsettling clarity. Grayson broke the tension first, abruptly withdrawing his hand and sitting back on his heels. "That should hold now," he said, his voice sounding oddly strained. He began replacing the books on the newly secured shelf, his movements methodical but slightly hurried. Charlotte tried to gather her scattered composure, confused by both the intensity of her reaction and Grayson's sudden withdrawal. Had she imagined the moment between them? Perhaps she had misread ordinary physical proximity as something more significant. They completed restoring the books in silence, the earlier easy conversation replaced by an awkward tension neither seemed willing to acknowledge. When the final volume was in place, Grayson rose quickly to his feet. "Storm's passing," he observed, glancing toward the window, where the rain had indeed lightened considerably. "I should check if the barn roof repair held." "Of course," Charlotte replied, standing as well. "Thank you for your help with the steps and the bookshelf." Grayson nodded, already moving toward the door. "You've got a good eye for what needs fixing," he said, pausing briefly at the threshold, "and the determination to see it through. Your mother would be proud." Before Charlotte could respond to this unexpected compliment, he was gone, his footsteps receding down the hallway toward the back door. She remained in the library, listening to the diminishing rain, trying to understand what had just transpired between them. Whatever connection had momentarily flared in that shared touch clearly made Grayson uncomfortable enough to flee its implications. Yet his parting words suggested growing respect, perhaps even admiration. Charlotte ran her fingers along the now steady bookshelf, considering the contradictions of the man who had become so central to her hopes for Copper Creek. Grayson Cole remained an enigma, revealing himself in small, carefully measured increments while maintaining walls that seemed impenetrable. As she extinguished the lamp and prepared to retire for the night, Charlotte acknowledged to herself that her interest in understanding her foreman had evolved beyond practical necessity. When exactly her curiosity had transformed into something warmer and more personal, she couldn't say. What troubled her more was the growing suspicion that Grayson knew far more about Copper Creek and perhaps about her mother than he had yet revealed. Chapter 5. Charlotte lit the oil lamp in the small ranch office, settling into the scarred wooden chair behind her mother's desk. Dawn was still an hour away, but sleep had proven elusive as her mind worked through the ranch's financial predicament. Rather than lying awake, she had decided to put the quiet hours to productive use. The office occupied a corner room of the main house, its windows offering views of both the front approach and the ranch yard. Elizabeth Langford's presence lingered here more strongly than anywhere else at Copper Creek, in the precisely arranged bookshelves, the carefully labeled map drawers, even the pattern of the faded rug beneath the desk. Charlotte spread the ranch ledgers before her, their disorganized state a testament to the property's decline since her mother's death. Miguel had maintained basic records of cattle counts and essential expenses, but the comprehensive financial tracking Elizabeth had established had gradually fallen into disarray. The sound of boots in the hallway drew Charlotte's attention as Miguel appeared in the doorway, surprise evident on his weathered face. "Señorita, you are up very early," he observed, a steaming coffee cup in his hand. "I saw the light and thought perhaps Señor Cole was working." "I hope I didn't disturb you," Charlotte said, gesturing to the chair opposite her desk. "Actually, your arrival is fortunate. I have questions about these records that only you can answer." Miguel entered, placing the coffee before her with a small smile. "I made enough for two. Sarah will not be pleased I used her kitchen, but—" He shrugged good-naturedly. Some rules must bend when work calls. "Thank you." Charlotte sipped the strong brew gratefully. "I've been reviewing what financial records remain, but there are significant gaps in the information." Miguel nodded, settling into the chair with a weary sigh that spoke of years carrying burdens beyond his official duties. "After your mother's passing, I maintained what records I could. Numbers were never my strength, and with no funds for a proper bookkeeper—" "You did remarkably well under the circumstances," Charlotte assured him. "I'm trying to understand the ranch's operations before its decline. My mother's journals mention regular cattle sales to various markets, but the specifics aren't clear." For the next hour, Miguel filled in the missing pieces of Copper Creek's operational history. He explained the traditional cattle sales patterns: twice-yearly drives to larger markets in Tucson, occasional contracts with military forts, and specialty arrangements Elizabeth had cultivated with select buyers who valued the ranch's reputation for quality. "Your mother was particular about breeding," Miguel recalled, his eyes distant with memory. "She would not sell inferior stock, even when money was short." The Copper Creek brand meant something in the territory. Charlotte made notes as Miguel spoke, her Boston business education providing a framework for organizing the scattered information into a coherent picture. A pattern gradually emerged from the jumble of facts, one that suggested a potential opportunity. "These small mining settlements," Charlotte said, indicating several marked on a territorial map spread across the desk. "Silver Peak, Mineral Springs, Oro Blanco. How do they obtain their beef supply?" Miguel considered the question. "Mostly from suppliers in Tucson or buyers who acquire from larger ranches and resell at premium prices. The settlements are too small to attract direct business from major cattle operations. Yet collectively, they represent a significant market," Charlotte observed, tallying population figures from her notes. "And they're all within a 2-day drive from Copper Creek." "See, but they purchase in small quantities, 10, 20 head at most," Miguel replied. "Large ranchers consider such deals not worth the effort." Charlotte's eyes brightened as the pieces connected in her mind, "which creates our opportunity. Our herd may be too small for the major markets, but it's perfect for these overlooked settlements." Miguel's expression remained doubtful. "Perhaps, but establishing new business relationships takes time and reputation, and our cattle are scattered across the property, many gone half wild from neglect." "Then we begin with a demonstration," Charlotte said, her excitement building as the plan took shape. "We round up enough cattle for a single delivery, establish the quality of our stock, and negotiate ongoing arrangements." She pulled a fresh sheet of paper toward her, rapidly calculating figures, costs, manpower requirements, potential profits. The numbers were tight but promising. With their limited herd, they couldn't compete directly with larger ranches in traditional markets, but these overlooked settlements represented a niche they could fill profitably. By the time the first rays of sunlight filtered through the office windows, Charlotte had drafted a comprehensive business plan. Miguel watched her work with growing interest, occasionally offering practical insights that helped refine her calculations. "It could work," he acknowledged finally, studying the neat columns of figures. "But you will need to convince Señor Cole. The roundup alone will be challenging with only the 3 of us." 4, Charlotte corrected firmly. I'll participate as well. Miguel's eyebrows rose slightly, but he did not argue. In the weeks since her arrival, he had witnessed enough of her determination to know debate would be futile. Breakfast at Copper Creek had developed its own rhythm in the weeks since Charlotte's arrival. Sarah served the meal precisely at 6:30 each morning, allowing the men to begin outdoor work with the first light, while providing Charlotte time to complete household management tasks before joining them. This morning, however, Charlotte arrived at the table with her carefully prepared business plan, rather than her usual list of domestic priorities. Grayson and Tomas were already seated, discussing the day's fence repair schedule as Sarah served generous portions of beans, eggs, and cornbread. "Good morning," Charlotte greeted them, taking her usual place at the head of the table. The position had felt presumptuous in her first days at the ranch, but she now recognized the importance of visibly assuming her role as owner. Grayson nodded in acknowledgement, his blue eyes briefly noting the papers she placed beside her plate before returning to his breakfast. In the weeks since their awkward moment in the library, he had maintained a carefully professional distance, their interactions focused exclusively on ranch operations. When everyone had been served, Charlotte cleared her throat. "I'd like to discuss a business proposition." Grayson looked up, his expression revealing nothing. "What kind of proposition?" "A targeted approach to cattle sales," Charlotte replied, passing him the top sheet of her calculation. "I believe I've identified a market opportunity that suits our current limitations." As Grayson reviewed her figures, Charlotte outlined her plan for the others. The mining settlements within a 2-day radius collectively need approximately 60 head of cattle monthly. Currently, they're supplied by middlemen charging premium prices for beef driven in from distant ranches. Those settlements are too small for most ranchers to bother with direct sales, Grayson observed, still studying her calculations. "Precisely," Charlotte responded eagerly. "Their size makes them unattractive to large operations, but perfect for us. We can offer fresher beef at competitive prices by eliminating the middlemen and focusing exclusively on these markets." Tomas frowned slightly. "Our cattle are scattered all over the property. Many haven't seen a human in months." "Which is why we need to conduct a roundup," Charlotte acknowledged. "A limited one, focused on gathering 25 to 30 head for an initial delivery to Silver Peak. Their current supply agreement ends next week, creating an immediate opportunity." "A roundup requires manpower," Grayson said, his tone measured. "At minimum, 6 experienced hands for even a small operation. We have 3, counting Tomas and Miguel." "4," Charlotte corrected firmly. "I'll participate as well." Grayson's eyebrow rose skeptically. "You've had exactly 3 riding lessons and 1 attempt with a lasso that nearly strangled you." Charlotte felt heat rise in her cheeks at the reminder of that particular humiliation, but held her ground. "I'm not suggesting I'll be as effective as the rest of you, but I can certainly help drive gathered cattle and provide an extra pair of eyes." "Even with 4, it's risky," Grayson countered. "Cattle that have gone semi-wild are unpredictable, dangerous." "We could focus on the southern pasture first," Miguel suggested thoughtfully. "Those cattle have remained closer to the water sources and are less skittish. And the creek crossing is manageable there," Tomas added, warming to the idea. "If we position correctly, we could funnel them toward the holding corral with minimal risk of scattering." Charlotte watched as the practical considerations were debated, encouraged that the men were engaging with the plan rather than dismissing it outright. Grayson remained the most skeptical, but even he was now discussing specific challenges rather than rejecting the concept entirely. "Your figures assume we can deliver 25 head at current market prices," he said, tapping the paper before him. "But establishing a new relationship may require offering a discount to compete with established suppliers." "I've built in a 10% margin for negotiation," Charlotte replied promptly. "Even with that reduction, the profit would fund essential repairs and potentially allow us to hire 1 additional hand for the next, larger roundup." Sarah, who had been silently observing the discussion while serving second helpings of coffee, finally spoke. "The girl's done her homework, Cole. More than can be said for most owners who've never seen the business end of a branding iron." Something that might have been approval flickered across Grayson's features before he returned to the practical obstacles. "Timing is tight. 3 days to locate and gather suitable cattle, 1 day to sort and prepare them, 2 days to drive to Silver Peak. That's assuming everything goes perfectly." "When does anything go perfectly in ranching?" Miguel chuckled. But it is possible with hard work and a bit of luck. The alternative is continuing as we are, Charlotte pointed out quietly, watching the ranch decline further while we lack funds for essential improvements. A weighted silence fell over the table as each person contemplated this stark reality. Copper Creek's situation was precarious, and traditional solutions, bank loans or large cattle drives, were simply not viable with their limited resources. Finally, Grayson set the paper down with a sigh that wasn't quite resignation. We start tomorrow at first light. Today, we'll repair the holding corral and prepare supplies for the roundup. The decision, delivered in his characteristically understated manner, sent a surge of triumph through Charlotte. This was her first real initiative as owner, not merely maintaining what existed, but charting a new direction that might save the ranch. "Thank you," she said, meeting Grayson's gaze directly. "I know it's a risk." "Calculated risk," he corrected, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "Your mother would have appreciated the strategy. She had a similar eye for overlooked opportunities." The unexpected comparison to Elizabeth warmed Charlotte more deeply than the reference to her business acumen. She had been striving to prove herself capable since arriving at Copper Creek, yet somehow Grayson's quiet acknowledgement meant more than any effusive praise might have. As the men rose to begin their day's work, Charlotte gathered her papers with renewed determination. The plan was sound, but its execution would require every bit of skill and endurance she could muster. She had convinced them to try her approach. Now she needed to prove she could contribute meaningfully to its implementation. Sarah remained at the table after the others had departed, her shrewd eyes studying Charlotte thoughtfully. "What?" Charlotte asked, self-conscious under the housekeeper's penetrating gaze. "Just noticing changes," Sarah replied cryptically. "In you, in him." "Mr. Cole, you mean?" Charlotte tried to keep her tone casual. "He's simply recognizing that I have some useful ideas to contribute." Sarah's knowing smile suggested she wasn't fooled by the deliberately neutral response. "Cole doesn't change his mind easily. Fact that he's backing your plan means something." "It means the plan has merit," Charlotte insisted, gathering the last of her papers to avoid meeting Sarah's too perceptive eyes. "That too," Sarah agreed, rising to clear the dishes. "But I've been watching people long enough to recognize when respect starts shifting toward something more complicated." "I'm not sure what you're implying," Charlotte said stiffly, though warmth crept up her neck. Sarah merely shrugged, her expression knowing. Nothing that needs saying aloud. "Just remember that out here folks watch actions more than words, and that man's actions have been speaking volumes since you arrived." Before Charlotte could formulate a response, Sarah had disappeared into the kitchen with her stack of dishes. Charlotte remained at the table a moment longer, Sarah's observations adding another layer of complexity to her already tumultuous thoughts. The roundup would be physically demanding and potentially dangerous, an opportunity to prove her commitment to Copper Creek beyond paperwork and calculations. Success would establish credibility with potential buyers and, perhaps more importantly, with her own small crew. As Charlotte left the dining room to prepare for the day ahead, she firmly redirected her thoughts from Grayson Cole's complicated signals to the practical challenges before them. The ranch's future depended on this venture succeeding. Personal entanglements, whatever their nature, would have to wait. Charlotte straightened her spine as she guided Mariposa down the main street of Silver Springs. The dusty thoroughfare was lined with false-fronted wooden buildings, their weathered exteriors proclaiming the town's quick growth and frontier pragmatism. She had chosen to make this journey alone, despite Grayson's obvious disapproval. If she was to establish herself as the owner of Copper Creek Ranch, she needed to represent her own interests, not hide behind her foreman. She had dressed with careful consideration, her blue riding skirt and crisp white shirtwaist striking a balance between Eastern respectability and Western practicality. Her mother's worn leather saddlebags contained meticulously prepared documents detailing her beef supply proposal, along with samples of the ranch records that demonstrated Copper Creek's historical reputation for quality. The stares began the moment she rode into town. Men paused in their conversations, turning to watch her progress with undisguised curiosity. Women on the boardwalk whispered behind gloved hands, their expressions ranging from disapproval to fascination. Charlotte maintained her composed expression, though inwardly she felt each gaze like a physical touch. She reined Mariposa to a halt before Harmon's general store, securing the mare to the hitching post with the knot Grayson had taught her. The store occupied one of the larger buildings on the street, its windows displaying an eclectic assortment of household goods, tools, and clothing. According to Miguel, Abel Harmon served as an unofficial spokesman for the small mining settlements in their purchasing arrangements. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte mounted the wooden steps to the boardwalk and pushed open the shop door. A bell jingled above her head, announcing her arrival to the half-dozen patrons browsing the crowded shelves. Conversation stilled as heads turned in her direction. "Good morning," Charlotte greeted the stout, bearded man behind the counter, whom she assumed must be Abel Harmon himself. "I'm Charlotte Langford, owner of Copper Creek Ranch. I was hoping to speak with you regarding a business proposition." Harmon's bushy eyebrows rose, his initial surprise giving way to thinly veiled skepticism. "Langford, you say? Elizabeth's girl?" "Yes," Charlotte confirmed, approaching the counter with measured steps. "I've recently taken ownership of my mother's property." "Heard rumors to that effect," Harmon nodded, his gaze assessing. "Though most folks figured you'd sell out to Holloway quick enough." Charlotte smiled politely, refusing to be baited. "Mr. Harmon, I understand you coordinate supply arrangements for several mining settlements in the region." "I facilitate certain transactions," he allowed cautiously, "among other services." "Excellent. Then you're precisely who I need to speak with." Charlotte removed her proposal from the saddlebag and placed it on the counter. "I'd like to discuss providing beef directly to Silver Peak and potentially other settlements." Harmon made no move to examine the documents. "Got arrangements already. Parker's outfit from south of Tucson handles most of the territorial contract." "At considerable markup," Charlotte observed, "given the transport distance." A flicker of interest crossed Harmon's face before he masked it. "Parker's reliable. Been supplying the settlements for 3 years without issue. Copper Creek can offer comparable quality at lower prices," Charlotte stated confidently, "with fresher beef, given our proximity. I've prepared a detailed proposal including pricing, delivery schedules, and quality guarantees." Harmon finally glanced at the papers, though his expression remained dubious. "No offense, Miss Langford, but Copper Creek's been declining for years. Word is you've barely got enough cattle to feed yourselves, let alone supply commercial contracts." Charlotte had anticipated this objection. "We're rebuilding the operation, Mr. Harmon, starting with smaller, targeted markets where we can provide exceptional service." She flipped to a specific page in her proposal. "I'm prepared to deliver 25 head to Silver Peak next week as a demonstration, at a 10% discount from your current arrangement." This concrete offer finally captured Harmon's full attention. He studied the figures with greater interest, stroking his beard thoughtfully. 25 head wouldn't cover Silver Peak's monthly needs. "It's an initial delivery," Charlotte clarified. "To demonstrate our commitment and quality, we can scale up to full supply within 2 months." "Assuming you have the cattle," Harmon pointed out. "We do," Charlotte assured him, projecting more confidence than she truly felt. The roundup hadn't even begun after all, and were prepared to guarantee consistent supply moving forward. For nearly 20 minutes, Charlotte outlined her proposal in comprehensive detail, answering Harmon's increasingly specific questions with the precision her father had drilled into her during business discussions in Boston. The storekeeper's initial dismissiveness gradually yielded to genuine consideration as Charlotte demonstrated her thorough understanding of both cattle operations and business principles. "You've done your homework," Harmon acknowledged finally. "But Silver Peak's current contract with Parker has another week." "Perfect timing," Charlotte countered smoothly. "We can deliver on Tuesday, allowing you to compare our product directly before making any long-term decisions." Harmon considered this, then nodded slowly. 25 head at the promised discount. If the quality matches your claims, we can discuss ongoing arrangements." Triumph surged through Charlotte as she extended her hand to seal the agreement. "You won't be disappointed, Mr. Harmon." As Harmon shook her hand, Charlotte noticed the other customers watching their interaction with undisguised interest. News of this arrangement would spread throughout Silver Springs before sundown. Exactly as she had hoped, reputation and credibility would be essential to rebuilding Copper Creek's standing in the territory. After finalizing delivery details, Charlotte took her leave of the general store with a sense of accomplishment warming her chest. One agreement secured, with potential for expansion if they performed well. As she stepped onto the boardwalk, she glanced toward her next destination, the Silver Springs Mercantile, which supplied Mineral Springs, another mining settlement within their targeted range. The sensation of being watched drew her attention across the street. Vernon Holloway stood in the window of his bank, his florid face clearly visible as he observed her with undisguised displeasure. Their eyes met briefly across the distance, his narrowing with recognition and what appeared to be calculation. Charlotte lifted her chin slightly and continued toward the mercantile, but had only taken a few steps when Holloway emerged from the bank, crossing the dusty street with determined strides. "Miss Langford," he called, his voice carrying in the relatively quiet street. "What a pleasant surprise to see you in town." Charlotte paused, maintaining her composed expression despite her instinctive wariness. "Mr. Holloway, good morning." He reached the boardwalk, his substantial frame blocking her path without appearing to do so deliberately. "I trust you're finding everything you need. Silver Springs has limited amenities compared to Boston, of course." "The town seems quite adequate for its purpose," Charlotte replied neutrally. "The people have been most accommodating." Holloway's gaze flicked toward Harmon's store, his smile tightening almost imperceptibly. "Indeed. I wasn't aware you had business interests in town." "I'm establishing several," Charlotte informed him pleasantly. "Copper Creek will be resuming regular commercial activities." "How ambitious," Holloway remarked, his tone suggesting the opposite, though perhaps premature given the ranch's challenges. Charlotte met his gaze directly. "Every ranch faces challenges, Mr. Holloway. Copper Creeks are being addressed systematically." Of course." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, though not enough to prevent nearby pedestrians from overhearing. "My offer still stands, you know. $5,000 would allow you to return east in comfort rather than struggling against the inevitable." "How kind of you to concern yourself with my comfort," Charlotte replied, her voice cooling. "But as I've mentioned previously, Copper Creek is not for sale, neither in whole nor in parts." Holloway's affable mask slipped slightly. "The ranch requires significant capital investment to become viable again. Capital you clearly lack, or you wouldn't be soliciting small contracts from mining settlements." His knowledge of her business discussions confirmed Charlotte's suspicion that Holloway maintained informants throughout the town. She kept her expression pleasant despite her internal alarm. "I prefer to build systematically, Mr. Holloway, starting with markets where Copper Creek can deliver exceptional value." "Admirable sentiment," he replied, though his tone suggested otherwise. "But ranching requires more than sentiment and Eastern education. When reality proves harsher than anticipated, my offer will remain open, though perhaps not indefinitely." "I'll bear that in mind," Charlotte said with finality, sidestepping to continue her journey. "If you'll excuse me, I have appointments to keep." Holloway remained in place, forcing Charlotte to navigate around him more obviously than proper manners would dictate. "One final thought, Miss Langford," he added as she passed. "You might consider the wisdom of your association with Grayson Cole. His reputation in these parts is complicated. Not the sort of character a respectable woman should rely upon." Charlotte paused, turning back with deliberate calm despite the angry heat rising in her chest. "Mr. Cole's qualifications as ranch foreman are the only aspects of his character that concern me, Mr. Holloway. His competence in that role has proven exemplary." "Has it?" Holloway's eyebrows rose in false concern. "One wonders how much you truly know about the man you've entrusted with your property and safety." Charlotte recognized the attempt to plant seeds of doubt and refused to engage further. "Good day, Mr. Holloway." She continued down the boardwalk, acutely aware of the townspeople who had paused their activities to observe the exchange. She had not raised her voice or lost her composure, but the confrontation had nonetheless drawn significant attention. By the time she reached the mercantile, whispers followed in her wake like ripples in a pond. Inside the mercantile, Charlotte found the proprietor already predisposed to hear her proposal. News of her arrangement with Harmon having somehow preceded her. By the time she departed Silver Springs 2 hours later, she had secured tentative agreements with suppliers for both Mineral Springs and Oro Blanco, contingent upon successful fulfillment of the Silver Peak contract. As Charlotte rode Mariposa out of town, she felt a complex mixture of triumph and trepidation. Her business strategy was working, 3 potential contracts secured in a single morning, but she had also confirmed Holloway's active opposition. The banker clearly had extensive influence in Silver Springs, and his cryptic warnings about Grayson had unsettled her more than she cared to admit. The ranch's future now hinged on their ability to gather sufficient cattle and deliver as promised. Failure would damage not only their financial prospects, but also Charlotte's credibility throughout the region. She urged Mariposa to a faster pace, eager to return to Copper Creek and begin preparations for the roundup that would determine their fate. The ranch yard hummed with activity when Charlotte returned in the early afternoon. Miguel and Tomas were loading supplies into the chuck wagon, cooking utensils, bedrolls, and provisions for several days away from the ranch house. Grayson stood near the corral, examining and adjusting tack for the 4 horses they would use during the roundup. Charlotte dismounted smoothly, her riding skills having improved considerably in recent weeks. The aches and pains of her early lessons had gradually given way to muscle memory and increasing confidence, though she harbored no illusions about matching the men's lifelong experience. "How did it go?" Grayson asked, looking up from his work as she approached. "Better than expected," Charlotte replied, unable to suppress a smile of satisfaction. 3 provisional agreements, beginning with Silver Peak next Tuesday. Grayson's eyebrows rose slightly. 3? That's ambitious for our first roundup. Only Silver Peak is confirmed for immediate delivery, Charlotte clarified. The others depend on our performance with this first contract. Miguel approached, wiping his hands on a rag. 3 settlements will require more cattle than we initially discussed, señorita. Eventually, yes, Charlotte agreed. But we start with 25 head for Silver Peak, then build from there if successful. 1 step at a time. Grayson nodded, seemingly approving of her measured approach. We should be able to gather 30 head from the southern pastures, allowing some margin for selection quality. He gestured toward the supplies being loaded. We'll need to depart at first light tomorrow to reach the southern range by midday. I'll be ready, Charlotte assured him, though the prospect of her first roundup sent equal waves of excitement and anxiety through her. What should I prepare? Sarah's packing food supplies, Grayson replied. You'll need a bedroll, extra clothing, and gloves. Sturdier than those if you have them. He nodded toward her riding gloves, which were showing signs of wear from her increased ranch work. I've set aside extra gear for you, Miguel added, including a proper lariat. You'll need to practice before we begin gathering cattle. As if on cue, Tomas emerged from the barn carrying a coiled rope. We practice now, señorita, he announced with the confidence of youth. No time to waste. For the next hour, Charlotte worked with Tomas in the ranch yard, practicing the basic roping techniques she would need during the roundup. She had attempted this skill several times before, with limited success, but now the stakes were real. Her participation in the roundup needed to be productive, not merely symbolic. Wider loop, Tomas instructed as Charlotte swung the lariat above her head. More circle in the wrist. Smooth, not jerky. Charlotte adjusted her technique, focusing on the fluid motion Tomas demonstrated. Her first throws missed the practice post entirely, but she persisted, ignoring the growing soreness in her shoulder and the rope burns forming on her palms despite her gloves. Better, Tomas encouraged after her 20th attempt resulted in the loop settling around the post. Now faster! On horseback, you have less time! From the corner of her eye, Charlotte noticed Grayson observing her practice while continuing his own preparations. His expression revealed nothing, but his attention never wandered far from her efforts. Was he assessing her capabilities, or simply ensuring she wouldn't injure herself? Either way, his scrutiny added another layer of determination to her efforts. After another hour of practice, Miguel called Tomas away to help with final preparations. Charlotte's arms ached from the unaccustomed exertion, but she continued practicing alone, unwilling to waste any opportunity to improve before tomorrow's departure. You're dropping your right elbow, Grayson's voice came from behind her as she missed yet another throw. Keeps the loop from opening properly. Charlotte turned, finding him closer than she'd realized. Show me? Without hesitation, Grayson positioned himself beside her, demonstrating the correct form with his own lariat. Elbow up, wrist loose, let the weight of the rope do the work. Charlotte mimicked his movements, acutely conscious of his critical gaze assessing her technique. When she threw again, the loop sailed true, settling neatly around the practice post. Better, Grayson acknowledged with a nod. You're a quick study. The simple praise warmed Charlotte more than it should have. I had excellent teachers at Copper Creek. Something that might have been a smile touched the corner of his mouth. Basic skills are just the beginning. Roundup work is dangerous, even for experienced hands. Cattle that haven't seen humans in months can be unpredictable. I understand the risks, Charlotte assured him, and I don't expect special treatment because I'm the owner. Or a woman, she added, anticipating his next concern. Grayson studied her for a moment, his blue eyes unreadable. Never thought you did, he said finally. Just making sure you know what you're riding into. We'll be understaffed, working longer hours to compensate. I won't slow you down, Charlotte promised, though uncertainty fluttered in her stomach. She had improved greatly since her arrival, but roundup work would test her endurance and skills far beyond anything she'd experienced thus far. See that you don't, Grayson replied, though his tone held less skepticism than it might have weeks earlier. Get some rest tonight. Dawn comes early. As he turned to leave, Charlotte remembered Holloway's cryptic warning about Grayson's reputation. The question rose to her lips unbidden. Mr. Holloway mentioned you specifically when I encountered him in town. Grayson stilled, his back to her. Did he? It wasn't a question, but Charlotte answered anyway. Him suggested I should reconsider my association with you, something about your reputation in the territory. Slowly, Grayson turned back to face her, his expression carefully neutral. Holloway and I have history. What kind of history? Charlotte pressed gently. The kind best left buried, he replied, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. After a moment, he added, Holloway doesn't make idle threats or comments. If he's targeting me specifically, he's looking for vulnerabilities in your operation. Charlotte considered this. Should I be concerned about your past? Grayson's gaze held hers steadily. Nothing in my past affects my ability to serve as your foreman. Beyond that, there are things you might not understand about the choices a man makes to survive out here. The cryptic response raised more questions than it answered, but Charlotte recognized she would get nothing more from him now. I trust your capabilities, Mr. Cole. Your past is your own unless it impacts Copper Creek's future. Something like relief flickered across Grayson's features, though it was quickly masked. Fair enough. He glanced toward the setting sun. You should review those southern section maps again before tomorrow. Your mother marked several gathering points that might still be relevant. Charlotte nodded, recognizing both the practical advice and the deliberate change of subject. I'll do that now. Later that evening, Charlotte sat on her bed surrounded by her mother's journals and maps of Copper Creek's southern pastures. Elizabeth had indeed noted several natural features that funneled cattle toward specific water sources, knowledge that could prove invaluable during tomorrow's roundup. As she traced the creek paths and ridge lines with her finger, Charlotte's thoughts returned to Grayson. What history could he possibly share with Holloway that would make the banker specifically warn her against him? And why did Grayson's past matter enough to Holloway that he would mention it during their brief encounter? The roundup preparations had left little time for such questions, but they lingered in Charlotte's mind as she finally packed away the journals and prepared for bed. Tomorrow would bring physical challenges unlike any she had faced before. Whatever mysteries surrounded Grayson Cole's past would have to wait until they had successfully gathered the cattle needed to fulfill their first contract. Charlotte extinguished her lamp and settled beneath the covers, listening to the night sounds of the ranch through her open window. Coyotes called in the distance, their eerie chorus a reminder of the wild land beyond the ranch house walls. Tomorrow she would ride deeper into that wilderness than she had yet ventured, facing dangers both anticipated and unknown. Despite her fatigue, sleep proved elusive as her mind cycled between practical concerns about the roundup and more personal questions about the enigmatic man she had entrusted with Copper Creek's future. By the time she finally drifted off, her determination had crystallized into a simple promise to herself. She would prove capable during the roundup, fulfilling her role as owner in actions, not merely title. And perhaps, in earning Grayson's professional respect, she might also earn enough of his trust to eventually understand the shadows that haunted his past. Charlotte squinted against the bright sunlight, her gaze fixed on the small group of Hereford cattle she was carefully guiding toward the main herd. Sweat trickled down her back, dampening the worn cotton of her mother's blouse, but a fierce sense of accomplishment overshadowed any physical discomfort. 10 head. She had successfully maneuvered 10 head of half-wild cattle across difficult terrain without losing a single one. "Keep them moving steadily," Grayson called from his position on her left flank. "Don't let that red heifer break away." Charlotte nodded, shifting Mariposo to block the restless animal that kept testing the boundaries. After 3 days of roundup work, she'd begun to anticipate the cattle's movements, reading their body language for signs of potential trouble. The knowledge that she'd developed even this small measure of skill filled her with quiet pride. The vast grazing lands stretched around them, dotted with mesquite and prickly pear cactus. In the distance, Miguel and Tomas were visible as small figures against the landscape, working another section of the scattered herd. Their goal of 25 marketable cattle was finally within reach. "That's the last of this group," Grayson announced as they successfully integrated Charlotte's cattle with the larger collection in the makeshift holding area they'd established. 17 head total. Miguel and Tomas should bring in another dozen or so. Charlotte dismounted stiffly, her muscles protesting after hours in the saddle. Despite the physical toll, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She'd contributed meaningfully to this roundup, not just with planning, but with actual labor alongside the men. "We might exceed our target," she observed, counting the animals as they settled into nervous clusters. Grayson swung down from his gelding, his movements fluid despite the long day's work. "Quality matters more than quantity. Some of these won't be suitable for market, too thin or too wild to drive effectively." Charlotte nodded, accepting his professional assessment without defensiveness. In these weeks, she'd learned to value his expertise, even when his blunt delivery occasionally stung her pride. "How many do you think will make suitable market cattle?" she asked, passing him her canteen. Grayson took a drink before answering, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. 20, maybe 22 if we're selective. Enough for your plan, assuming Miguel and Tomas find that last group near the western ridge." His use of "your plan" didn't escape Charlotte's notice. Though they were implementing her strategy together, Grayson subtly reinforced that the success or failure ultimately rested on her shoulders. She was about to respond when his expression shifted, his gaze moving past her to the southwestern horizon. Charlotte turned to follow his line of sight, noticing for the first time the dark mass of clouds building in the distance. "That doesn't look promising," she said, recognizing the telltale signs of an approaching storm. "It's not." Grayson's voice had taken on a new edge of urgency. "Those are thunderheads building faster than I'd like." Miguel and Tomas approached, driving 8 cattle before them. Miguel's weathered face creased with concern as he, too, noted the gathering clouds. "Storm comin'," he confirmed unnecessarily. "Big one from the look of those clouds." Tomas nodded in agreement. "The air feels heavy, like before the big wash 2 summers ago." Charlotte glanced between the men, noting their shared unease. "Surely a little rain won't harm our progress. The cattle need water anyway." "This won't be a little rain, Miss Langford," Grayson explained, his tone deliberately patient. "Desert storms hit hard and fast. That dry creek bed we crossed this morning could be running 10 feet deep within minutes." The implication struck Charlotte suddenly. "You mean we could be cut off from the ranch?" "More than that," Miguel added gravely. "Flash floods in these canyons can sweep away cattle, horses, people, anything in their path." Charlotte surveyed their position with new eyes, mentally calculating the distance back to Copper Creek. "How much time do we have?" Grayson studied the approaching clouds, his expression grim. 2 hours, maybe less." "Then we need to start moving the herd immediately," Charlotte decided, her mind racing through options. "Not enough time to get them all back to the ranch corral," Tomas pointed out. "Storm will catch us in the open." "The Box Canyon near Mesa Ridge," Miguel suggested. "Natural enclosure, high ground. We could hold them there until the storm passes." Grayson nodded. "Better than being caught in the lowlands." He turned to Charlotte. "There's one more group we spotted earlier, at least 6 head in that small valley to the west. Good breeding stock, worth the effort if we can get them." Charlotte didn't miss the implicit question in his statement. As owner, the decision fell to her. Prioritize the cattle they'd already gathered or risk the approaching storm to acquire more valuable stock? "We'll split up," she decided after a moment's consideration. "Miguel, you and Tomas start moving this herd toward the Box Canyon. Mr. Cole and I will go after the western group and join you there." Miguel's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. "Be careful, señorita. When these storms break, they break suddenly." "We'll move quickly," Charlotte assured him, already remounting Mariposa despite her aching muscles. As Miguel and Tomas began driving the gathered cattle eastward, Grayson swung into his saddle beside Charlotte. His expression remained neutral, but she sensed his assessment of her decision. "You could go with them," he said quietly. "I can handle the western group alone." Charlotte met his gaze directly. "These are my cattle on my land, Mr. Cole. I won't ask others to take risks I'm unwilling to share." Something flickered in his blue eyes, respect perhaps, or concern. He merely nodded, touching his heels to his gelding's flanks. "Stay close. We don't have much time." They rode westward at a brisk pace, the dark clouds steadily building behind them. The wind had picked up, carrying the distant scent of rain and the electric charge of approaching lightning. Charlotte could feel Mariposa's nervousness beneath her, the mare's ears flicking back and forth as animal instinct registered the coming danger. There, Grayson pointed toward a small depression where several cattle grazed, unaware of the approaching storm or the humans intent on disrupting their peaceful afternoon. The sky had darkened noticeably in just the time it had taken them to reach this position. Charlotte felt the first cool gust of wind, the storm's harbinger, as it swept across the landscape, bending the scrub brush and raising dust devils in its path. "We need to move fast," Grayson called over the rising wind. "I'll take the far side. You stay on this flank and keep them from breaking east." Charlotte nodded, guiding Mariposa into position as Grayson circled wide around the small herd. The cattle had sensed the changing weather, their movements becoming more agitated as the wind continued to strengthen. Thunder rumbled in the distance, closer now than Charlotte had expected. She glanced over her shoulder, alarmed to see the storm front advancing with frightening speed, dark clouds boiling across the sky like an invading army. "Mr. Cole," she called, "the storm is moving faster than we thought." Grayson had already begun herding the cattle, skillfully maneuvering them toward the canyon where Miguel and Tomas would be waiting. He glanced at the approaching storm, his expression tightening. "Stay with them," he shouted back. "Once they start running, keep them moving in the right direction." As if triggered by his words, the first jagged bolt of lightning split the sky, followed almost immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. The cattle bolted, their instinctive fear of storms overriding any semblance of control. Charlotte pressed her heels into Mariposa's sides, forcing the reluctant mare forward as the cattle scattered. Years of side saddle lessons in Boston parks hadn't prepared her for this. Galloping across uneven terrain after panicked livestock with a thunderstorm bearing down on them, the first heavy raindrops began to fall as Charlotte managed to turn 2 cows back toward the main group. The drops quickly became a torrent, the desert sky opening with shocking suddenness. Within minutes, Charlotte was drenched, her hat offering minimal protection against the downpour. "Head for the canyon," Grayson shouted over the storm's fury, his voice barely audible above the thunder and driving rain. "Leave the stragglers." But Charlotte had spotted a valuable heifer and calf breaking away toward a narrow ravine, animals that represented future breeding stock Copper Creek desperately needed. Making a split-second decision, she directed Mariposa after them, determined not to lose these particular cattle. "Charlotte," Grayson's voice held a note she'd never heard before, raw urgency that might have been fear. "Leave them! The wash is filling!" She risked a glance toward the dry creek bed they'd crossed earlier. Where dusty earth had stretched just an hour before, muddy water now churned and bubbled, rising with alarming speed as the rain continued to hammer down. The heifer and calf had paused, confused by the storm and Charlotte's pursuit. She was almost upon them, close enough to turn them back toward higher ground, when disaster struck. Mariposa's front hoof slipped on the rain-slicked earth, the mare's legs sliding out from under her on the increasingly muddy slope. Charlotte felt the sickening lurch as her mount lost balance, tumbling sideways down the embankment. She barely had time to kick her feet free of the stirrups before being thrown clear, landing hard on the sodden ground and sliding several feet down the muddy incline. Pain shot through her shoulder and hip as she finally came to a stop against an outcropping of rock. For a moment she lay stunned, the rain pelting her face as she struggled to catch her breath. Mariposa had regained her footing further down the slope, the mare clearly frightened but apparently uninjured. Charlotte pushed herself up, wincing at the various pains that announced themselves. Nothing seemed broken, but she was thoroughly muddied and bruised. The heifer and calf had disappeared, likely swept up in Grayson's efforts to save the main group. "Charlotte!" Grayson's voice cut through the storm's roar, closer now, edged with barely controlled panic. "Charlotte, answer me." "Here!" she called back, struggling to her feet. "I'm here." Through the curtain of rain, Grayson appeared, guiding his horse down the treacherous slope with remarkable skill. When he spotted her, the naked relief on his face struck Charlotte with unexpected force. He reached her side in moments, dismounting in a fluid motion and grasping her shoulders. "Are you hurt?" he demanded, his eyes scanning her for injuries, rainwater streaming down his face. "Just bruised," Charlotte assured him, strangely breathless under his intense scrutiny. Mariposa slipped. "I saw." His voice was tight, his hands still gripping her shoulders as if confirming she was truly standing before him. "Damn it, Charlotte! When I tell you to leave the cattle—" Thunder crashed directly overhead, cutting off his words. Lightning illuminated the landscape in stark relief, revealing the creek bed now a raging torrent that cut off their path to the box canyon, where Miguel and Tomas would be waiting with the main herd. "We're cut off," Charlotte realized, rainwater streaming into her eyes. Grayson's expression hardened as he assessed their predicament. "We need shelter. Now!" He gestured toward a formation of rocks jutting from the hillside above them. "There's a shallow cave in that outcropping. It's our best option until this passes." The shallow cave was little more than an indentation in the rock face, but it offered blessed relief from the pounding rain. Charlotte huddled against the back wall, shivering in her sodden clothing, as Grayson coaxed Mariposa and his gelding into the limited shelter of the overhanging rock beside the entrance. "The horses will be all right there," he said, ducking back into the cave. Water dripped from his hat brim and clothing, forming small puddles at his feet. Storms too intense to risk moving them further in this terrain. Charlotte nodded, wrapping her arms around herself in a futile attempt to generate warmth. Will Miguel and Tomas be safe? They should have reached the box canyon before the worst hit. Grayson removed his drenched coat and shook it out. They know what to do in these conditions. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the cave entrance, followed almost instantly by a deafening crack of thunder. Charlotte flinched involuntarily at the sound. "Storm's right on top of us," Grayson observed, scanning the small space with a critical eye. "We may be here a while." The cave, barely 8 feet deep and 10 feet wide, suddenly seemed much smaller, with Grayson's tall frame occupying so much of it. Charlotte pressed herself further against the rock wall, acutely aware of their isolation and proximity. "You're shaking," Grayson said, his voice softening as he noticed her condition. "I'm fine," Charlotte insisted through chattering teeth. "Just a little cold." Grayson frowned, reaching for his saddlebag that he'd brought in from his horse. Wet clothes in this temperature can be dangerous, even in summer. He pulled out a relatively dry blanket. "Here, you need this more than I do." Charlotte accepted the rough wool gratefully, wrapping it around her shoulders. "Thank you." As Grayson moved to check the storm's progress at the cave entrance, Charlotte noticed a thin stream of blood trickling down his temple. "You're hurt," she said, dropping the blanket and moving toward him without thinking. Grayson raised his hand to his temple, seemingly surprised to find blood on his fingers. "Must have caught it on a branch during the ride. It's nothing." "Let me see," Charlotte insisted, her natural authority asserting itself as she gently turned his face toward the meager light from the cave entrance. A small gash, perhaps an inch long, marked his temple just beneath his hairline. Though not deep, it continued to bleed steadily in the way head wounds often did. "Sit down," Charlotte directed, gesturing to a flat rock that formed a natural bench along one wall of the cave. When he hesitated, she added, "Please, Mr. Cole, it needs attention." To her surprise, Grayson complied without argument, settling onto the makeshift seat as Charlotte retrieved her small handkerchief from her pocket. It was damp, but cleaner than anything else available. "This might sting," she warned, carefully dabbing at the wound to clear away the blood and dirt. Grayson remained perfectly still under her ministrations, his blue eyes watching her face with unsettling intensity. Charlotte focused on her task, trying to ignore both his scrutiny and the strange intimacy of the moment. "You could have been killed chasing those cattle," he said quietly as she worked. Charlotte's hands paused briefly before resuming their gentle cleaning. "They're valuable breeding stock, worth the risk." "No cattle is worth a human life," Grayson countered, his voice low but firm. "Especially not yours." The simple statement hung in the air between them, weighted with implications neither seemed ready to address directly. Charlotte's fingers trembled slightly as she folded her handkerchief to a clean section. "The bleeding is slowing," she observed, her voice carefully neutral. "Head wounds always look worse than they are. Experience with injuries, Miss Langford?" The faint trace of amusement in his tone helped dissipate some of the tension. "I wasn't always the proper Boston lady you met on that stage," Charlotte replied, a small smile tugging at her lips. "As a child, I was forever climbing trees and falling from ponies, much to my father's dismay. My mother called me her little wild thing when father wasn't listening." Grayson's expression softened at this glimpse into her past. "I can picture that, the determined little girl who became the woman willing to ride into a thunderstorm after half-wild cattle. Not much has changed, I suppose," Charlotte admitted, pressing the cloth gently against his temple. "Except now I'm chasing cattle instead of climbing trees." Their eyes met as she spoke, and Charlotte suddenly became intensely aware of how close they were standing. Her fingers still rested lightly against his temple, his skin warm beneath her touch, despite the damp chill of the cave. Something shifted in his gaze. The careful distance he maintained, giving way to something deeper and more personal. Time seemed to suspend itself as they remained frozen in that moment, the storm raging outside while a different kind of tempest built in the small space between them. Charlotte couldn't have said which of them moved first, whether she leaned slightly closer or he tilted his face upward, but the distance between them was definitely diminishing. The thunder crashed again, startlingly close, breaking the spell. Grayson abruptly drew back, rising to his feet with such suddenness that Charlotte nearly lost her balance. "I should check the weather," he said, his voice rough as he moved toward the cave entrance. "See if it's letting up." Charlotte remained rooted in place, her hand still half raised where it had been touching his face moments before. Confusion and disappointment mingled with a rush of embarrassment. Had she imagined the moment between them? Had she somehow misread his intentions? "The rain's easing slightly," Grayson reported, his back to her as he surveyed the storm. "But the creek is still running too high to cross safely. We'll need to wait longer." Charlotte gathered her composure, retrieving the discarded blanket and wrapping it around her shoulders once more. "Miguel and Tomas will be worried." "They'll know we sought shelter," Grayson assured her, still facing the cave entrance. "They wouldn't expect us to try crossing the wash in these conditions." An awkward silence descended, broken only by the steadily diminishing drumbeat of rain against stone and the occasional rumble of more distant thunder. The storm was moving on, but the tension inside the cave remained palpable. Charlotte settled back against the rock wall, drawing the blanket tighter. Whatever had nearly happened between them, whatever she thought she'd seen in Grayson's eyes, he had clearly retreated from it, rebuilding the careful walls he maintained around himself. "You should try to rest," Grayson said eventually, his voice carefully neutral as he continued his vigil at the cave entrance. "It could be several hours before it's safe to leave." Charlotte nodded, though he wasn't looking at her to see it. "Wake me, if there's any change." She closed her eyes, not actually expecting sleep to come, but suddenly aware of how exhausted she truly was. The day's physical exertion, the terror of the storm, and the emotional confusion of the past few minutes had drained her completely. As consciousness began to fade, Charlotte's last awareness was of Grayson Cole's steady presence guarding the entrance to their shelter, keeping watch while the storm raged on, both outside in the Arizona wilderness and within the complex man himself. The setting sun broke through the dissipating storm clouds, casting a golden glow across Copper Creek Ranch as Charlotte, Grayson, Miguel, and Tomas drove their cattle into the main corral. Despite being drenched to the bone, covered in mud, and exhausted beyond measure, Charlotte felt a surge of triumph as the gate swung shut behind the last steer. 28 head, Miguel announced, his weathered face creasing into a rare, broad smile. More than we hoped for, and good quality stock, too. Charlotte slid from Mariposa's saddle, her muscles protesting after hours of hard riding. The storm had delayed their return by several hours, but remarkably, they'd managed to keep the herd together through the worst of the weather. Even more surprisingly, they'd found additional cattle sheltering in the Box Canyon, bringing their total above their original goal. "We did it," she said, her voice betraying her exhaustion and exhilaration in equal measure. "We actually did it." Tomas dismounted nearby, slapping mud from his chaps. "The señorita rides like she was born in the saddle," he called to Miguel with obvious approval. "Not many Boston ladies would chase cattle through thunder and lightning." "Not many Boston ladies would be foolish enough to try," Grayson muttered, though Charlotte caught the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he secured his gelding to the hitching post. The front door of the main house burst open as Sarah Quinn emerged, wiping her hands on her apron. "About time you lot showed up. I was about to send out a search party." Her gruff tone couldn't mask the relief evident in her expression as she surveyed the mud-splattered group. "Storm caught us out by Mesa Ridge," Miguel explained, leading his horse toward the barn. "Had to wait for the creek to recede before crossing." Sarah sniffed disapprovingly. "Well, you're all dripping on my clean porch now. Get yourselves cleaned up before you step foot in my kitchen. Dinner's been ready for an hour and I won't have it spoiled after all my work." Charlotte couldn't suppress a smile at the housekeeper's fussing. In Boston, such familiar treatment from a servant would have been unthinkable, but here at Copper Creek, she found it oddly comforting. Evidence of the unconventional family they were becoming. "Give us 20 minutes, Miss Quinn," she promised. "We'll be presentable enough for your dinner table." Sarah harumphed but nodded, her sharp eyes noting Charlotte's mud-caked clothing and disheveled appearance. "See that you are, and Miss Langford," her voice softened slightly, "I've drawn a hot bath in your room. Thought you might need it after a day in the saddle." The unexpected kindness brought a lump to Charlotte's throat. "Thank you, Sarah." As the housekeeper disappeared back into the house, Charlotte caught Grayson watching her with an unreadable expression. "What?" she asked, suddenly self-conscious about her bedraggled state. "Nothing," he replied, turning away to tend to his horse. "Just noticing that Copper Creek seems to suit you, mud and all." Before Charlotte could respond to this cryptic observation, he led his gelding toward the barn, leaving her to ponder his words as she made her way to the promised bath. The dining room glowed with lamplight as they gathered around the table an hour later. Sarah had outdone herself, preparing a feast that belied their limited supplies. Venison stew thick with vegetables, fresh biscuits dripping with honey, and a precious jar of preserved peaches opened in honor of the occasion. Charlotte had bathed and changed into a simple blue cotton dress, her damp hair braided and pinned at the nape of her neck. The men had likewise cleaned up, though Tomas still sported a streak of mud behind one ear that he'd missed in his hasty washing. "To success," Miguel proposed, raising his coffee cup in lieu of a proper toast. "And to Miss Langford's plan." "To Copper Creek," Charlotte countered, lifting her own cup. "And to all of you without whom we wouldn't have a single cow in that corral." Grayson sat at the opposite end of the table, freshly shaven except for the mustache he maintained, his damp hair combed back from his forehead. The small cut on his temple had been properly cleaned and no longer looked as angry as it had in the cave. His blue eyes met Charlotte's briefly over the rim of his cup as he joined the toast without comment. "You should have seen the señorita during the storm," Tomas announced as they began passing the serving dishes. "Miguel and I reached the Box Canyon just as the rain started, but she and Cole were caught in the open." Sarah paused in her serving to glance at Charlotte with concern. "In the open? During that storm? It was a regular gollywasher here. Must have been twice as bad out on the range." "It was intense," Charlotte acknowledged, helping herself to a biscuit. "But Mr. Cole found us shelter until it passed." "Before or after you decided to chase half-wild cattle down a slippery embankment?" Grayson's question carried an edge of lingering disapproval, though his tone remained conversational. Tomas grinned, evidently delighted by this revelation. "You did not tell us this part, Cole." "There was a valuable heifer and calf," Charlotte explained defensively. "I didn't want to lose them." "She took a fall when her horse slipped," Grayson continued, his eyes never leaving Charlotte's face. "Could have broken her neck." "But I didn't," Charlotte pointed out, meeting his gaze steadily. "And we got the cattle," Miguel chuckled, shaking his head. "Just like your mother. Miss Elizabeth once rode into a flash flood to save a newborn calf. Nearly drowned herself, but saved the animal." This comparison to her mother sent a warm glow of pride through Charlotte. "Did she really?" "Oh, yes," Miguel nodded enthusiastically. "She had the same look you get, determined like nothing will stand in your way once you've decided something." Sarah snorted as she took her seat at the table. "That's one word for it. Stubborn is another." "Stubbornness has its place in ranching," Grayson observed, surprising Charlotte by coming to her defense. "Takes a certain kind of determination to succeed out here, especially for those not born to it." The conversation flowed easily as they ate, recounting the day's challenges and triumphs, planning for the cattle drive to Silver Peak that would begin in 2 days. Charlotte found herself laughing at Tomas's animated descriptions of Miguel nearly losing his hat to a gust of wind, then growing serious as they discussed water damage to the southern pasture fence that would need immediate repair. Throughout the meal, Charlotte was struck by how natural it felt. The shared work, the easy camaraderie, the sense of common purpose that united them despite their different backgrounds. In Boston's formal dining rooms, conversation had been a careful minuet of social niceties and calculated remarks. Here, words flowed without pretense, genuine in both criticism and praise. "Ms. Langford," Miguel said as Sarah served coffee after the meal, "with this sale, we should be able to hire at least one more hand. There's a good vaquero in Silver Peak who worked for your mother, Luis Mendoza. He knows the land." Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. "If the sale goes as planned, hiring additional help will be our first priority. We need to rebuild the herd properly." "And repair the creekside fencing," Tomas added eagerly. "Before Holloway's cattle start wandering onto our grazing land again." "One step at a time," Grayson cautioned, though Charlotte noted he didn't dismiss their plans outright as he might have weeks earlier. "Let's get these cattle to market first." As the conversation continued around her, Charlotte found her gaze repeatedly drawn to Grayson. He participated in the discussion, offering practical suggestions and occasional dry observations. But something in his manner had changed since their time in the cave. The careful distance he typically maintained seemed both reinforced and somehow altered, as if he'd erected stronger walls even while creating small windows through which she might glimpse what lay beyond them. When Sarah finally began clearing the dishes, everyone rose to help despite her protests. The camaraderie of the roundup had extended into the household, breaking down the formal barriers between owner, staff, and foreman that might have existed in a more traditional setting. "Leave those, Miss Langford," Sarah insisted when Charlotte attempted to carry plates to the kitchen. "You're dead on your feet. Get some fresh air while the rain stopped." Too tired to argue, Charlotte nodded gratefully and made her way to the front porch. The storm had left the air unusually humid, but pleasantly cool, with the scent of wet earth and sage rising from the surrounding landscape. Stars were beginning to appear in the clearing sky, pinpricks of brilliance against the deepening blue. She leaned against the porch railing, inhaling deeply and allowing the day's tension to gradually release from her shoulders. For the first time since arriving at Copper Creek, Charlotte felt truly connected to the land. Not as an owner reviewing property, but as someone who had worked the soil, faced its challenges, and earned a small victory alongside those who called this place home. The soft creak of the screen door announced someone joining her on the porch. Charlotte didn't need to turn to know it was Grayson. She'd grown attuned to his distinctive tread, the particular quality of silence that accompanied his presence. "Beautiful night," she observed as he came to stand beside her at the railing, careful to maintain a proper distance between them. "Storms clean the air," Grayson agreed, his gaze directed toward the distant mountains rather than at her. "Tomorrow will be good for the cattle, cool enough for them to recover before the drive." Charlotte nodded, appreciating his practical assessment, even as she wished just once he might comment on something beyond ranch operations. "I want to thank you," she said after a moment, "for finding shelter during the storm, and for not saying I told you so about my decision to chase those cattle." The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Would it have made any difference if I had?" "Probably not," Charlotte admitted with a small laugh. "I'm rather set in my ways." "I've noticed." There was no condemnation in his tone. If anything, it held a hint of admiration. They stood in companionable silence for several minutes, watching as the last traces of daylight faded from the western horizon. Charlotte was acutely aware of Grayson beside her, the subtle scent of soap and leather that clung to him, the steady rhythm of his breathing, the way his forearms rested against the weathered porch railing, strong hands loosely clasped before him. "You did well today," he said finally, his voice lower, more personal than his usual businesslike tone. "With the cattle. Kept your head when things went wrong." Coming from Grayson Cole, this simple acknowledgement meant more than effusive praise from anyone else might have. High praise from a man who predicted I'd be on the eastbound train within a week of arrival, Charlotte teased gently. He turned to face her then, and the intensity in his blue eyes caught her off guard. "I was wrong about that," he said quietly. "And about other things." "Such as?" Charlotte asked, her voice barely above a whisper as something electric seemed to fill the space between them. Grayson hesitated, clearly struggling with words that didn't come easily to him. "Your dedication to this place, your willingness to learn, your courage." His gaze dropped briefly to her lips before returning to her eyes. "I underestimated you, Charlotte Langford." The use of her first name, so rare from him, sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with the evening breeze. Charlotte found herself leaning slightly toward him, drawn by some invisible force she neither fully understood nor wished to resist. "Perhaps we both made assumptions," she murmured. "That first day on the stagecoach." Grayson's hand moved to gently brush a strand of hair from her cheek, his calloused fingers unexpectedly tender against her skin. "Perhaps we did." The distance between them diminished by increments, neither making a sudden move, but both gradually yielding to the pull that had been building for weeks. Charlotte's heart hammered against her ribs as Grayson's face lowered toward hers, close enough now that she could feel his breath, warm against her lip. "Miss Langford!" Miguel's urgent voice shattered the moment like glass. "Cole!" They sprang apart as the ranch foreman hurried around the corner of the house, his expression troubled in the porch lamplight. "Creeks overflowed its banks down by the south pasture," Miguel reported, either not noticing or tactfully ignoring their flustered reactions. "Taking out sections of fence. If Holloway's cattle find the gaps, we'll lose grazing land," Grayson finished, his voice returning to its normal businesslike tone, though a muscle worked in his jaw. "We should assess the damage tonight, see what can be repaired immediately." Charlotte nodded, struggling to reorient herself after the abrupt shift from intimacy to crisis. "Of course. I'll get my coat." As she turned toward the door, her eyes met Grayson's once more. Something unspoken passed between them. Acknowledgement of what had nearly happened. Recognition that their relationship had fundamentally changed regardless of the interruption. Then the moment passed, practical necessity reasserting itself as they moved to address the latest challenge Copper Creek presented. Yet as Charlotte retrieved her coat from the hall closet, she knew with absolute certainty that while the moment had been interrupted, it had not been erased. Whatever lay between her and Grayson Cole had only begun to reveal itself. Long after midnight, Charlotte sat cross-legged on her bed, a single lamp burning beside her as she turned the pages of her mother's journal. Sleep had proven impossible despite her physical exhaustion, her mind too occupied with replaying the moment on the porch when Grayson's lips had nearly touched hers. The fence damage had been substantial, but not catastrophic. They'd spent several hours reinforcing the worst sections, enough to deter Holloway's cattle until proper repairs could be made after the upcoming cattle drive. Throughout their work, Grayson had been entirely professional, giving no indication that anything unusual had passed between them. Only his occasional glances when he thought she wasn't looking betrayed any awareness of their interrupted moment. Charlotte sighed, running her fingers over her mother's familiar handwriting. She'd sought the journal as a distraction, hoping Elizabeth Langford's words might settle her turbulent thoughts. Instead, she found herself drawn to entries about the hidden water sources her mother had documented. A particular passage caught her attention, one she'd read before but hadn't fully understood. When the dry earth drinks deeply, the crosses appear. Miguel's grandfather showed him the ancient path that reveals itself only after the cleansing rains. I've marked it as he instructed, though the markings will remain hidden until the next great storm reveals them. The phrasing struck Charlotte differently now after experiencing the desert's transformation under the day's downpour. She turned to the hand-drawn map her mother had included several pages later, studying the faded lines with renewed interest. The paper felt slightly different from the surrounding pages. Thicker, with a subtle texture Charlotte hadn't noticed before. She tilted it toward the lamplight and gasped softly as she noticed faint markings that hadn't been visible during her previous readings. Where previously only basic landmarks had been indicated, now additional lines appeared, ghostly brown tracings that formed what looked like a path leading from the creek bed toward the northern ridge. 3 small crosses marked points along this route, positioned in a triangular pattern that matched the phrase El Camino de Tres Cruces her mother had mentioned repeatedly. Charlotte leaned closer, eyes widening as she realized what she was seeing. The storm, the very rain that had soaked the journal in her pocket during their mad dash for shelter, had activated some kind of invisible ink on the map page, revealing hidden information her mother had deliberately concealed. With trembling fingers, Charlotte traced the newly revealed path, noting how it connected 3 particular rock formations before ending at a spot marked with Spanish text, too faint to read clearly. She held the page closer to the lamp, squinting at the delicate script. Agua escondida, she whispered, recognizing the phrase from earlier entries. Hidden water. Her heart began to race as connections formed in her mind. Her mother hadn't simply been documenting existing water sources. She'd been recording the location of something much more significant. Something valuable enough to conceal from casual readers. Another notation caught her eye near the 3rd cross marking, Don el águila mirará el sol naciente, where the eagle looks toward the rising sun. She remembered passing an unusual rock formation during their property tour with Grayson, one that Miguel had casually mentioned was called Eagle Rock because of its distinctive shape. Charlotte carefully laid the journal flat, staring at the revealed map with growing excitement. Her mother had left deliberate clues about something hidden on Copper Creek land, something that appeared only after substantial rainfall, something connected to water sources in an area where water meant life and prosperity. Given Holloway's aggressive tactics regarding water rights and his persistent attempts to acquire Copper Creek specifically, could this hidden agua escondida be significant enough to change the ranch's fortunes? Was this what her mother had been protecting all along? The question of whom to trust with this discovery loomed large in Charlotte's mind. Miguel seemed the obvious choice. He had been her mother's loyal foreman for years and was explicitly mentioned in the journal entries. Yet Charlotte found her thoughts turning repeatedly to Grayson. Despite his initial skepticism about her capabilities, he had proven himself dedicated to Copper Creek's survival. His knowledge of the territory was invaluable, his skills essential to their recent success. And there was the undeniable personal connection growing between them, complicated though it might be. Yet questions about his past and his sudden appearance at Copper Creek remained unanswered. What had brought him to this particular ranch? Why had he stayed when his original plan had been to move on? His connection to her mother remained cryptic, mentioned but never fully explained. Could she trust Grayson Cole with a secret her mother had taken such pains to conceal? Charlotte carefully closed the journal, securing it in the drawer of her bedside table. The cattle drive to Silver Peak would occupy the next several days, demanding her complete attention. The mystery of the hidden water would have to wait until their return. As she finally extinguished her lamp and settled beneath the covers, Charlotte's thoughts drifted between the map's revelation and the memory of Grayson's face so close to hers, his breath warm against her lips. Two mysteries to unravel. One written in invisible ink on paper, the other in the unreadable depths of a pair of blue eyes that had seen more than they ever revealed. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote called to its pack, a lonely sound that echoed across the desert night. Charlotte pulled her blanket closer, surrounded by the ranch house her mother had loved, holding secrets that might save it, or bring even greater danger to its door. Chapter 6. Charlotte adjusted her wide-brimmed hat against the morning sun as she made notes on her clipboard, counting cattle as Miguel and Tomas guided them onto the waiting wagon. 25 head had been selected for this first delivery to Silver Springs, the healthiest and most market-ready of their roundup. "Watch that red steer," she called as the animal balked at the loading ramp. "He's been difficult since we separated him from the others." Grayson appeared at her side, dust coating his boots and the lower half of his denims. "We're ahead of schedule," he observed, his voice carrying its usual professional tone. Since their near kiss 3 nights ago, he'd maintained a careful distance while remaining unfailingly efficient. "Should reach town by mid-afternoon if we start within the hour," Charlotte nodded, making another notation on her paperwork. "Mr. Davidson's letter confirmed he'll meet us at his store. He seemed particularly interested in establishing a regular supply arrangement if the quality meets his standards." "It will," Grayson assured her, his confidence in their stock a marked change from his earlier skepticism. "These are good cattle, even by pre-drought standards." The compliment warmed her more than it should have. "I hope you're right. This delivery could be the beginning of Copper Creek's recovery." His blue eyes held hers for a moment longer than strictly necessary. "You've earned this success. Remember that when you're negotiating with Davidson." Before Charlotte could respond to this unexpected vote of confidence, the distinctive sound of approaching hoofbeats drew their attention. A young boy on a lathered horse galloped into the ranch yard, pulling his mount to an abrupt halt that sent dust billowing around him. "Miss Langford," the boy called, his voice cracking with adolescence as he slid from his saddle. "Got a telegram for you, ma'am, from back east." Charlotte's heart stuttered in her chest. In the 2 months since her arrival at Copper Creek, she'd received no communication from Boston. Her father had been stubbornly silent despite her dutiful letters updating him on her progress. A telegram could only mean urgency, likely trouble. "Thank you," she said, accepting the yellow envelope with fingers she forced not to tremble. She fumbled in her pocket for coins to tip the messenger. The boy touched his hat brim gratefully. "Mr. Jones at the telegraph office said it seemed important, ma'am. Sent me special instead of waiting for the regular mail run." Charlotte nodded absently, her attention focused on the envelope in her hands. The return address confirmed her fears. "Massachusetts General Hospital." "Boy needs water before heading back," Grayson said quietly, guiding the young messenger toward the water trough with a gentle hand on his shoulder. His considerate action gave Charlotte the moment of privacy she desperately needed. With suddenly clumsy fingers, she tore open the envelope and unfolded the telegram within. "Miss Charlotte Langford, Copper Creek Ranch. Arizona Territory regret to inform you, Stop father suffered severe stroke Tuesday last. Stop, condition serious but stable. Stop, doctors cautiously optimistic. Stop, advise return to Boston if possible. Stop, reply soonest with intentions. Stop, Edward Perkins. Family address, territory." Charlotte read the brief message 3 times, the words blurring slightly as she struggled to comprehend their full meaning. Her father, the formidable Arthur Langford, whose vigor and determination had driven his railroad empire laid low by a stroke. The man who had always seemed invincible, now fighting for his life in a hospital bed. Bad news? Charlotte looked up to find Sarah standing beside her, concern etched in the housekeeper's usually stoic features. She hadn't heard the older woman approach, so absorbed had she been in the telegram's contents. "My father," Charlotte managed, her voice sounding distant to her own ears. "He's had a stroke. He's alive," but she trailed off, unable to articulate the complex emotions surging through her. Sarah nodded gravely, requiring no further explanation. "Come inside. You need to sit down." "I can't." Charlotte gestured toward the cattle loading operation still in progress. We're leaving for Silver Springs within the hour. This delivery is crucial. So is taking 5 minutes to collect yourself, Sarah interrupted firmly. The cattle will wait. Come. Too shaken to argue, Charlotte allowed the housekeeper to guide her into the kitchen, where a pot of coffee simmered on the stove. The familiar, homey scent grounded her somewhat as Sarah pressed a steaming cup into her hands. Drink, Sarah instructed. Then talk. Charlotte obeyed automatically, the strong, bitter liquid helping to clear her head. It's my father, she began again more coherently. He's had a stroke. They say his condition is serious but stable. Sarah settled into the chair opposite Charlotte, her practical nature asserting itself as it always did in a crisis. When did it happen? Tuesday last, according to the telegram. 5 days ago, Sarah calculated. And they're saying he's stable. That's something. Do they expect you back in Boston? Charlotte reread the telegram. They advise it, but don't indicate immediate urgency. She set the paper on the table, her hand trembling slightly. I don't know what to do, Sarah. This cattle delivery is our first real chance to establish Copper Creek's new business. If I abandon it now... Nobody said anything about abandoning anything, Sarah replied practically. A step at a time. The screen door opened as Grayson entered, his tall frame filling the kitchen doorway. Messenger's headed back to town, he reported, his gaze taking in Charlotte's obvious distress. What's happened? My father's had a stroke, Charlotte explained, surprised by how steady her voice sounded on the second telling. He's in Massachusetts General Hospital, serious but stable, according to the telegram. Grayson absorbed this information, his expression giving nothing away. I'm sorry to hear that, he said simply. What do you need? The straightforward question, free of platitudes or assumptions, was exactly what Charlotte needed. Time to think, she answered honestly. But we have a delivery to make first. The delivery can wait if necessary, Grayson suggested. Davidson would understand. No, Charlotte stood, gathering her composure with visible effort. This sale is too important to Copper Creek's future. My father is receiving the best medical care available. The telegram doesn't suggest imminent, she couldn't bring herself to say the word death. There's no immediate rush. Are you certain? Sarah asked, concern evident in her lined face. The boys and Cole could handle the delivery. Charlotte shook her head firmly. This is my responsibility, my plan. I need to see it through personally. She folded the telegram and tucked it into her pocket. We'll complete the delivery as scheduled. When we return, I'll send a response and consider next steps. Grayson studied her for a long moment, then nodded. I'll tell Miguel we're still leaving on schedule. As he turned to go, Charlotte called after him. Mr. Cole? He paused in the doorway, looking back at her with those penetrating blue eyes. Thank you, she said softly, for understanding. Something shifted in his expression, a softening around the edges of his usual reserve. He touched his hat brim in acknowledgement before disappearing through the door. Sarah watched the exchange with shrewd eyes but offered no comment. Instead, she rose and refilled Charlotte's coffee cup. Your father raised a strong daughter, she observed, whether he intended to or not. The simple statement bolstered Charlotte's resolve. Whatever lay ahead, with the cattle delivery, with her father's condition, with her complicated feelings for her foreman, she would face it with the strength she'd discovered within herself at Copper Creek. I'd better change into my riding clothes, she said, setting down her empty cup. We have cattle to deliver. Silver Springs bustled with afternoon activity as Charlotte rode alongside the cattle wagon into town. The main street's businesses, a general store, saloon, blacksmith, and assorted smaller establishments, represented civilization's tenuous foothold in the territory. Compared to Boston's elegant avenues, it was primitive at best. Yet Charlotte had come to appreciate the straightforward nature of frontier commerce. The telegram burned in her pocket like a physical weight, but she kept her expression composed as they guided the cattle toward Davidson's general store and trading post. The large corral behind the establishment came into view, where a portly man in a shopkeeper's apron waited, accompanied by 2 ranch hands. Right on time, Miss Langford, Jacob Davidson called as they approached. I was beginning to wonder if Copper Creek could still deliver as promised. Charlotte reined Mariposa to a stop, dismounting with practiced ease that would have been unthinkable 2 months earlier. Copper Creek has never failed to honor its commitments, Mr. Davidson, she replied, extending her hand in greeting. 25 head as arranged. Davidson's handshake was firm, his shrewd eyes assessing both Charlotte and the cattle with equal interest. Let's have a look then. Quality matters more than punctuality in my business. For the next half hour, Charlotte stood beside the merchant as he carefully examined each animal. Grayson, Miguel, and Tomas managed the livestock with quiet efficiency, demonstrating the cattle's docile temperament and good condition despite the ranch's recent struggles. Well now, Davidson said finally, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, these are finer than I expected given the rumors about Copper Creek's situation. Charlotte maintained her professional demeanor despite the implied slight. Perhaps it's time to reconsider those rumors, Mr. Davidson. Copper Creek is very much a functioning operation. The merchant chuckled, clearly appreciating her directness. Indeed it is, if these cattle are representative. He gestured toward his office at the rear of the store. Shall we discuss payment and potential future arrangements? Charlotte nodded to Grayson, who would oversee the final transfer of the cattle with Miguel and Tomas. His eyes met hers briefly, conveying unspoken support before he turned back to his duties. Davidson's office was small but well organized, with ledgers neatly arranged on shelves and a large desk dominating the space. A map of the territory hung on one wall, with pins marking what Charlotte assumed were his various supply routes and business connections. I'll be direct, Miss Langford, Davidson began as they settled across from each other. These cattle exceed my expectations. My customers, particularly the mining settlements, demand quality beef, and yours will certainly satisfy them. I'm pleased to hear it, Charlotte replied, careful to maintain an even tone despite her internal triumph. We're prepared to make regular deliveries on similar terms, assuming today's arrangement is satisfactory. Davidson named a figure that matched their agreed-upon price, then added, and I'd be willing to increase both quantity and price for the next delivery, assuming similar quality. The negotiation proceeded smoothly, with Charlotte carefully balancing confidence with reasonableness. By the time they'd concluded their business, she had secured not only payment for the current delivery, but a contract for monthly deliveries at a gradually increasing volume. Exactly the steady, sustainable growth Copper Creek needed. Your mother would be proud, Davidson remarked as he handed over the bank draft representing their payment. Elizabeth Langford was a shrewd businesswoman herself. I see you've inherited her acumen. The unexpected mention of her mother caught Charlotte off guard. You knew her? Not well, Davidson admitted. But we had dealings occasionally. She had vision, seeing opportunities where others saw only obstacles. He studied Charlotte with newfound interest. A rare quality in this territory, even rarer in a woman. Charlotte accepted the compliment with a gracious nod, though privately she noted how frequently men expressed surprise at competence in a woman, as though it were an anomaly rather than simply the result of intelligence and effort. As they emerged from the office, she was surprised to find several other merchants waiting. Word of Copper Creek's delivery had apparently spread through the small town with typical frontier efficiency. Miss Langford, called a thin man with spectacles whom Charlotte recognized as the owner of the town's small hotel and restaurant. Might I inquire about the possibility of a separate arrangement for my establishment? Davidson here charges a premium when he resells. Another man stepped forward, the butcher by his blood-stained apron. I'd pay fair price for direct delivery myself. Cut out the middleman, so to speak. Davidson's expression soured slightly at this potential competition for Charlotte's business, but she handled the situation diplomatically. Gentlemen, I appreciate your interest. Copper Creek is currently focused on rebuilding our operation gradually. Mr. Davidson has committed to volume that aligns with our current capacity. She smiled, softening the implicit rejection. However, as we expand, we'll certainly consider additional arrangements. Perhaps you could leave your particulars with me for future reference. This compromise satisfied all parties. Charlotte spent the next quarter hour collecting information from the interested merchants, maintaining her composed, professional demeanor despite the telegram weighing heavy in her pocket and anxiety about her father simmering beneath her carefully constructed facade. When the business was finally concluded, Charlotte rejoined Grayson and the others, who had completed the cattle transfer and were preparing for the return journey. Successful, Grayson inquired quietly as he handed her Mariposa's reins. Charlotte nodded, showing him the bank draft. But better than we hoped. Davidson's agreed to a 6-month contract with gradually increasing volume. Well done, he said, approval evident in his tone. The others are getting supplies while we're in town. We should be ready to leave within the hour. I need to send a telegram first, Charlotte replied, the mention of her errand bringing her father's condition sharply back into focus. I'll meet you at the general store in 30 minutes. Grayson studied her face, noting the strain she'd kept hidden from the merchants. Do you want company? The quiet offer touched her deeply. Thank you, but no, this is something I need to handle alone. He nodded his understanding before turning to secure their purchases, leaving Charlotte to make her way to the telegraph office alone. The small building sat at the eastern end of the main street, its faded sign swinging gently in the afternoon breeze. Charlotte composed her message carefully as she walked, weighing each word for its cost in transmission and its impact on the recipient. After sending her telegram, a brief message expressing concern and requesting updates while explaining she couldn't travel immediately, Charlotte found herself standing behind Davidson's store, momentarily hidden from the busy main street. Here, in this brief pocket of privacy, the emotions she'd suppressed all day finally surfaced. She leaned against the rough wooden wall, closing her eyes as complicated feelings washed over her. Worry for her father. Despite their strained relationship, he was her only remaining family. Guilt that she wasn't rushing immediately to his side as a dutiful daughter should. Pride in the day's accomplishment and what it meant for Copper Creek's future. And beneath it all, uncertainty about the path forward. Miss Langford, Charlotte's eyes snapped open to find Sarah Peterson, the minister's wife she'd met on the ill-fated stagecoach journey, watching her with concern. Mrs. Peterson, Charlotte acknowledged, hastily composing herself. How nice to see you again. The older woman's kind eyes took in Charlotte's distress without judgment. My husband mentioned you were in town today. A successful cattle sale, I understand? Charlotte nodded, grateful for the neutral topic. Yes, quite successful. Mr. Davidson was pleased with our stock. And yet you don't look like a woman celebrating a triumph, Mrs. Peterson observed gently. Forgive my directness, but is everything all right? Perhaps it was the genuine compassion in the woman's voice, or simply the strain of maintaining her composure all day, but Charlotte found herself confiding in this near stranger. I received word this morning that my father has suffered a stroke, she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. He's in a Boston hospital, stable but in serious condition. Mrs. Peterson's expression softened with immediate understanding. Oh, my dear, what difficult news to bear, especially so far from home. That's just it, Charlotte admitted, voicing the thought that had troubled her throughout the day. I'm not sure where home is anymore. 2 months ago, I would have returned to Boston without question, but now you have responsibilities here, Mrs. Peterson finished for her. People who depend on you, a purpose you've discovered. Yes. Charlotte was surprised by how completely this woman she barely knew had grasped her dilemma. Is it wrong of me not to go immediately? What kind of daughter puts business before family? Mrs. Peterson considered this thoughtfully, the kind who understands that responsibility comes in many forms. From what I've heard, you've brought new life to Copper Creek Ranch, created livelihoods for those who work there. I've only begun, Charlotte said. There's so much more to do before the ranch is truly secure. Then perhaps your father would understand your decision to continue that work, Mrs. Peterson suggested, especially if his condition isn't immediately life-threatening. Charlotte hadn't considered this perspective. Her father had always valued business commitment above personal convenience. It was one of his core principles. Would he not expect the same dedication from her, now that she had taken on a business of her own? You've given me something to consider, Charlotte said gratefully. Thank you. Mrs. Peterson squeezed her arm gently. The Lord rarely gives us simple choices, my dear, but he does provide wisdom when we seek it, and strength when we need it most. Though not particularly religious herself, Charlotte appreciated the sentiment behind the minister's wife's words. She straightened her shoulders, gathering the composure that had momentarily slipped. I should rejoin my colleagues, she said. We need to start back to Copper Creek before evening. Of course, Mrs. Peterson stepped aside. But please know, you're welcome at the mission any time. Sometimes a quiet place for reflection is the greatest gift in times of uncertainty. Charlotte thanked her again before making her way back to the main street where Grayson, Miguel, and Tomas waited with the wagon and horses. If any of them noticed the traces of her emotional moment, they were kind enough not to mention it. As they rode out of Silver Springs, the bank draft safely secured in Charlotte's saddlebag, she found herself in a curious state of divided consciousness, proud of what they'd accomplished today, worried about her father's health, and uncertain about what the future might require of her. One thing was certain, however. In just 2 months, Copper Creek Ranch had become far more than an inheritance or a business venture. It had become a part of her identity, something worth fighting for, worth preserving. Whatever decisions lay ahead, Charlotte knew she could no longer simply abandon what she'd begun here. The question that remained, haunting her as they rode toward home in the fading afternoon light, was whether it was possible to honor both her past and her future, the obligations of family and the promise of the life she was building in the Arizona territory. The western sky blazed with vibrant oranges and deep purples as Charlotte and Grayson rode at the head of their small procession. Miguel and Tomas followed behind with the empty wagon, their animated conversation about the successful delivery occasionally drifting forward on the evening breeze. Charlotte had maintained a thoughtful silence for the past hour, her usual observations about the landscape notably absent. Grayson studied her profile as they crested a small rise. The setting sun gilded her features, highlighting the elegant line of her jaw and the copper glints in her auburn hair. But it also illuminated the tension around her mouth, the slight furrow between her brows that had been present since the telegram's arrival. Davidson seemed impressed with the cattle, he commented, breaking the silence between them. That contract will see us through winter, if managed carefully, Charlotte nodded, making a visible effort to engage. Yes, it's an excellent start, better than I dared hope for, honestly. You underestimate your persuasiveness, Grayson said. I watched you with those merchants. You have a natural talent for business. A fleeting smile crossed her face. My father would be astonished to hear that assessment. He always considered my business education a waste of time and money. The mention of her father seemed to open a door she'd been keeping firmly closed all day. Grayson guided his gelding closer to Mariposa, their legs occasionally brushing as the horses walked side by side. Your father's stroke, he said quietly, ensuring their conversation wouldn't carry to the men behind them. You haven't spoken of it since this morning. Charlotte's hands tightened on her reins, her gaze fixed on the horizon. What is there to say? He's ill, but stable. The doctors are cautiously optimistic, whatever that truly means. It means you're worried, Grayson observed, his tone gentler than usual. Despite whatever complicated feelings might exist between you. For several moments, Charlotte remained silent, the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats filling the space between them. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a vulnerability Grayson had rarely heard. I should feel nothing but concern, she admitted. That would be the proper dutiful daughter's response. Instead, I find myself conflicted. Relationships with fathers often are, Grayson said simply. Charlotte glanced at him, perhaps surprised by his understanding. My father never believed in me, she continued, the words emerging as if a dam had broken inside her. Not as a person with capabilities beyond securing an advantageous marriage. When Edmund abandoned me at the altar, my father's greatest concern was the business connection he'd lost, not my humiliation or heartbreak. She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. When I discovered Copper Creek's existence, something he'd deliberately hidden from me for years, I confronted him. Do you know what he said? That I was being foolishly romantic, just like my mother, that I would fail within months and return to Boston properly chastened and ready to accept my appropriate place in society. The bitterness in her tone was unmistakable, yet beneath it lay something more complex, the lingering pain of a daughter who had sought approval and found only dismissal. And now? Grayson prompted quietly. No, there's a cruel irony in knowing my departure might have contributed to his condition, Charlotte said, her voice catching slightly. The telegram from Mr. Perkins mentioned excessive agitation over financial matters preceding the stroke. I can't help wondering if my leaving, taking control of Copper Creek rather than allowing him to sell it to cover his railroad debts, added to that strain. Grayson considered her words carefully before responding. We rarely know the true impact of our choices on others. but you made the decision you needed to make based on the information you had at the time. That's a surprisingly generous assessment, Charlotte observed, studying his face with newfound curiosity. Have you experienced something similar with your own father? The question caught Grayson off guard. He rarely spoke of his past, maintaining careful boundaries between his personal history and his present circumstances. Yet something about Charlotte's openness, and perhaps the liminal quality of twilight surrounding them, loosened his customary reserve. My father died during the war, he said finally, while I was fighting for the Confederacy. We'd argued bitterly before I left. He opposed secession, believed the conflict would destroy everything he'd built. Grayson's jaw tightened momentarily at the memory. He was right, as it turned out, but I was too full of youthful certainty to listen. Charlotte remained silent, sensing the rarity of this confidence. When word reached me of his death, I was at Shiloh, Grayson continued. By then, I'd seen enough of war to know he'd been wiser than I gave him credit for, but it was too late for reconciliation, too late for many things. The simple statement contained volumes of regret that resonated deeply with Charlotte's current predicament. I'm sorry, she said softly. That must have been a terrible burden to carry. Grayson nodded, his gaze fixed on the darkening horizon. It taught me that relationships left unresolved rarely bring peace, regardless which party was right or wrong. The insight hung between them as they rode, occasionally illuminated by the last golden rays of sunlight breaking through the scattered clouds. Charlotte found unexpected comfort in Grayson's rare openness. Not just the words themselves, but the fact that he had chosen to share something so personal. I don't know what to do, she confessed after several minutes of companionable silence. Part of me feels I should return to Boston immediately, as a dutiful daughter would, yet another part balks at abandoning everything we've begun here, especially now, with the contract secured and so much work ahead. What would returning to Boston actually accomplish? Grayson asked practically. Beyond easing your conscience? Charlotte considered the question. Very little, I suppose. I'm not a doctor. I have no medical knowledge that would aid his recovery. My presence would be symbolic rather than practical. Symbols matter, Grayson acknowledged. But so does substance. You've created real value here, Charlotte. For the ranch, for the people who depend on it. The use of her first name, still rare enough to feel significant, warmed her more than it should have as the evening chill settled around them. I could send money for his care, she suggested, thinking aloud. The proceeds from today's sale would ensure he has the best medical attention available. A practical solution, Grayson agreed, and one that honors both obligations, to your father and to Copper Creek. Charlotte nodded slowly, the outline of a decision taking shape in her mind. I could also make it clear that I would return immediately if his condition worsens. A reasonable compromise, Grayson said. Though knowing you, you'd ride through hell itself to reach Boston if necessary. The observation, delivered with that rare hint of warmth that occasionally broke through his reserve, brought a genuine smile to Charlotte's face for the first time since the telegram's arrival. Thank you, she said simply. Grayson raised an eyebrow. For what? For listening, for understanding, for not judging me for being less than the perfect, self-sacrificing daughter. I'm hardly in a position to judge anyone's filial devotion, he replied dryly, though his eyes held no censure. Besides, you show more concern for a man who dismissed your capabilities than many would in your position. The ranch buildings appeared in the distance, warm lamplight glowing from the windows against the gathering darkness. Charlotte straightened in her saddle, feeling lighter than she had all day, though the weight of her decision still pressed upon her. I'll need to send another telegram tomorrow, she said, more to herself than to Grayson, and draft a letter with more detailed explanations. One step at a time, Grayson advised as they approached the ranch yard. Tonight, focus on the success you've achieved. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. As they dismounted in front of the barn, Charlotte found herself standing closer to Grayson than propriety strictly allowed, the day's shared confidences creating an intimacy that transcended physical proximity. For a brief moment, with the first stars appearing overhead and the day's golden light fading to soft blue twilight, she allowed herself to appreciate the unexpected alliance they had formed. the taciturn drifter and the Boston heiress, finding common ground on the sun-baked earth of Copper Creek Ranch. The small desk lamp cast a warm circle of light in Charlotte's study as she stared at the half-written telegram before her. The clock on the wall showed nearly 10 o'clock, yet sleep remained far from her mind despite the day's physical and emotional toll. Crumpled paper littered the floor around her chair, each representing another attempt to craft the perfect message to Boston, one that would express appropriate concern without promising a return she couldn't justify. A soft knock at the open door drew her attention. Sarah stood in the threshold, a steaming cup in her hands. "Thought you might need this," the housekeeper said, entering without waiting for invitation. "You missed evening coffee after dinner." "Thank you," Charlotte replied gratefully, accepting the cup and inhaling the comforting aroma. I didn't realize how late it had grown. Sarah surveyed the discarded papers with a knowing eye. "Trouble finding the right words? Is it that obvious?" Charlotte gestured toward the cluttered desk. "I've drafted 6 different telegrams, and none seem to strike the proper balance between compassion and practicality." Instead of leaving, as Charlotte expected, Sarah settled into the chair opposite the desk. "Mind if I sit a spell? These old legs get tired by day's end." The request was clearly a pretext. Sarah Quinn had never admitted physical limitation in all the weeks Charlotte had known her, but she welcomed the company nonetheless. "Please do," Charlotte said, pushing aside her latest draft. "I could use a respite from my own circling thoughts." Sarah arranged her skirts comfortably, her sharp eyes taking in Charlotte's drawn face. "Cole mentioned your father's taken ill. A stroke, was it?" "Yes," Charlotte confirmed, not surprised that Grayson had shared the information. Despite the ranch's sprawling size, news traveled efficiently among its small population. "Serious, but apparently stable for now. And you're wondering whether you should be on the next eastbound train," Sarah stated matter-of-factly. Charlotte nodded, grateful for the older woman's directness. "My duty as a daughter suggests I should go immediately. Yet my responsibility to Copper Creek argues for staying, especially now that we've secured the Davidson contract." "Duty's a complicated thing," Sarah observed, settling deeper into her chair, "especially when it pulls in different directions." "Precisely," Charlotte agreed. "If I return to Boston, even temporarily, I fear all we've built here could unravel. Holloway would certainly see my absence as an opportunity, and after today's success, abandoning our momentum seems foolish from a business perspective." "But this isn't just about business, is it?" Sarah's perceptive gaze held Charlotte's. "It's about the man himself, your father." Charlotte toyed with her pen, uncomfortable with the housekeeper's insight. "Our relationship has been strained since my mother's death. More so since I discovered his deception about Copper Creek." "Fathers and daughters," Sarah sighed. "Second only to mothers and daughters for complicated affections." "Did you have a difficult relationship with your father?" Charlotte asked, genuinely curious about the reserved housekeeper's past. "Difficult isn't the word I'd choose," Sarah replied, her eyes growing distant with memory. "Demanding, certainly, unyielding in his expectations, but fair in his way." She refocused on Charlotte. "He taught me something worth remembering, though, that family obligations and personal ambitions aren't always opposing forces. Sometimes they're just different paths to the same destination." "I'm not sure I understand," Charlotte admitted. Sarah leaned forward, her usual brisk manner softening. "Your mother loved this ranch, yes? Valued it enough to ensure it passed directly to you rather than through your father?" "Yes," Charlotte confirmed. Her journal makes that abundantly clear. "Then, honoring your mother's legacy by preserving Copper Creek serves family obligation just as surely as rushing to your father's bedside would. Different paths, same essential purpose, honoring family." The perspective was one Charlotte hadn't considered, and it resonated deeply. "I hadn't thought of it that way." "Most don't," Sarah replied simply. "We're taught that family duty means sacrifice, particularly for women. Drop everything, rush to provide care, put personal concerns aside. Sometimes that's necessary, but not always." Charlotte considered this wisdom, turning it over in her mind. "My father has access to the finest medical care in Boston. My presence would be symbolic rather than practical." "Precisely," Sarah agreed, "and symbols have their place. But so does substance, the work you're doing here, creating something lasting from what your mother left you. Charlotte took a sip of her cooling coffee, finding clarity beginning to emerge from her confusion. I could send funds for his care. Sam's sure he has every comfort and the best doctors, while making it clear I would return if his condition deteriorates. A sensible compromise, Sarah approved, showing both compassion and practical judgment. Your mother would endorse such a decision, I believe. The mention of Elizabeth Langford's likely approval settled something in Charlotte's heart. I think you're right. My mother understood the value of this place, not just as property, but as an opportunity for independence. She'd want me to protect that, even now. Your mother was a woman who recognized that choices have consequences, Sarah said, rising from her chair. She chose to leave you this ranch knowing it would change your path. Honor that choice by continuing what you've begun here. As the housekeeper moved toward the door, Charlotte called after her, Sarah, thank you for the coffee and the counsel. Sarah paused in the doorway. That's what family does, she said simply. And like it or not, those of us at Copper Creek have become something of a family these past months. The observation lingered in the air after Sarah had gone, adding another dimension to Charlotte's deliberations. The people here, Sarah, Miguel, Tomas, and yes, even the enigmatic Grayson Cole, had indeed become something more than employees or colleagues. They had fought alongside her, believed in her vision when others dismissed it, shared triumphs and challenges as a united front. With renewed purpose, Charlotte pulled a fresh sheet of paper toward her and began writing. Edward Perkins, attorney at law, Boston. Masakosis received news of father's condition. Stop sending bank draft. $200 for medical expenses. Stop. Ranch obligations prevent immediate travel stop. Please send daily updates to Silver Springs Telegraph Office. Stop. Charlotte Langford, Copper Creek Ranch. The message was direct, practical, and honest, qualities she had come to value during her time in Arizona territory. It acknowledged her concern while maintaining her commitment to the responsibility she had accepted at Copper Creek. Charlotte read the telegram once more, then set it aside for transmission the following day. The bank draft would accompany it, a substantial portion of today's cattle proceeds, redirected to her father's care. The amount would ensure he received the best possible medical attention while still leaving enough to maintain Copper Creek's operations. Rising from her desk, Charlotte moved to the window overlooking the darkened ranch yard. A quarter moon illuminated the main buildings in silver light, creating a peaceful tableau that contrasted with the turmoil she'd felt earlier. In the distance, a coyote called to its pack, the sound lonely yet somehow reassuring in its wild familiarity. 2 months ago, she would have unquestioningly returned to Boston at the first news of her father's illness. The Charlotte Langford who had stood abandoned in her wedding gown had understood duty in conventional terms: sacrifice, obedience, properly feminine concern. But the woman who now gazed out at Copper Creek Ranch had learned different lessons about duty and responsibility. She had discovered capacity within herself that Boston society had never acknowledged or encouraged. She had built something meaningful with her own hands, her own decisions, her own vision. That accomplishment deserved protection, not abandonment. Her mother had understood this essential truth, that a woman's duty to herself could sometimes align with her greatest contributions to others. It was this wisdom that Charlotte now embraced, finding unexpected peace in her decision to remain at Copper Creek while still providing for her father's needs. Tomorrow would bring new challenges: the telegram to send, a more detailed letter to write, the cattle drive to plan for Davidson's next order. But for tonight, Charlotte had found her answer, balancing the obligations of her past with the promise of her future. As she prepared for bed, the day's exhaustion finally claiming her, Charlotte's last thoughts were not of Boston's elegant streets or her father's sickbed, but of sun-baked earth, honest labor, and the approving glint in a pair of blue eyes when she'd announced her first business success. Copper Creek was home now, and home was worth defending, even against the pull of duty that had once defined her life. Charlotte rocked slowly in the old wooden chair, the rhythmic creak a soothing counterpoint to her troubled thoughts. The ranch house porch stretched dark and quiet around her, illuminated only by starlight and a thin sliver of moon that cast more shadows than light. The telegram for her father lay completed in her study, ready to be sent tomorrow, yet sleep eluded her despite her physical exhaustion. The soft sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention. Grayson emerged from the darkness, his tall frame silhouetted against the night sky. He paused at the bottom of the steps, clearly surprised to find her awake at this late hour. "Miss Langford," he acknowledged, his voice low in deference to the sleeping household behind her. "I didn't expect to find anyone out here." "Neither did I," Charlotte replied, momentarily stilling her chair. "Couldn't sleep?" "No." He mounted the steps with his characteristic quiet efficiency. "Too much on my mind after today's events." "I know the feeling," Charlotte admitted. She gestured to the empty chair beside her. "Please, join me if you'd like. The night air is pleasant." Grayson hesitated briefly before settling into the offered seat. He removed his hat, placing it on his knee, a gesture that seemed strangely intimate in the midnight stillness. For several minutes they sat in companionable silence, the vastness of the star-filled sky stretching above them like a canopy of diamonds on black velvet. "I've made my decision," Charlotte said finally. "About my father?" Grayson nodded, waiting for her to continue without pressing. "I'm sending money for his care, but remaining here at Copper Creek." She turned slightly toward him, seeking confirmation. "Do you think that's selfish of me?" "I think it's practical," he replied, his profile illuminated by starlight as he gazed toward the distant mountains. "Your father has doctors and servants to tend him. Copper Creek has only you." The simple assessment eased something in Charlotte's chest. That's essentially what Sarah said, though with more philosophical framing. A faint smile touched Grayson's lips. Sarah Quinn isn't one to mince words, but there's wisdom in her perspective. "She called us a family," Charlotte said, testing the word. "Those of us at Copper Creek." Grayson's hand stilled on the hat brim he'd been absently turning. "An unusual family, if so." "I suppose I've never had a conventional one," Charlotte mused. "My mother died when I was 17. My father was always more businessman than parent. I had no siblings, few close relatives." "Family takes many forms," Grayson observed quietly. "Blood is only one version." Something in his tone invited a question. "Did you have siblings, Mr. Cole?" He was silent for so long that Charlotte thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a distance that suggested he was seeing another time, another place. "A younger sister, Anna. She died of scarlet fever when I was 12 and she was 8. "I'm sorry," Charlotte said softly, moved by this rare personal disclosure. "It was a long time ago." His tone was matter-of-fact, but Charlotte sensed the lingering pain beneath the simple statement. "And your mother?" she ventured, knowing she was treading into territory he rarely revealed. "Died birthing Anna. My father never remarried." Grayson shifted slightly in his chair. "After he died during the war, there was only Colonel Williams, my commanding officer. He took an interest in me, treated me like a son of sorts. Until Vicksburg." The name of the famous battle hung in the air between them. "He was killed?" Charlotte asked gently. Grayson nodded, his expression shadowed. "Along with most of our company. I was one of 9 who survived that day." Charlotte absorbed this information, piecing together the fragments of Grayson's past that he so rarely shared. "So you were effectively orphaned twice." "I suppose that's accurate enough." His tone suggested he'd never considered it in those terms. After the war ended, it seemed easier to disappear, start fresh where nobody knew Grayson Cole or his history. The deliberate vagueness of disappear caught Charlotte's attention, but she didn't press. The night's unusual intimacy felt too precious to disrupt with pointed questions. "I understand that impulse," she said instead. "Coming to Copper Creek was my own version of disappearing, I suppose. Escaping the gossip, the pitying glances after Edmund's betrayal." "You didn't just escape," Grayson pointed out. "You built something new." "As did you," Charlotte countered, though she wasn't entirely certain what he had built in the years between the war and his arrival at Copper Creek. Grayson's slight hesitation was telling. "I drifted." There's a difference. And now? Charlotte asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you still drifting? The question hung between them, weighted with implications neither seemed ready to articulate fully. Grayson's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon, as if searching for answers in the shadows of the mountains. I don't know, he admitted finally. This is the longest I've stayed in one place since the war ended. The simple statement carried surprising significance. Charlotte found herself wondering what it was about Copper Creek, or perhaps about her, that had anchored this man who seemed perpetually ready to move on. What does home mean to you, Mr. Cole? She asked, the late hour and shared confidences emboldening her curiosity. He considered the question with characteristic thoroughness. Once it meant Tennessee, the farm where I grew up. Then it was wherever the cavalry regiment pitched camp. His voice took on a more thoughtful quality. Now? I'm not certain home is a place so much as a feeling, a sense of purpose, perhaps. And do you have that here? Charlotte pressed, her heart suddenly beating faster, though she couldn't have explained why. Grayson turned to look at her directly, his blue eyes reflecting starlight. I have a purpose at Copper Creek, yes. Something in his careful phrasing suggested limitations, boundaries he was maintaining even in this moment of unusual openness. Charlotte found herself both drawn to the mystery and frustrated by it. For me, Boston never truly felt like home, she confessed, shifting the focus. At least, not after my mother died. It was where I lived, certainly, but it lacked something essential. And Copper Creek provides that something? Grayson asked. Charlotte smiled softly, surprising herself with the certainty of her answer. Yes, despite all its challenges, or perhaps because of them, this place feels more like home than anywhere I've lived before. My mother understood that connection. I see it clearly in her journals. Elizabeth Langford was a remarkable woman, Grayson observed, a curious note in his voice. You speak as if you knew her, Charlotte said, not for the first time. Only by reputation, he replied, though something in his tone nagged at Charlotte's intuition. Their conversation lulled into comfortable silence. Charlotte became aware that during their exchange, they had both shifted slightly in their chairs, angling toward each other. Their knees were nearly touching now, a proximity that would have been considered improper in Boston drawing rooms, but somehow felt natural in the vast Arizona night. A coyote called in the distance, the sound echoing across the empty ranch yard. Charlotte pulled her light shawl closer against the night's growing chill, but made no move to return inside. These unguarded moments with Grayson were too rare to cut short. May I ask you something, Mr. Cole? She ventured after several minutes of companionable silence. You've been asking questions all night, he replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Why stop now? Charlotte chose her words carefully. Before you arrived at Copper Creek, before our meeting on the stagecoach, what were you doing in this territory? The subtle shift in his posture was almost imperceptible, but Charlotte had grown attuned to Grayson's body language over their weeks together. The question had triggered his defenses. Odd jobs, he answered, his voice returning to its usual neutral cadence. Ranch work mostly, some scouting for the army occasionally. And what brought you to the Silver Springs area specifically? Charlotte persisted gently. It seems a rather remote location to find yourself by chance. Grayson rose from his chair in a smooth motion that suggested sudden restlessness. Nothing specific. Drifters follow work where they find it. The evasiveness of his answer confirmed Charlotte's lingering suspicion that there was much more to Grayson Cole's story than he had shared. The question was whether his secrets were merely personal, the natural reticence of a private man, or something more significant that might impact Copper Creek's future. It's late, he said, settling his hat back on his head. We both need rest after today's events. Charlotte nodded, recognizing the conversation had reached its limit for tonight. Thank you for the company, Mr. Cole. Mrs. Stewart left. He paused at the top of the steps, looking back at her with an expression she couldn't quite decipher in the shadowed light. Grayson, he said quietly, when it's just us, you might as well use my given name. Seems foolish to stand on formality at midnight. The simple invitation warmed Charlotte more than it should have. "Then you must call me Charlotte," she replied, "at least during these midnight conversations." Something that might have been a smile touched his lips. "Good night, Charlotte." "Good night, Grayson." She remained on the porch long after his tall figure had disappeared into the darkness, pondering the curious mixture of openness and evasion that defined this complex man who had become so central to her life at Copper Creek. Grayson closed the door of his small cabin with unusual care, as if the sound might somehow carry across the ranch yard to the main house, where Charlotte still sat on the porch. The single room that served as his quarters was spartanly furnished: a narrow bed, a rough-hewn table with one chair, a trunk containing his few possessions. A lantern hung from a hook on the wall, which he lit with practiced efficiency. The golden glow illuminated his face. The conflicting emotions he had carefully masked in Charlotte's presence, now plainly visible. Crossing to his bedside, he retrieved his saddlebags from where they hung on a peg. From the left bag, he extracted a small leather-bound book. Not a journal, but a Bible that had seen better days. Opening it to Revelation, he carefully removed a hidden key tucked within the pages. With methodical movements that suggested a long-established routine, Grayson unlocked a concealed compartment in the saddlebag's lining. From this hidden space, he withdrew several folded letters and a document sealed with red wax. He placed these items on the table, staring at them for a long moment before finally sitting down. The lantern light cast harsh shadows across his features as he removed paper, pen, and ink from the table drawer. For several minutes he sat motionless, pen poised above the blank page, as if wrestling with the words he was about to commit to paper. When he finally began writing, his hand moved with deliberate precision. June 18, 1872. Sir, I continue to make progress at Copper Creek Ranch, though not as rapidly as you might wish. The property shows increasing signs of viability under Miss Langford's management. Today marked their first successful cattle delivery to Silver Springs, resulting in a contract that will provide stable income through the winter months. Regarding the information you requested about the silver deposits and water rights, I require additional time before I can provide comprehensive details. The situation is more complex than initially represented. Ms. Langford appears to have documentation supporting her grandfather's original claims, though I have not yet gained access to examine these papers fully. As to our agreement, I find myself requesting clarification on certain points. The original understanding was that Copper Creek would be abandoned, given Miss Langford's Eastern sensibilities and the ranch's deteriorated condition. This has proven an inaccurate assessment. She has demonstrated unexpected resilience and business acumen that have altered the property's trajectory. I will continue as discussed, but wish to emphasize that any future actions must remain within legal boundaries. While I understand your interest in acquiring certain assets, I cannot and will not participate in anything that violates the letter of territorial law. Grayson paused, pen hovering above the paper as he considered his next words. The line between truth and necessary omission had never felt more precarious. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I anticipate providing a more complete report within the fortnight, once I have verified certain details that remain unclear. Until then, I recommend patience and discretion in all related matters. Respectfully, G.C. He read over the letter twice, his expression growing more troubled with each review. The careful wording revealed little while implying much, a skill he had honed through years of necessity. Yet something about the deception felt unexpectedly burdensome tonight. Charlotte's face appeared in his mind, her expression open and trusting as she had shared her concerns about her father, her growing connection to Copper Creek, her emerging sense of home. The memory sat uncomfortably alongside the letter before him. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of accumulated regrets, Grayson folded the letter and sealed it with a drop of wax. He reached for his coat hanging by the door, withdrew an envelope and prepared to address it. His hand stilled, pen suspended above the blank surface, as Charlotte's earlier question echoed in his thoughts. Are you still drifting? For long minutes, Grayson sat motionless, the sealed letter in one hand, the empty envelope in the other, a man caught between conflicting obligations. Outside, a night bird called. the sound emphasizing the profound silence that surrounded his isolated cabin. Finally, with a deliberate movement that suggested resolution rather than uncertainty, Grayson placed the unaddressed, sealed letter in his inner coat pocket rather than in the outgoing mail pouch that hung by the door. The delivery could wait another day, perhaps longer. He extinguished the lantern and moved to his narrow bed. But sleep remained elusive. In the darkness, the weight of the letter in his coat hanging just a few feet away seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour, a physical manifestation of the choices that lay ahead. Before dawn broke over Copper Creek, Grayson had made no definitive decision about the letter's ultimate destination. Like the man himself, it remained suspended between past commitments and emerging possibilities, waiting for the balance to tip one way or the other.